Jennian Homes have been proudly building the homes New Zealanders love for over 35 years and encouraging youth to achieve their hopes and dreams. Jennian Homes is proud to partner with the New Zealand Olympic Games team.
Welcome back to the afternoon session here on Sky Sport Next. This is day one of the Jennian Homes New Zealand Track and Field Championships of 2021, and we are preparing for sprint finals, beginning with the under-20 women. Those are the athletes that you are seeing on your screen right now. Set some very blistering times in qualifying, and we suspect the times will be even quicker because there is a very brisk breeze which is blowing directly down the main straight here at the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park. And there you see the field for the under-21 women's final, and Hayden Shearman, it is stacked. Ellen Carter, Sarah Farmer, Maya Broughton, Hiniwai Knowles, Brianna Irving, Taylor Brungett, three athletes you're very familiar with from the secondary schools competition recently. Also as well, Celia Ward and Hayley Bond, but lanes 4, 5 and 6. They know each other very well, don't they?
Yeah, so that's your lineup 1, 2, 3 from the New Zealand secondary schools. Taylor Brungett winning that one, of course, ahead of Hiniwai, and Brianna in third. So we'll see if that order mix up, or maybe some of the others. Maya Broughton looked pretty good in her heat, as did Celia Ward. So with that tailwind, they'll be wanting to get out nice and quick, because once you get up to speed, you'll be at absolute max speed, and then a little bit with that it's about a 2 metre tailwind.
So as we see it from right to left, Carter, Farmer, Broughton, Knowles, Irving, Brunger, Ward, Bond, good clean start. And straight away we look to lanes 4, 5 and 6. Knowles has got a real flyer. So too Brunger though as well. Waikato Bay are plenty. Brunger, Knowles, great finish as well by Broughton.
Woo! Yeah, great start there from Taylor Brunger. She got out well, but as you said, Hiniwai got a good start as well, as you expect from a 100-metre hurdler. But then that top-end speed of Taylor really came into it. We know she's a good 400-metre runner, and so once she got up to that top-end speed, she wasn't going to slow down at all. You can see here, this is about when she hits that top-end speed, and that is enough to pull her away from those other two girls. Maya Broughton closing well as well, and it'll be interesting to see how that second and third goes.
I thought she might have actually just got the dip on the line. We wait to see what sort of times they're running, and the other thing we're really interested to see too is just what that wind speed is. It will definitely be a positive. Anything over 2 metres per second assisting the athletes would mean that any kind of records would not be deemed legal because of that strength. The change that was made, going back several years now, to having no more than 2 metres per second wind assistance. And the times this morning, just looking at them for the sprinting, you saw some negative, very slight headwinds. So, whoa, Taylor Brunger, 11.78. Personal best was 11.97. Look at the wind though, Hayden Shearman. There's a assistance of 3.4 metres per second. That is significant.
Yeah. So that's going to make it a non-legal wind, and mean that she walks home as the national champion, national under-20 champion, but that time won't stand as a personal best. But yeah, Taylor Brunger, expect big things from that young lady. And there's others behind her. We'll see Hiniwai, no doubt, in the 100 metre hurdles, and Maya Broughton also in the 200. I was just having a look through the start list to see if we'd also see her in the 400s like we had last year. I think she got bronze last year, but just in the 200s, and that'll be tomorrow.
There you see some of the features just on your screen there on the track. Of course, also some pretty impressive field events that are going to be taking place over the course of this evening session. And there you go, the pole vault for the senior women, senior men's hammer, long jump. But of course we look down to the hammer, which is going to be that wonderful Lauren Bruce, Julia Ratcliffe duel. Senior men's high jump, can Hamish Kerr do it? And then the senior men, big Tom Walsh, who's already been here and was dropping a few bombs in practice.
Yeah, I tell you what, everyone, don't go anywhere this afternoon, because we're in for a absolutely incredible afternoon/evening of athletics. So hit that subscribe button, be sure to hit the notifications, but also send out the link, hit that share button and send out the link to all your friends and family and club members, because there will be some great performances going down and some great competition. Like with the likes, we've talked about it a bit this morning already, the 100-metre men's field has been a bit decimated, but we're going to see some great competition because there's a lot of boys that are very hungry for a medal, and the women's field will be absolutely incredible as well. And so that's going to go live very shortly.
Well, as we look right now, we're preparing for the men's under 20 100 metres final as we watch the first phases of the under 20s women's discus competition. As we see the athletes there getting themselves set.
And we saw such a great competition with the men's earlier with the under 20s, with Max Abbott just coming through right at the end, last throw, steals back the lead from Blessing Sefo, who was improving all the time. So expect more fireworks from that discus circle as the day progresses. And we've got some really promising young ladies in this under 20 discus competition, as we see the under 20 boys just going through their starts, getting their blocks all sorted.
Yeah, we saw Max Brebner just before, and also as well Stephen Thorpe there was the last athlete you saw, just making sure the starting blocks are in the right position and they're feeling comfortable and feeling fresh. Obviously that significant breeze which is at their back. Abhijit Palmer just working things out, slotting them into position.
Back from the long jump not so long ago. And so a lot of these sprinters having to do that double, the long jump 100 double in the space of a couple of hours.
Well, you spoke about the guy who you're really backing to maybe be the guy to do the long jump 100 double. Shavich has already done step number one, a beautiful series of throws in the first session, jumps I should say, in the first session there, where I think you talked about at one point he had like just an 8 centimetre bridge from his smallest jump to his biggest jump. Well, it extended out. It ended up being 20 centimetres. So his worst jump was 7.6 metres. His best 7.78 metres. He won the title. He's done one half of it. And as you saw him collecting his a prize, the gold medal, I should say, as national champion for the long jump, there was a real confidence, a real steel about the look as well. And he's drawn, I think it's lane number 4, if we just check through our starting lists here, and I'll just confirm that for you. He's in lane number 4.
Right in the middle, ideal.
So it's, and as I say, we're talking about Shay, ladies and gentlemen, because of the fact that the 100 metres men's, the top athletes, decimated. I think, Hayden, you said it's like 8 of the top 10 in New Zealand in terms of time this year. Not here for a variety of reasons, be it injury, be it
some of those
illness.
Athletes are actually lining up in this. So Tommy Tapuni will be in the under 20. So it was a case where when the event got postponed, you couldn't go through and change what event you were going for. So some of those athletes like Tommy Tapuni, who would have been a good shot for the senior title, went in the under 20s thinking, I'm going to be up against Eddie and Tian and all those guys. So let's get an under 20 title before I move up.
So let's keep an eye on that there. You just see him there, 194, Tommy Tapuni, another second generation athlete, big, tall, long fella, and he can move. So Tommy Tapuni. So one thing to keep an eye on, and we'll try and keep you up to date with that, is the time. We'll see what sort of time Tommy runs. Alongside him there is Max Brebner, who has got the hair tied back.
Dominic Overend is the other one to keep an eye out for, and he's just off screen. He'll be just to the right there. Another good moustache there from Max Brebner.
Well, he's got his hair tied back, so that could be your Prefontaine hair moustache combo that you are quite enamoured with. So this field, as it will start coming from lane 1 all the way through to lane 8. Lane number 1 is going to be Blake Parker of North Harbour. Then it's Matthew Roger of Wellington in lane number 2. You can see Matthew just squatting down there. Then lane number 3 from Auckland is Dominic Overend. As we see Kai Tupo South, I should say, with her throw in the women's discus. The leading competitors, you'll also see Kaya as well double up and do the shot put later on. But that's a really good throw, out over 50 metres by the looks of it. Always hard just to get the angle and the arc of the throwing area. I'd say that would be 50. Either a hair over or a hair under.
Yeah, Kaya's definitely the woman to beat in that competition. She's one of the standout junior throwers, featured so prominently at the New Zealand secondaries, and has been very prominent in the senior ranks as well this summer. Heading off on scholarship to Washington University, I believe, University of Washington. So we'll join Sam Tanner out there in the States.
Well,
she's a smart young lady. She's studying engineering out there, so chose Washington partly due to a good, strong engineering. And straight in, plus 50-metre throw to get the ball rolling.
That is a nice throw. Young Sam Tanner going nicely as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
A lot of talent.
So if those listeners haven't caught up, so Sam Tanner, national mile champ, national 3,000-metre champ, has headed back to the States and recently got the Olympic qualifier for the 1,500.
Amazing. Was one of the great photos of 36-year-old Nick Willis and 18-year-old Sam Tanner. Nick with Sam on his shoulders. A week later, Nick got the victory, so there's a great reverse photo of Sam with Nick on the shoulders. Wonderful story. Well, here we go. That is Tommy Tapuni, 194. Max Bremner, 413. Then we go out to Stephen Thorpe. Abhijat Palmer. Then lane number 8. Parker, Roger, Overend, Wallace. No Blake Parker. And they're away.
So keep an eye on Tommy Tapuni right there in the middle. A good start there by Dominic Overend as well.
Here comes Tapuni, though, starting to put the hammer down. He gets it done. Left it a little bit late, but he did get it done in the end. Great start, though, as you point out, by Overend.
Yeah, and I thought, Dominic Overend, he's a real talent from his sort of earlier high school years. I think he had the national record, the national under-17 record. But yeah, Tommy, once he got up to the speed, look at those big long strides, just chewing up the track. But great run there from Dominic. We haven't seen a lot from him over the last couple of years, so he'll take a lot from that silver medal. Ethan Wallace with the bronze, and Tommy Tapuni, far out. National champ.
10.70. The time for Tommy Tapuni in taking out the under-20 100 metres for men. You're the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships. Overend with a 10.82 second 100 metres. And then we go back to Ethan Wallace, 11.06. The wind speed dropping a little bit as well. That was plus 3.1. Really need it to drop quite significantly, though, for any of the records to be deemed as legal. And I reckon we could see a really fast time coming up in this next race, because Zoe Hobbs, with a very mild wind at her back this morning, as in less than 1 metre per second behind her, 11.44. She has a personal best of 11.35 set. Earlier this year, January the 16th in Auckland. She is trying to chase down Michelle Seymour's national record, which has stood since the 25th of February 1993. I think the wind is probably going to negate if she does have a good quick run, which is highly possible, because she ran 11.44 seconds this morning and appeared to be easing at the end.
Suliama Rose there, getting it out around the 40-metre mark, just a tick over.
Unfortunately, just the screen just not updating at the moment for the throw, so we will do our best to keep our eyes on that manually for you. Yeah, so here it is. This is the senior women's 100 metres final. Jordan Blake of Canterbury in 1, Brooke Summerfield, Waikato Bay of Plenty in 2, Georgia Hulls. She likes this track, so too Simone Tufanai, Rosie Elliott, Zoe Hobbs, Anna Piercy and Livy Wilson.
What a lineup. I'm so excited about this. This is where we find out who's the fastest woman in the country. And man, are these some speedy women. So they will be loving that warm sunshine on their shoulders as they warm up, go through their start drills, make sure everything's honed. A lot of these girls train together, so they're good friends. Yep. But right now they are arch enemies as they look to see who can get their hands on the bling.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Hulls, Elliott, Hobbs, Wilson, the quartet that set the New Zealand 4x100 metres record of memory serves. So
it sounds about right to me.
So they will be more than familiar with ourselves. Simone Tufanai is really coming into her own. Brooke Summerfield's no mug. This is, as we have said, an absolutely stacked field for this 100 metres senior final. As we say, Zoe Hobbs just has been knocking on the door, but she hasn't had it all her own way, Hayden, throughout this New Zealand track and field summer.
Yeah, I think with the 100, she's been pretty comfy in terms of ahead of the other girls, but she's had this sort of air of frustration, like, I know that record's in me, and every time I've talked to her, she's had this, like, yeah, it was a good performance, but I know that I've got that record there, and she's very hungry for that. But like you say, the 200 has been another story, and I think that's more of a condition of she's put all her eggs in the 100. She's focusing on that raw speed, on that start. She's talked a lot about getting that start right. That's sort of the missing ingredient. Once she gets that piece of the puzzle in place, she'll feel a lot more happy with her performance. But you can see there, getting that explosiveness going, making sure she's out of the blocks as fast as possible. She's got very high standards, this woman, and wouldn't it be amazing to see how fast she can go? But look at these other girls next to her. They have come to do business as well.
You see the different approaches there. You see a very, very calm and focused, eyes closed from Rosie Elliott, 3-4-7. Zoe Hobbs, as you saw, bouncing up and down, trying to get that explosive energy. Hayden Sherman, providing the expert analysis for us here today, is talking about. Anna Piercy had a good run this morning as well. And Livy Wilson, lane number 8, 2:07. This is just a really good, high-quality field. You see there Simone Tufanai, wonderful talent. And this is the thing, young, fast, so much more room there. And we talk about what Zoe Hobbs is doing. The other thing is that these athletes are coming along with her. And you know, it's an old thing that I always sort of bang on about, and people every once in a while say, oh, just give it a rest. But I just want to see a 4x100 metre relay team, men and women, going to World Championships, going to Olympic Games, because anyone who's been involved with track and field, no, it's a turkey shoot. It's an absolute lottery.
Yeah.
And we've seen that with teams that we wouldn't expect to be on a podium because of the way different people react under the pressure of getting the baton changes right, being part of a team, and what is, even though you train together, it's an individualised sport. To be part of that team, there's another element. And I just think New Zealanders as a whole lend themselves really well to being part of a team. Hence, I think a relay side, I think, would go rather well.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said before, all these girls train together a lot. They're great friends. And yeah, we'd love to see it. And I know this is the focus amongst the high performance team, to get some good, strong relay teams together.
I'm just looking down at these flags, and they're just not fluttering as strongly. So let's run through this. We'll run through the lane draw very quickly. So Jordan Blake, Canterbury, is in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Brooke Summerfield out of Waikato Bay of Plenty. Georgia Hulls, lane number 3. Hawke's Bay Gisborne, this is her house. She'll want to put on a good show and goes well here. Simone Tufanai out of Auckland. Alongside of her is Rosie Elliott, just bouncing on the toes there with the compression socks around the ankle, around the lower part of the legs, bending down, stretching. That is Zoe Hobbs, prohibitive favourite for this particular event. New Zealand residence record holder, closing in, always pushing. That record held by Michelle Seymour. 2:57. Anna Piercy of Canterbury, lane number 8. Livy Wilson out of Auckland.
Yeah, to my mind, it's all about the start for Zoe. She wants to get out super, super strong because she knows Georgia will close very hard. She's got that 200 speed endurance, so she'll be coming in strong. But if Zoe can get that good start, we know that she can get up to that max speed and just pull away from the field. But this is going to be a great race, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as we see Kaya Tupu South go through. I think this is her second throw.
Yeah, another throw well out by that 50-metre mark. So they're just running through the final checks. 100 metres women's senior final. From right to left on your screen, Blake, Summerfield, Hulls, Tufanai, Elliott, Hobbs, Piercy and Wilson. There is Zoe Hobbs. She knows she's the favourite. So there you go, another throw over 50 for Kaya Tupu South. The young lady knows she's the favourite, carries it well. As you heard Hayden say, that the frustration knowing that that national record is within her grasp. The wind at her back today, very strong. The patience now, the focus needed, just as there's a wee bit of a delay. Trying to keep everything in control and just then get to that point, settle into the blocks, and then just explode for 11.5 seconds. Or in that young lady's case, she'll be hoping quicker than that.
And I got to say, these ladies have been waiting 3 weeks for this moment, and this is quite a long wait period as they finally get called to their blocks. So what a race we've got on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. The fastest women in the country. All of them in great shape as well. Georgia Hull's big PB this year, closing in on the sort of mid-11s with 11.64. She's the closest within Kui of Zoe, whose best this season, of course, is that 11.35.
So all is in readiness, all is set in the starters' hands. Away, good start, Hobbs. Good start just inside her as well, but Zoe's really got about her work. She's up on the toes and she gone. She is out of here. Good chase coming from Hulls. She'll get gold. Woo! That's a wonderful race by Hobbs for gold. Hulls will get silver. Then I think it might have been Tufanai coming through for the bronze medal, but
yeah, I didn't actually catch who got third because I was just so focused on this beautiful run from Zoe Hobbs.
She is equalled. It is a New Zealand. She is equaled. Is that broken? Let's just double check.
It's 11.32.
She's equalled it.
That will equal it once it gets
and
ratified.
Look at the wind. The wind is 1.4. That there is an equal. She has equalled the mark of Michelle Seymour.
You can see Simone Tufanai there just burst into tears because she's just won a bronze medal. Georgia Hulls is in second. Big PB. What's the wind? 1.4.
It's a New Zealand. She has equalled the mark of Michelle Seymour. She hasn't broken it. She's equalled it.
Zoe doesn't know. Someone let her know.
Someone
of course, it'll need to be checked. It could be rounded up, rounded down, so we'll need to confirm it. She looks pretty happy. She, like you said, she got that start, and I think I'll jump down there soon and get an interview. But she got the start. She got away quick, and Blake, just on the outside of her, was breathing down her neck, and I think that really helped her in that acceleration phase to get out hard, and that's what she needed. This could be a new equaling New Zealand record. Let's hold the phone.
Let's have another look at this because it is subject to ratification. But the wind speed we have on our screen, plus 1.4. Great start. Anna Piercy was the young lady who got that good start, and it really did. It just helped. But she got up on the toes. She is absolutely flowing that one. Super run as well by Hulls, as you pointed out, really does go nicely. And in fact, I think Georgia as well, that'll be a PB too. If she's gone 11.58, I think her previous was 11.65.
Yeah, 64, so that's a PB unofficially for Georgia Hulls. I think Anna Piercy got a personal best.
Simone Tufanai has got a personal best as well. Yeah, that actually is a season's best, excuse me.
Brooke Summerfield, I think might just have a personal best. So epic stuff. I'm going to go down and catch Zoe.
Alrighty ho. So we're going to let
soon.
Hayden Shearman head down there and see if he can catch up with Zoe Hobbs, national champion again, but we are waiting for ratification. She could also be now the joint record holder for the 100 metres women's. She would join elite company and the wonderful Michelle Seymour, who I'm sure if she is sitting watching will be pretty proud that someone has at the moment equalled her mark. And so good that that win just dropped enough. It wasn't the 1.9 you were looking for, Hamish Meacham, but I tell you what, 1.4 still works well. How nice to see Zoe do that.
It's so well deserved. It is so well deserved. She was a phenomenal junior athlete, phenomenal through secondary schools, went to World Juniors, and they've called it over the loudspeaker here, 5th national title in a row. But through that time, she's had a few rough years. It hasn't all been sunshine and roses. You see the tears and the joy. Coach James Mortimer there deserves a lot of credit because he's been very patient. Coach hug there, that's very good to see.
I think Simone needs a hug. Someone needs them. So I'm glad someone was going to give her a nice hug as well, because that's the emotion. That's what we love about sport.
It's such a great squad that James Mortimer has got there, running out of the AUT Millennium facility in the North Harbour. And as I was saying, Zoe's had a few highs, but she's had a few lows as well. So it's great to see her come through and run what we all know she's been capable of running, and she's capable of faster. I'll tell you that now.
Okay, right now. So for those of us, because we do have to say this is all subject to ratification. We saw the wind speed come up on there. Tell us exactly how does the ratification process work? When will we know whether she's actually made it, whether there's an adjustment to the time, all that sort of stuff, please?
So the time is correct. It's come up. The photo finish people have confirmed that. It is what it is. Now what happens now is that result has to be officially posted, and we then need to wait a half-hour period. And that is just because, there is a chance, not really for Zoe, but for some of the other places, it gives a chance for people to raise protests, etc., etc. So there's all of these processes. So we just need to post those results, wait half an hour, and then it's going to be official, Nigel. So it's pretty phenomenal stuff.
That is outstanding. That is great. So equalled the 100 metres women's mark from New Zealand, previously set by Michelle Seymour. 25th of February 1993. It was at the Melbourne Track Classic. That'll also be a New Zealand residence record as well. I know that Hayden Shearman is down there, and hopefully we will get a chat with Zoe Hobbs just prior to the start of the men's 100 metres.
Well, and we're going from Zoe Hobbs having won her 5th title in a row to, in the senior men's 100 metres, we're going to have a new champion, because I looked through this list of names and, look, there's some well-performed athletes. There's our long jump champion, but, there's not a lot of... You wouldn't say that this is a field stacked with household names.
I'm just going to stop you there, Hamish, because let's go down to Hayden Shearman, who is with Zoe Hobbs. Just one.
Yeah, with a very happy Zoe Hobbs, unofficially 11.32. How does that feel, Zoe?
Oh, it feels so good. I've been working all season for this, so I'm so stoked to take it away on the last race of the season.
Yeah, and talk us through, because you've talked a little bit about getting that start right. How did that start feel? It looked good from my uneducated eye, but how did it go for you?
Yeah, I finally feel like I've pulled my start together. I've worked all season to kind of get that feeling, and typically it's the strong part of my race, so in the heat I felt really good, and I just wanted to relax going into that final and kind of execute the same way, and it came together. Yeah.
And I've talked to you a couple of times this season, and there's been this sense of frustration thinking that you've got the record in you, but it's a matter of getting all the pieces, the stars aligning. How does it feel now?
It's a relief. It's kind of bittersweet though, because it would have been nice to get the outright record, but I mean the goal was to get the record, so I've equalled it now, and it makes it another goal to kind of get it that step further, and 0.01 away from the outright. But no, I'm very happy with today, and kind of prolonging the season and having a month between real majors was a bit of a mental battle. So Graham was the last race that we had, so was kind of struggling in that department, but I kind of just had to keep that momentum going, and to come out today and run the record, it's a bit of a surprise as well. I'm stoked.
Yeah, well, it was an impressive display. And what's left to come for the weekend? Because I heard a little rumour of potentially a 4x4.
Yeah, maybe a 4x4, 200 in there, finish on a 4x4, so that'll be interesting. 7 years since I've done one. We'll see if I make it across the line in one piece. Yeah, and talking about one piece, is the body okay? Are Achilles handling things? Yeah, it's actually been really good the last 3 weeks, so I'm stoked with that, and hopefully it stays that way till the end of the weekend. Well, congratulations. You've had a great summer, and what a way to finish it off, and more to come for the weekend still. Hopefully. Thank you. Cool. Thanks.
Hayden Sherman there with Zoe Hobbs, who has just equalled the 100 metres women's senior record, 11.32. She will go into the record book alongside Michelle Seymour. And now we turn our attention from someone who, as Hayden Meacham pointed out, has won her 5th national championship, to someone who is going to be crowned national champion of 100 metres for the first time, because a lot of the big names sadly are missing, but the exciting part is that someone will be crowned for the first time. Let's run through the field that will line up in the men's senior 100 metres final. Lane number 1, Josh Grobby out of Canterbury. Lane number 2 is George Kozlov out of Auckland. Jake Paul of Wellington is in lane number 3. Shay Veach out of Otago. Shay having just won the long jump, trying to do the long jump Hundy double. Sadavi Sos of Wellington is in lane number 5. Cody Wilson, Wellington, lane 6. Elliot Nye of Canterbury is in lane number 8. And there is Shula Orr of Otago. He is in lane number 8, rounding out the 8 athletes who will compete for the 100 metres title.
And they're under starters instructions now, Nigel. Exciting stuff.
And you see Sadavi Sos with the glasses and the golden hair, taking his time. Shay Veach was looking very bullish. Real look of confidence in his face after his long jump victory.
Absolutely. He had a phenomenal long jump. I was just checking out those results, and can he complete the dream double? The long jump 100 metre double hasn't been done in many years at these Jennian Homes National Track and Field Championships.
So lane 4, lane 5, those will be the one to keep an eye on. Veach in lane 4. Good start. Oh, he's out of the blocks really nicely as well. Can he get up on the toes and fly? He is. Here comes the big run at the moment, though, from Cody Wilson. Veach is going to do the double. Veach from easy. Wilson, from Paul. He won the long jump with an amazing 6-jump set, and now he has won the 100 metres, 10.34. Wind assistance was at 3.8. But 3.4.
Oh, wow. Fantastic.
That's a good time.
Fantastic times. Obviously, that strong tailwind. But there he is, my man, Shay Veach. I had my money on him at the start of the weekend, hoping for that magic double of the long jump. What a day he's had as they get out nice and quick. You can see there, head down. He stayed in the acceleration position for a long time, which means he's exerting a lot of force, getting up to speed, and then looked good. He looked really good. And I thought for a second there that Cody Wilson was going to use that top end speed and just roll over him, but he held it, and there he is, Shay Veach.
And it wasn't
gets the double.
It wasn't Jake Paul that actually got up for 3rd. I missed on the inside lane. It was actually Elliot Nye out of Canterbury, so he's claimed the bronze. Good times as well, 10.34 for Veach, 10.42 for Wilson, 10.76 for Nye, and Paul 10.87. So Veach wins the long jump, wins the 100 metres.
We thought the big guns weren't going to be here and we wouldn't see some flash times. And yes, the win's at plus 3.8, but you still got to move your body that fast. So incredible running there from Shay Veach. He will be absolutely fizzing after an impressive 2-hour block of athletics, winning the long jump, winning the 100-metre national title. I bet he didn't see that coming 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Well, I tell you what is really interesting for me is it's the fact that, yes, he has done it, but it's the manner in which he's done it. As we just had, Hamish was alluding to, the series of jumps from 7.6 to 7.78 over the course of those 6 jumps. Such amazing consistency. And then to come out and he's run a 10.34. A 10.34 for 100. Yep, he's got 3.8 up the freckle in terms of sort of assisting him from a wind point of view. But that is still really good sprinting. So he's done it in an absolute high-quality manner as well. He hasn't just backed into it.
And I'd love to bring Hamish in here and get his thoughts on the conversion of a 10.34 with a 3.8 tailwind. Jump on Google and find that one out, Hamish, because that'll be an interesting conversion. But yeah, to go back to the senior women's as well, it was great to hear Zoe's thoughts. And man, she looked like a woman who's just had a big old weight taken off her shoulders. She was so stoked. And I also bumped into Simone Tafenai, who took out the bronze, and she was just a mess of joy and delight getting her hands on that bronze medal. So it was so cool to see the emotion and see what this means to these athletes. This is the big focus, of course. This is the national champs, and to walk away with a bronze medal in such a quality field is really cool to see.
Yeah, it was. So some great sprinting there from the under-20s and the seniors as well. Congratulations to all our national champions. They will get to stand atop the podium. And as we work our way through the women's discus under-20s final, as well as the para final as well, featuring Shona Murphy of Auckland. So we're just having an issue with regards to getting the regular updates coming through of the throws. Kaya Tupu South, as we understand, has the advantage at the moment, but we are just waiting for our scoring to be updated, as it was being done nicely this morning for us, so we do apologise for that. And as soon as that information comes to hand, we will get confirmation for you. But as we understand it at the moment, is Kaya Tupu South who has the advantage in that. We are making our way very shortly to the under-20 women's 800 metres. And then we will move on to the 800 metres senior, and that is going to be an absolutely fascinating one, because we have got some real talent in there, and the likes of Catherine Camp and Rebecca Green. The wild card, she has decided she's going to have a crack at the treble, and that is Camille Buscombe. Of course, we know Camille more over the 5 and the 10K distances. She's been running plenty of 1500s, and she's slotted into the 800 and decided to have a go for a treble over the course of this particular time.
That's absolutely crazy, but impressive at the same time, because to me, the way I look at that is Camille has gone, well, this is the National Track and Field Championships. I respect this event. I value every New Zealand title I can get. But actually, without being arrogant, she's a class above the rest of this field.
She's good enough to do it.
And so rather than saying, oh, I'm going to come out here and try and run as fast as I can, she set herself another challenge. Can I win all three? And I love it. I absolutely love it. This 800 metres is going to be the toughest of the three events for her, because Catherine Camp, out of Canterbury, well coached by Maria Hassan, is going to be quite hard to beat. She is on paper, I believe, the better athlete over 800.
Yeah, and I think that's the interesting thing. But if she can find the 800 metres, if she could find the winning line, she would just set up. I think it would take something pretty spectacular for her not to be victorious in the 5,000, and then that sets up a real nice 1,500 metre race tomorrow. We're getting set here for this 800 metres. This is the under 20. We also saw some shots there as well of the women's pole vault. Here is your field for the under 20 800 metres women's final. And a really good collection of talent coming through there. Twyford, Solomon, Corbett, Hughes, Hollier, Polland, May, Lee, and Hilton. And I think you'll find Hayden Sherman has actually managed to track down who I'm sure is a very happy Shay Veach.
Yes, thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Shay Veach, who's a very happy man, and what a productive couple of hours. Long jump, senior gold, and then come back, national 100-metre title. How does that sound?
Well, I didn't quite expect the 100 title. That was sort of a bonus if I could bring home a medal for that. Long jump was a focus. Did well there. Did well in the 100. Couldn't be happier.
Yeah, now let's talk through that long jump, because you had such an amazing series. I think it was maybe a 20 centimetre margin for error, and straight out of the gates with a 7.78.
Yeah, my coach Michael's been an amazing help. He picked me up in January last year, and we've added, well over half a metre to my sort of benchmark jumps.
Yeah.
So it's great to just bring it all together and work towards next season.
And you know how to put on a show at Nationals, because I remember last year you came across the finish line like on your shoulder, just skinning your shoulder in the 400. But this year, getting that magic double of the long jump and the 100. Talk us through how you felt at the start of that 100.
I honestly wasn't too stressed. I had put all my energy into long jump, so I was pretty relaxed, honestly.
It was the victory lap.
Yeah, well, still had to work hard.
Yeah.
And almost, it was probably a benefit just not being too stressed out.
Yeah.
Because I've had races like that in the past where I just tense up and it doesn't end well.
Yeah. And it looked like that sort of acceleration phase, you just pulled away like 20, 30 metres into the race. You really had a sort of another gear and left the pack behind you. But with that time, 10.3 something, wind illegal, but still that's well inside your best ever.
Yeah, well, shout out to my friend Todd. He's been a great help. He's amazing out the box, so it's been great to do starts with him all season, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, well done, man. And where can we expect to see you for the rest of the weekend? You've still got a few things lining up.
I have a bit of a break now, which is nice, and then I got the 4x1. I think I'm running second. We have a decent team for that. 4x400 tomorrow will be a reach, but I'm going to do my best. So hopefully finish off the weekend strong.
Yeah, well, hopefully no sliding across the finish line on your shoulder. Keep all your skin on this time. But well done. Go and celebrate well. Just an incredible weekend for you.
Yeah, well, not celebrate yet. Still got to do a few more runs.
Yeah, awesome. Celebrate well on Saturday night.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, cool. All right, back to you guys.
There you go. Double national champion Shay Veach, champion of the senior men's long jump and the 100 metres. I'm sure the historians will be digging out. I'm sure Bruce Meacham was probably looking, Googling, trying to find maybe who was the last person to do such a double.
Gene Pateman, I would say, but that's a pure guess.
See, just like that, you got pure guess off the top of his head as we now turn our attention back to the track for the under 20 women's 800 metres final.
And let's keep our eye on lane 2 here. Leading out early, Christy Solomon from the mighty Frankton Club, Waikato Bay of Plenty athletes. She's the favourite. She's got a best so far this season of 2:10. Off this year to Brigham Young University in Utah. But it's going to be a bit of a cagey game after an aggressive start. They've slowed right down. You could be in this race, Nigel, if you wanted to.
I was about to say that start there reminded me of there is a little bit, goodness gracious me, they're out for a packed training run on a Sunday morning. It reminded me straight away of the 1500 metres final at Rio, where the men, everyone just went out for basically go down. We're heading down to the dairy to grab a loaf of bread and a carton of milk and a newspaper, and we'll trundle back.
Well, that worked for Nick Willis, and will it work for Christy Solomon? The other name to watch potentially, Kimberly May out of Auckland.
Well, Rosa Twyford has decided, no, actually I've had enough of this sort of mucking around, and she's decided to push it to the front as they come down and take the bell. So Twyford's going to lead them through after they dawdled the first 200. They've finally got a wriggle on for the second lot as they enter into the final.
Yeah, and that's Kimberly May in second and Christy Solomon in third. So it's good to see the paces picked up here, and your two favourites in second and third with 300 to go now, Nigel.
Twyford leads them down the back straight. Solomon heads to the outside, trying to get to that second spot. But at the moment, it's Rosa Twyford leading them really nicely. Then Kimberly May. Now we see Solomon come to the outside shoulder. 200 to go. Round the top bend. Nice. Twyford's making her work here, Hamish.
Yeah, nice aggressive move, though, by Solomon as they're coming up into the home straight now. Oh, it's going to be a battle here, Nigel.
Twyford is not giving in. She kicked early with about 600, and she is really asking the question of Solomon, and Solomon can't go with her. Twyford with 50 to go. This has been a brilliant race. They dawdled the first 200, and Rosa Twyford said, that suits me, I'll take a national title.
That is why we do that's why we have championship races. Coming in, she was only ranked 4th or 5th in that field. They played a bit of silly stuff with the tactics, the slow pace early, and Twyford took that race by the neck and absolutely dominated that last lap.
Well, they just really cantered through the first 200, and that's where she kicked. So it's a big 600-metre effort.
She actually did it easy in the end. A nice 3-4 metre lead. And very impressive stuff from Rosa Twyford out of Canterbury. Her best is 2:12 so far this season. So a full 2 seconds slower than some of the other runners in this field. But you wouldn't know it. She absolutely dominated the last lap of that race.
Well, and then it was Samantha Corbett. So Waikato Bay of Plenty picking up silver and bronze. But Rosa Twyford, 2 minutes 15.39. But it just played into her hands nicely, and that's the tactical aspect, and that's something I'm sure as a coach, the ability to read and react, because I'm sure there would have been a bunch of young ladies in that group thinking, what are we doing here? Why aren't we running? Why are we walking the first 200 metres?
Yeah, and Twyford obviously did a great job of staying calm through that, making sure she was in a good position, and then she made that move, and the adrenaline that must have kicked in when she made that move made all of the difference. It's fantastic to see, and the emotions at the end there. So very well-deserved title. Twyford out of Canterbury. Times coming through, 2:15.4. Solomon picking up seconds. She's off to BYU this year, 2:16.58. And Lee, the local athlete from Hawke's Bay, Gisborne, 2:17.11. The times don't matter. The medals do.
Can you talk to us about how nice it is from a New Zealand, an Athletics New Zealand point of view, having the young athletes get into that college system, the NCAA system over there? Is it the sort of thing that Athletics New Zealand like, or is it very much more just of a personal thing with regards to an athlete who may actually want to just mix up her education or their education along with getting some good quality coaching over there?
Yeah, look, it's not something that we either promote or don't promote. It's a reality within our sport. A fabulous opportunity for a number of athletes, especially our distance athletes. What we're really focused on is we want to stay in touch with these athletes. So Steve Willis does a great job of this in the distance space. Stay connected to them. We love it when they can come back on their holidays, join in training camps. And what we want is for them to kick on, whether that's in the States in a professional setup, semi-professional setup, or, in some ways even better, coming back home to New Zealand. It is a reality. I think last count there was something like 58 New Zealand track and field athletes on various scholarships in the States. So it's a huge part of our sport.
Yeah, it's fascinating. We're actually going to see a young lady very shortly in Camille Buscombe, who also was someone who went over to the United States. And I was lucky enough to do a podcast with Camille and her talking about how she bounced around all of these different courses that she was trying to do and trying to figure things out, and in a way it was almost figuring herself out, and how beneficial it was, more so just as being a human being as much as it was for an athlete. Here you go. This is a good field. Senior women's 800 metres. Susanna Lynch, Catherine Camp, Rebecca Green, Camille Buscombe, Kerry White, Sophie Atkinson, Laura Smith, and also as well Jessie Speedy.
Jessie Speedy out of North Harbour, formerly from Hamilton, and here is the medal ceremony for the junior girls 100 metres, which is great to see. I'll just quickly say, Nigel, we've been talking about Camille Buscombe and Catherine Camp. What we've neglected to mention is actually the fastest Kiwi so far this year is Rebecca Green out of Otago, a standout junior who's really made great strides this season.
Okay, we just saw a really interesting tactical start to that 800 metres based on what you know, which is a great knowledge, Hamish Meacham, of these athletes. Can we expect to see something different, or is there that aggressive type of an athlete who say, no, I'm not going to be dictated to, I will be the dictator?
Yeah, look, there's no way that Camille's going to sit back and let that first lap be run in 1:10, 1:20. Okay, so that's just not going to happen. It would be, she would find herself out of the medals. So she's a world-class athlete over the longer distances, but she just does not have the pure leg speed of some of these ladies. That's no disrespect to her. That is just an objective fact. So if someone doesn't take the pace, don't be surprised to see Camille come and push that pace.
And there you see Camille Buscombe, 4:15, wearing the Waikato Bay of Plenty colours, and she will wear that with great pride as well. Very proud of where she is from, as are all of these athletes. And I always remember from last year coming down for the Super Session in Christchurch. You can say it's a smidgen warmer here as well, just quietly compared to that. But the pride that Tom Walsh got wearing the red and black of Canterbury.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It is one of the great things about our national championships is, setting aside this time for the athletes to represent their regions. Some athletes are representing their clubs, as we see Jessica Speedy there in the North Harbour Bays uniform, but by and large you're representing your regions, 11 regions around New Zealand, and what's great for me, I spent a lot of time in the Manawatu. It's fantastic to see when that region you identify with, someone comes through for a cheeky medal or they win a relay. It really is quite good, that provincial pride. You don't, within the sport of track and field, get to represent your region much. It's only at these national events, so it's very special for all of the athletes.
Just remember, it's Manawatu Wanganui.
It is.
Okay,
it is.
Don't forget about us. Don't forget about us little fellas up the road there from you. Okay, we give you a couple every once in a while. Go ask Dave Rennie about his program, or the Wanganui players he got down to Manawatu when he was coaching there. He'll tell you a story or two. There is Catherine Camp. She is wearing the Canterbury colours, just taking her time, settling in, getting herself ready for what is going to be a fascinating race.
Yeah, and Catherine Camp, an experienced international athlete in her own right. She's been to World University Games. I think she's been to a World Juniors. And here's Rebecca Green, the fastest Kiwi so far in 2021. She's run a 2:07.4 so far this season. And that was on this track, actually, at the Potts Classic.
Okay, well, we've given you probably the big three in Camp, Green and Buscombe. Who's the smoky? Who's the one that maybe could just unsettle if they have their day of days today?
Sophie Atkinson in 6. If they go out slow, don't discount the speed of the Aucklander Sophie Atkinson in lane 6. I won't say much more than that. There is a pretty clear kind of separation between those top three and the rest of the field. Cara McDermott not able to be here for this 800-metre championship. Sophie Atkinson, her best is 2:10, but when it comes to pure speed, you put it this way, you don't want Sophie Atkinson on your tail when you're coming into that home straight, because she's very strong in that home straight. So
we just sit here and wait for this particular event to get underway. So glad that you are with us. This is the afternoon session of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships for 2011. Coming to you from the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park. Wonderful facility on a glorious day. The breeze has picked up a little bit, but it just dropped just at the right time. We have seen national records already today. The one that is the most significant that we've seen already this afternoon here on Sky Sport Next, Zoe Hobb equaling Michelle Seymour's mark of 11.32 seconds over 100 metres. They will go into the record books together now. The wind just dropping. It's been a bit breezy, but it dropped to 1.4 metres per second. Lovely, right at the back of Zoe Hobbs, and she powered her way out of the blocks. And we also saw some very good sprinting in behind, and we've been talking about it throughout the morning and again this afternoon. Wonderful depth of, as we see the replay here, in the 100 metres. Great depth coming in the sprinting circle, in the sprinting ranks here in New Zealand.
And we see 1, 2, 3, and then I believe 6, all from within that James Mortimer training group. So what great things they're doing there on the North Shore of Auckland. James Mortimer, of course, a former New Zealand representative over the hurdles and the relays, and now quickly establishing himself as a very quality coach.
We're seeing a lot of benefit with these training groups. I know we've seen it obviously with the work that's being done with pole vaulters. I know I was talking with Stuart Farquhar a few years ago. He was very keen to try and get that similar sort of group going with a developing group of young javelin throwers. How important is to have those like-for-like athletes training alongside each other underneath the umbrella of one coach?
Yeah, I think it is really key. And you know, the benefit that you get working in a group, there's the obvious stuff. So there's people to push you along, there's training will become more competitive, but then the intangibles, the support, the boost that you get knowing that someone is out there doing the same thing, chasing the same goals as you, and then for the coach, you know, having a variety of athletes that you're pushing to try and do the same thing. It's pretty special. We'd love to see more of it. We have a few groups, great groups emerging, as you mentioned. But yeah, it would be fantastic to get more of that in the future.
Because Hamish Meacham, who does coaching himself very much with regards to the para athletes, and we will be seeing some more wonderful athletes throughout the course of this afternoon. You will know when they are coming on, because Hamish will have to step away and do the day job, do a little bit of coaching, as again we see another look at this outstanding field in the 800 metres women's final. Catherine Camp, Rebecca Green, Camille Buscombe, you would say probably that the class of the field, but you've already heard Hamish allude to. Sophie Atkinson out of Auckland is one that could maybe sort of just spoil things a little bit as everyone's getting themselves set now.
Yeah, Kerry White out of Waikato Bay Plenty, who we see in shot there, 450. And there is Sophie Atkinson.
Looks like we may have lost an athlete, have we? Possibly. May have lost Susanna Lynch of Wellington, just having a look down at the fields there. So it's Catherine Camp in lane number 2, Rebecca Green in lane number 3, Camille Buscombe lane number 4, Kerry White in lane 5, Sophie Atkinson in lane 6, Laura Smith in lane 7, and the extreme outside is Jessie Speedy in lane number 8, as is the norm for 800 metres through the first 100 in their lanes, and then they break ranks when they hit the back straight.
Yeah, I did notice Jess Speedy was listed as Speedy on the teleprompter. That would be a great name for an 800 metre athlete, but no, it's Jessie Speedy. Still
Yes.
pretty good.
Yep. So out of that North Harbour club, just a little bit of a delay here. It's calm before the storm, so to speak.
Yeah, well coached by Tony Catchpole. You'll keep a close eye on the 400 metres later in this weekend's activities. One of her training partners will be one of the favourites for that women's 400, Cameron Smart. Sure, we'll have lots more to talk about Cameron Smart tomorrow.
Oh, it's just got so much to look forward to. Looking forward to this, look forward to tomorrow. Of course, we've still got some great track action to come as well. The women's pole vault competition. Just a small field there. And then, of course, we've still got the likes of Tom Walsh to do his thing tonight. Dame Valerie Adams, Hamish Kerr. And we're underway. 800 metres, senior women's final.
Yeah, let's see what happens with the pace here, Nigel. That'll set up the whole race. Jess Speedy looks to be going up pretty hard in lane 8.
Well, she really has sort of flown the blocks here. And so there is a little bit of tempo now as they break ranks. Now, in the previous race, we saw everything slow down to a doddle. Let's see where they're going here. Buscombe trying to move to the front. Alongside her, Kerry White. Buscombe heads to the front. Camp drops him to that trail directly behind. Green, she's a couple back on the inside running line there, 3.51.
Looks very comfortable, Rebecca Green, at this stage.
So Buscombe's going to lead them through. They come down to complete the first lap and get the bell. Keep an eye on what the time is as they've been led through, but Buscombe at the moment at the front. Camp now wants to get up onto her shoulder as we hit 400 metres. Bell, 1 lap to go. They come through in around 63 seconds. Camp right there, but it's Buscombe. Buscombe trying to tick off the first leg of what would be a treble. And this is the one that's going to be the biggest challenge for her. Now Green drops in behind. There's your 1, 2, 3, and they're starting to break away a little bit from Atkinson. Down the back straight, it is Buscombe. Teeth gritted. Camp on her shoulder. This is where she has worked a lot, has Catherine Camp, trying to make sure.
Yeah, here goes Catherine Camp swinging past, as does Rebecca Green.
So, Camp, this is what she's tried to turn into her strength. She used to be weak over the final 200. She says she's now trying to make the final 200 her strength, and she's going well. Green, though, digging in hard. Buscombe, I think's done in this one. Camp
Looking good. Can Rebecca Green come back? Buscombe's going to try and hang on for a bronze, but it's Catherine Camp, Nigel. What do you say, Catherine Camp of Canterbury?
That is a beautiful run. Good time as well. I think it'll be around 2:05, 2:06. Then it's Rebecca Green. Then it's Camille Buscombe. There will be no triple for Camille, but she'll take a bronze medal in this one.
Ooh.
Oh, and coming through, that was Jess Speedy collapsing. And
she gives the thumbs up to the crowd. She's okay.
There was that all you heard. She sort of stumbled as she came over. She just popped back up, gave everyone the thumbs up. I'm fine.
So the win for Catherine Camp out of Canterbury. Rebecca Green from Otago taking second. And Camille Buscombe, she's attempting the triple. She may be a triple medalist, but it won't be triple gold, taking the bronze.
She'll have to try and settle for a double if she wants to win. 2 minutes 6.5 for Catherine Camp. Rebecca Green with a 2:07. So just over a second behind. And then Camille Buscombe 2:08. Well, that was just a nice run by Catherine Camp, very much in control, just got in behind Camille Buscombe and then just ran her race out the way she would want it, I'd say.
Yeah, very controlled. I think she would have had in mind to push from that particular mark. You could see there was real intent when she pushed with 200 metres to go. She didn't just nudge past, she really put a little bit of aggression into that move and did very well. A season's best time, so she'll be pleased with that. Negative split, about a 1:03, 1:04, and then a little quicker on the second lap, all because of that closing 200.
You just see the start there, and here's where it is, just after the bell, just ranges up to the shoulder of Buscombe and just stayed right there. You could see Camille grimacing. Camille, we know, is a 5,000, 10,000 runner. And there you go. There's your medalist right there, but that's a lovely run by Catherine Camp.
Yeah, it really was. She controlled it nicely. She was happy to sit out on Camille's shoulder, run a little bit of extra distance, but it's where she wanted to be. She wanted to be as close as possible to Camille, and then with 200 to go, Wishka and away for a national title. She'll be very pleased.
So it's gold for Camp, silver for Green, bronze for Buscombe. Atkinson coming through in fourth. And then we go back to Smith, White and Speedy, despite her stumble over the line.
Yep, and Atkinson with the season's best 2:09, so very good for the youngest athlete in this.
Over there, that's the competitors in the women's senior pole vault. We've got Jessica Strick, Aria Rhodes and Imogen Eris. Sadly, no Olivia McTaggart after that horrible injury she suffered when the pole snapped. And it was a laceration to the hand?
A fracture.
Fracture to the hand.
Several fractures to the hand. So I'm not around all of the details exactly, but I imagine just the shock of that carbon fibre pole snapping, running through the hand, has fractured a few bones. And if that sounds unpleasant, then
it's because
it is.
It probably is. That's the reason why. I remember watching the video, and it was like, okay, I'm only going to watch that once, and it's just such a shame for an absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, well, but interestingly, we've still got Imogen Iris, who has jumped 350 already this year, a personal best, and actually is a previous national champion in this event. So no slouch herself. Imogen Iris has been to some global championships as a junior, knocking on the door, looking very good for the next Commonwealth Games rounds, and then hopefully future Olympic and World Championships.
So here we go. This is the under-20s men's final.
Yeah,
it's going to be taking place.
This is an event close to my heart. I'll allow myself a little nostalgia here. In the year the year 2000, I finished second in this race behind Mr. Ben Ruth, and notably, as I always point out to him when I see him, ahead of Paul Hanlon, my good friend and Commonwealth Games fourth placer. So you've got to take the wins where you can get them, Nigel. But
absolutely.
This is actually always quite an exciting race. We've got a lot of quality in this field.
Yeah, well, let's run through that particular field for you. It features Luke Hitchcock out of Auckland, Ethan Smoley out of Canterbury, Dirk Bota out of Manawatu Wanganui, Henry Allett of the Port Hills Athletics Club, Costa Mills out of Wellington, Ruben Beard also a Wellingtonian, as we see a attempt there. William Taylor out of Wakatoa Bay of Plenty, Logan Cowie and James Harding out of Auckland, and Jedia Thompson-Fawcett out of Auckland.
Yeah, and so the fastest time for the juniors so far this year, a very handy 1:49.18 from James Harding out of Auckland. And then it's a daylight. Then second on the rankings, Logan Cowie, next fastest with 1:54.
Wow.
So, that's the story. Can the likes of Cowie, Hitchcocks, Barnes, Smolge, can they get close to James Harding? Because he is a phenomenally talented athlete. He's not afraid to take it out fast. He's been doing that all season. But he's run these really fast times, mostly racing against senior athletes. So this is different, as we've seen with the junior women's 800. The form coming into the race doesn't matter as much as you might think.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. The fastest time, if we wanted to have a crack at it, and the record here, 1:48.06. That was set by James Preston back in 2016, and we will see James running in the 800 metres final, senior men's final. As we are looking over to the far side, that is Aria Rhodes. This is her second attempt at 3:35.
Third attempt, I believe. Third.
Is it third? Well, I've got
That would be a bit of bad luck if that was the case.
Just trying, we're getting the, as I say, the updates on our screen. You're right, just as you say that, I get the second and the third cross come up on our screen, so that is it for Aria Rhodes. Also as well, Jessica Strick is out, so basically leaves the runway free for Imogen Eris.
Well, which is interesting
do
because
what she wants to do.
She needs to make a height. So the long and the short of it is Aria Rhodes has cleared at 3:15, so she'll take at least second, but there is a chance if Imogen Eris doesn't clear a height, the young Aria Rhodes out of Auckland could take the title.
Well, that's one of the great interesting aspects of track and field.
Yeah, as we see this junior men's field nervously waiting under starters' instructions.
So let's just remind you again, Hitchcock, Smolge, Bota, Allett, Mills, Beard, Taylor, Cowie, Harding, Thompson, Fawcett. James Harding, as you heard Hamish allude to, a significant advantage in terms of season's best, nearly 5 seconds better than his Auckland clubmate, teammate Logan Cowie.
Yeah. And looking across the field, Auckland, Otago, Wellington, Waikato Bay Plenty, Wellington, Auckland, Canterbury, all the major centres represented.
So as the introductions are just being done over the loudspeaker here, so glad that you are with us at the Jennian Homes New Zealand Track and Field Championships 2021, coming to you from the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park. Still got plenty of great action to see you through the remainder of this afternoon and early evening, and then of course another full day tomorrow. The stars will be coming out very shortly in terms of Tom Walsh in action this evening. Hamish Kerr, who has been in great form, the men's high jumper. I'm looking at these weather conditions with a little bit of breeze. What does that do, Hamish? Will that be a good or a bad thing for...
I don't think he's had a perfectly calm day in any of his performances. And we see here James Harding taking off early. It'll be interesting to see how he plays this. He is, as we mentioned, 5-6 seconds quicker than most of the rest of this field. So is he just going to take it out, Nigel, and lay the law down to these other junior athletes?
When you're 5 seconds quicker, you know if you go out and you run your race the way you want to, you should be able to dominate. And that's what he's doing right now. He is striding out beautifully, leading him around that top bend. And he's already managed to get maybe 7-8 metres. Maybe even out to 10 on this field.
Not surprising. Threw in about 27, so we'll try and catch that 400-metre split as he comes through.
Well, he's got a great advantage here at the moment. Luke Hitchcock is the person who comes through. Comes through in about 43-44. And he has just decided, I am just going to run my race. If you can stick with me, good luck to you. And the simple fact is they can't. It's Hitchcock currently in second, but look at the gap that this impressive young man has put on the rest of this field.
Yeah, and he's looking very good. This is where he's got a little bit of headwind, so he needs to work here. Hitchcock is closing the gap a little bit. His teammate from Auckland's gap's now down to 10 metres.
200 metres to run in this one. He does still seem to have it in control. As a wee glance over the shoulder, he sees Luke Hitchcock there. He's coming around the top bend. Hitchcock is starting to close. You can see the gap closing here. Harding, has he got a little bit something left in him? Hitchcock, if he's going to do it, he's going to have to up it. But now Harding knows he's just got to put in a little bit deeper. That's what he's done, down to the line and around 52.
So comfortable. Hitchcock in second. Smolge from Canterbury in third. And look at that. He's very excited to take that win. Very comfortable. I've never seen 151 look so easy from a junior athlete. Very impressive stuff, young James Harding out of Auckland.
Nice run as well from Luke Hitchcock too. As we get a wee lock as he comes down. The gap did close up, but that's a outstanding time. 1:51.63 is the time there for James Harding, and another athlete I'm sure that we will be keeping the eyes on.
And Hitchcock, a 2-second PB, taking the silver medal. So Auckland goes 1-2. Always nice to run that big PB.
And Ethan Smolge out of Canterbury.
Also a PB. He takes a second of his previous best.
Let's head down. I think we've got Hayden Sherman again is out and about and doing more work. Let's go down to Hayden.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, so I've got Catherine Camp here, the winner of the senior women's 800 metres. And first of all, how does that feel after coming back from early season, 6 weeks off with injury? Now you're national champion again.
Yeah, pretty stoked to be honest, because I was going to call it quits on this season because I wasn't sure where I was going to be. But thankfully I got back pretty fit, reasonably fast, and yeah, just targeted nationals to be honest. So yeah, stoked to come away with the third 800 metre win.
Yeah, it was pretty epic. And so talk us through the tactics during the race, because everyone went out kind of as a wall and Camille sort of found herself in the lead into that strong headwind. Was it sort of your plan to just sit in and kind of use that strength that you've been working on to close nice and hard?
Well, this morning the wind was actually quite, wasn't as windy as it was now. So I had originally planned, to take it on myself, just go hard, but got out here and the wind picked up a little bit. I was like, I don't really want to do too much work into the wind, so kind of went out a bit more reserved, and luckily Camille took it on and I just got to sit behind. Came through the first 4 feeling really comfortable actually, so that kind of gave me the confidence to push on and kind of move up when Camille started making a move. And just gave it everything I had left in the last 200. Yeah, I love to do it.
Yeah, and it sounds like perfect even splits. I think you did 63 mid, so perfect pacing really. And so, what does it kind of feel like? You've had this sort of extra 3 weeks to train. Has that been useful for someone like yourself who's had the first part of the season off with injury?
Yeah, it was actually absolutely ideal for me. I definitely needed that extra 3 weeks just for. Well, mainly confidence, to be honest, because I came into the season not feeling that confident. So to have 3 more weeks of really solid training in the lead up to this was a huge deal for me. So yeah, it was very helpful.
And 1500 tomorrow?
Yep, we're going to do it. Because I tried to do the double, did it 2 years ago, so maybe I can get it tomorrow. But Camille was a tough competitor in that one. Yeah.
Well, we're hoping for a nice fast 5,000 metre to maybe take a bit of the sting out.
Yeah, I was actually trying to get her into some lactic today, so that tomorrow shouldn't be as good, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, well done on retaining your national title, and look forward to seeing you on the 15 tomorrow.
Awesome, thanks so much.
Hayden Sherman there talking to the 800 metre senior women's champion. That is Catherine Camp. I think we're now going to take a short break here, and we'll be back with our ongoing coverage of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships of 2021.
Jennian Homes have been proudly building the homes New Zealanders love for over 35 years and encouraging youth to achieve their hopes and dreams. Jennian Homes is proud to partner with the New Zealand Olympic Games team.
We know a country that will refresh you and recharge you and just make you feel a whole lot better about things. This country is food and wine country, but you probably know it as Hawke's Bay.
From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance, with expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Welcome back to the ongoing coverage here on Sky Sport Next of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships. And this is Imogen Harris winning the women's pole vault senior title. And clears at 4:15.
Is that exultation or relief there? I would argue it's the former. Very tough conditions for pole vaulting here. The wind, great for the sprinters. Not too bad for the 800-metre runners. Not fantastic for the pole vaulters.
Well, she's managed to clear, which was what you were alluding to. If she wasn't able to clear, it would have meant that Aria Rhodes would have been able to claim the title.
Yeah, and what's difficult now is she will be keen to progress through and see how high she can get. It's an opportunity to see if she can get back up around that PB sort of territory.
As we see the field here for the 800 metres senior men's final, James Preston, Dominic Devlin, Tom Mulai, Daniel Roswell, Travis Baylett, Dylan Ford and Todd Douglas. James Preston, the standout in this particular field. Of course, we have also seen some really good performances recently overseas from our 800 metres runners, with Brad Mathis a couple of weeks back or might have been a week ago in Canberra, taking some more time off his personal best, just now a hair over 1:46.
As we see Imogen Iris back on the runway.
So that bar's gone up to 4:30. Now, here's the question. If you say it's not ideal pole vaulting conditions, as a coach going through this progression, what are the benefits? I mean, is there at any point, if you're a coach, to think, well, conditions aren't great, do I want to put my athlete through this? Maybe we just say, right, we've won it, we pull the pin.
Well, I think it's the national championships. I don't know any coach who would go along those lines. So you always want to respect the national championship, do the best performance you can on the day as the senior men look to do just that over 800 metres.
So here we go. Preston is in lane number 1. He'll be the man to watch. It's the New Zealand and the resident record held by one Peter Snell. 1 minute 44.3, set on the 3rd of February 1962.
And are we going to see a repeat of the junior men's title where Preston looks to lead from wire to wire, certainly going out in a very similar time, 27 through 200.
Striding along very nicely.
And Devlin hanging with him at this stage, so that's a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, well, it's a clear group at the moment of 2. Then you go back to that next quartet, and then you've got Travis Baylor hanging off the back a little bit, but it is 800 metres.
Tom Mulai in 3rd at the moment, but Preston looking strong through in 52 seconds.
Yeah, they're moving. They are really moving at the moment, Preston. Got a good advantage. Devlin, though, hanging really tough. This is where it's going to hurt him a smidge. The breeze has dropped a touch, Hamish, but that's a decent breeze that you're pushing into.
Devlin needs to stick on him. Devlin, if he can stay on him here through this windy bit, that'll really help. But Preston's going to try and wind it up. Wind it up with 200 to go through in 1:19.
He's not going anywhere, Dominic Devlin. He's hanging in there. Preston's got a bit of work to do with 150 to go as he goes round the top bend.
I was not expecting it to be this close. Dominic Devlin is running out of his skin here. Preston's got some work to do in the last 100.
Wind at the back now. Devlin, though, just a bit of a break now. James Preston digs in. He just isn't able to bridge the gap. Devlin. Preston's going to bring it down and be the 800 metres national champion, but he had to work and he's had to put in a time as well. I think both those athletes will be sub 149.
Very good running. 2:12 from Canterbury, 3rd across that line. That's Daniel Roswell unofficially picking up the bronze. We've got Hayden Sherman doing some fabulous work. He's going to try and get down there and have a bit of a chat with James Preston, unofficially 148.49. Congratulations to him and well done to his coach, Evan Cooper, out of Wellington. Devlin, 149.47. And Roswell, 153.63, the Cantabrian.
So that's your gold, your silver and your bronze, as we see Imogen, who's got the bar actually at 4:35. 4 metres 35.
Yep, personal best of 4:50. Imogen.
So this is again, it's just another wonderful program that is being run, and we've seen the development come through, both in terms of primarily the females, but in terms of the male side of things as well, that's developing very nicely too.
Absolutely. As we see, I believe this is Todd Bates from Otago in the circle. Men's hammer throw, the lefty.
Of course, that'll be something that we will be looking forward to. The women's hammer throw, that'll come up at 5:10 this evening.
Yeah, next event on the track is the 400-metre hurdle, so there'll be a bit of a natural delay as the officials place out all those hurdles on the correct mark. So we'll get to focus now on this men's hammer throw and Imogen Iris over on the pole vault runway.
As well, we've got the resumption of the Ratcliffe-Bruce rivalry, and how good is that?
Oh, how good. You actually, as a track and field fan, cannot ask for better, because you've got an existing superstar in Julia Ratcliffe, who's a Commonwealth Games champion, and then out of nowhere, essentially, if you're a casual fan, Lauren Bruce comes and all of a sudden is beating her and throwing an automatic qualifier for the Olympics. It's a fabulous story, a great rivalry, a friendly rivalry, because they're both actually incredible young ladies and get along quite well. But boy, oh boy, is it exciting to be a throws fan in New Zealand right now.
Give us a little bit of Lauren's story, because I know track and field people will be familiar with it, but I'm sure there are some people tuned in here to Sky Sport Next, the YouTube channel, who maybe aren't familiar with where this young lady has come from and how she's been able to develop into a world-class hammer thrower in what some would perceive as a relatively short space of time.
Yeah, it is. Well, she's from the deep south, from Otago, and an athletics-mad family, but her primary sport growing up was actually gymnastics, which you wouldn't think that's a natural crossover. Maybe you go gymnastics and then to pole vault, or who knows, but gymnastics to hammer throw you wouldn't quite guess. But then she always did track and field, but begun to take it more and more seriously. But, she's been around the scene for a number of years. Not a hammer specialist. She's done all of the throws. A well-rounded thrower, javelin, shot put, discus, and hammer.
Well, let's check down Hayden Shearman, who's charging around left, right and centre. Who's he got this time? Let's find out.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I've tracked down James Preston, the winner of the senior men's 800 metres. Tell us about that race, and congratulations, James.
Yeah, cheers. Just went out there, try to run a quick time, health in front of me as much as I wanted to sit in and just throw a big kick down. Yeah. Really want to run something quick to try and win that first national title.
Yeah, and so you've won a junior title before, but getting your hands on that senior title, how does that feel?
Mixed emotions. I mean, having raced Brad the last couple of years, really wanted to come out and race him, just because he's sort of been that top guy over the men's 8, but he wasn't there, so sort of plan was to try and make it as fast as I could. Try one it that way.
Yeah. So you went through in about 52. Was there any point that you felt like, oh, maybe I went a bit too fast, or the leg's a bit heavy? Because Dominic you probably heard him breathing down your neck, but in the end you held on. But were there any moments that you had any self-doubt?
No, not really. I mean, I was prepared to go through like 51 mid if I really wanted to. So 52 was sort of right in the middle there, so pretty spot on, so can't really complain.
Yeah, awesome. Now, where to from here? Because are you going to do the 1500 tomorrow? Is there a double this weekend?
Unfortunately not. So initially with the program, we were planning on racing after Nationals through March. So we didn't sign up for the 15, but because of what's happened, sort of wish I had, but oh well. Yeah. Just more care about the 8 at the moment. So
yeah. And so is it into winter training, or is there going to be any European or Australian season for your year?
Maybe over the States, really sort of see what happens. Can't really plan it too far ahead at the moment, but hopefully overseas.
Awesome. Well, hoping for more big things to come, and well done for a great domestic season. Good to see you back healthy and racing.
Thanks, mate.
Awesome.
James Preston there with Hayden Shearman, and it is great. And I guess that is the tough part, Hamish, as we come back and look at the first round of throws currently going in the men's hammer. It is the challenge, because there would have been plans. Look, I want to go and I want to, maybe I'd head over to Australia, or I'd head over to Europe, or do that sort of thing. Just everything up in the air must be so challenging for athletes, for coaches, for administrators, everybody at the moment.
Yeah, it is. It is really challenging.
It's got a wee issue here. We'll just sort this out here with Hamish. We'll see if that there makes things go a little bit better. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, that does.
That does help. That does help. There we are.
It was like an intelligence test, and I failed. I was actually too focused on Anthony Barnes and his fabulous new blonde hair colour, which is a new addition this week. Anthony Barnes, a really interesting athlete out of Auckland, coached by Didier Pope, a well-known throws coach in Auckland, but actually as a junior picked up medals across an unlikely double, the hammer. He won the junior hammer. And then was second in the junior pole vault.
That is an interesting combination.
Yeah, he's actually quite a talented young athlete, and really keen to see how he develops over the coming years. The hammer, of course, an event that requires dynamic strength, agility, balance, speed, power, all of these things, which brings us back to the Lauren Bruce conversation. So Lauren Bruce, fast forward, she was a great all-round kind of thrower. More recently, she's linked up with Dale Stevenson in Christchurch, who, of course, is the coach of Tom Walsh and now Valerie Adams. And she's really flourished within that training environment, become much more serious about the strength and conditioning and the technical elements of the hammer throw. She really has come along in leaps and bounds in a short space of time.
It was interesting when you were talking about the gymnastics element. It was interesting because Julia Ratcliffe, I think, when she started out, she was a hurdler.
Yeah, she was.
So it's amazing where you sort of end up, and there are so many. And you'd see this. You've been involved in athletics your life. The transferable skills from all of them. You think, oh well, what's that relevance to that? Well, actually, here's how you connect the dots.
Well, these throwers are not just hugely strong, unathletic brutes. Like, they are genuine all-around athletes. Like Jack O'Gill as a junior at National Secondary Schools, he was a 100-metre finalist, as well as winning the shot and the discus and all these other events. So, and it does align with, as we see Anthony Nobilo take a bit of a tumble there, so that'll be a foul. Your reigning national champion out of Auckland, Anthony Nobilo, coached by Mike Schofield. It's what we want for all of our athletes. We don't want athletes focusing in on one element of athleticism, be it endurance or speed or strength. We want people being all-rounders, because it's the all-rounders who become the best athletes, who have that chance to kick on and become world-class.
You see that a lot there. You see Harpreet Singh out of Waikato Bay of Plenty getting ready for his second throw. So at the moment, after the first round, it's Anthony Barnes who leads with a throw of 54.88 metres. And then we go to Todd Bates with 50.05. Liam Munchuk-Wolf of Auckland with 49.66. And then Mike Skolton of Otago, 37.11.
Yeah.
Anthony Nobilo, the defending champ, with a foul. Likewise, Singh in his first round throw. Sorry.
Yeah, first and second round, I think. So dangerous stuff for Anthony Nobilo. I've never seen Harpreet Singh throw before, so I'm looking forward to checking this out. Good start from the man from Waikato. And it looks like he's got one on the board.
That's what he wants. That's what you want to do. Steps out the back. So, sit down. I think Hayden Sherman continue to be gathering interviews left, right and centre. Let's go.
Yes, thank you. We're down here with Imogen Eris, the senior women's national champion. First of all, congratulations, and how did it feel out there today?
Thank you. Yeah, it was amazing out there. Weather's perfect. Wind was right in the right direction.
Cool.
It was a lot of fun out there.
Awesome. And I just asked you before coming on air about the correct pronunciation of your last name. So let's get this straight once and for all. Never again will a commentator be able to make the excuse. How do you pronounce your last name officially?
Eris.
Eris.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Okay, make a mental note. Okay, so coming into this competition, we thought we might see Eliza.
Yes.
Obviously, your training buddy Olivia had the accident. Was it a bit disappointing not to have that company from the other two?
Definitely. It was weird without those girls out there. I haven't jumped without Livy for a long time.
Yeah.
So, especially her. And up until this week, I thought I was going to be jumping with Liz. But, it's a shame. It's not the same when you're jumping by yourself. But
yeah. And it's been a great summer for you, PBing, getting into those mid-fours. Where to from here? You got the national title under your belt?
Yeah, got the national title, which is another box ticked. But was definitely hoping to jump higher. Had a really, really good warm-up. Felt really good out there. I thought I was going to kind of match my early on in the season performances, but that's all right. Jeremy and I have a lot of talking to do and deciding to do in terms of whether we call it hair. It seems like a bit of a waste now that I'm finally back into my peak form to kind of call it now. So we'll see. We'll go back to the drawing board and weigh up some pros and cons.
Cool. And talk us through some of that technical element, because I think for a lot of people at home, they're watching the pole vault wondering why, you've cleared 4 meters 50 before and this is at 4:15 or whatever, and it looks really tricky, but there's so many things going on. Tell us about those little challenges that you have competing.
I'm just as confused as everyone else, honestly. There's so many technical elements to it. You've obviously got different length poles, different flex poles. So I was on slightly longer poles today, which is really good. I was on the biggest poles I've ever used, so that's really, really promising. But again, you can move the uprights closer or further away depending on where you want to be, obviously at the apex of your jump. So yeah, there's a lot to weigh up, and I had a bit of trouble kind of with my consistency, so we weren't quite sure which is the right pole to use and where to put the uprights. So it's all there, I just need it all in one jump.
Yeah, get all those pieces of the puzzle together. Well done on a national title. That's a really big accomplishment, and looking forward to more great things to come, hopefully this season and into a Northern Hemisphere summer potentially.
Yeah, you may see me out there, I don't know. Keep your eye out.
Awesome. Cool. Well done. And we'll be looking forward to tracking your progress.
Thank you.
She has learnt very well, Hayden Sherman, not to give you anything. That is Imogen Eris. She is the New Zealand senior women's pole vault. And yes, you did hear her talk about the disappointment of no Olivia McTaggart or no Eliza McCartney. Eliza was down. We weren't sure whether she was going to be here, but no one will take that away from her. It will be listed as the 2021 champion. As we see now a few of the throws coming through. We've seen Todd Bates throw 52.65 and Harpreet Singh throwing 54.27. Lemon Chock Wolf with another 49-metre effort. And here is Mike Scolton of Otago stepping in.
Otago consistently produces very good throwers.
That out, be around about that mid-30s. I think he's happy with that. He's just gone straight out the front.
Yeah. Not his best work. We'll see how the later rounds go. And here comes the competition leader, Anthony Barnes, out to 54.88 so far today. That blonde hair has clearly helped boost his performances.
So you're happy with that haircut, but not the haircut from earlier in the day where it should have been tied back.
Absolutely, Zach Allbell. Either a haircut or some kind of a hair tie situation.
You're a tough taskmaster.
Look, I'm
You're a tough taskmaster.
I'm going to go out to the warm-up track and actually talk to Zach and say it to his face, just so he knows.
Here is Barnes into his work.
Well, that looks very good.
Yeah, that is very good. That one there, as I say, 54.88 with that first effort. This is the second go-through.
Yep. Maybe a moderate improvement. We will wait and see. Got a great team out on the ground typing these results into a bit of a spreadsheet so we get the updated results as soon as possible. Excuse me.
We are focusing at the moment on the field because we are waiting for the 400 metres hurdles. There will be it is the improvement. Hamish quite right there. So 55.31, 55 metres and 31 centimetres.
And we just saw some fantastic footage of my co-worker, Mariah Ruanui, warming up for the senior women's long jump, which is going to be a fantastic competition set to kick off in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Can Nobilo get in a legal throw? He is the class of the field. Very quick rotation. And that is out beyond 60 metres if it's a legal throw.
He's delivered exactly what you want. White flag is up.
Fantastic. We'll await the distance, but good to see Anthony Nobilo.
It's just funny, you mentioned that woman's long jump and just having a look. That's a really good field. You've got Brianna Stevenson, who's been in very good form. You've got Mariah Ruanui, Lily Zabo's been jumping very well. Other quality athletes, the likes of Kelsey Berryman, Helena Dennison as well.
You mention all of those. The one that you're not mentioning is the Paralympic champion, Anna
I
Grimaldi.
was getting to Anna. Don't you worry about that.
Look, I'm impatient, okay, Nigel, and I'm excited because there is, Anna Grimaldi will be jumping in the Para Women's long jump. Which is, I believe, scheduled for tomorrow. But she is also jumping in this open women's long jump. As an open competitor, she has a real chance at winning this, like a genuine chance. And, I mean, it's exciting. I'm kind of hoping Hayden comes back because I'm going to nip over and watch it if I can.
Well, it's okay. We'll try and drag him back. Stumbling and just putting the hand down was Harpreet Singh. So that throw will be fouled. So
I'm impressed with Harpreet Singh. I'd hate to take a guess at his age, but I'm guessing he's not in his early 20s. But yeah, very solid technique. He's obviously no stranger to this hammer throw event.
So we've got the leader is Anthony Nobilo, and he did throw 61.46. As we see now the medal ceremony for the 100 metres.
Look at that smile, Simone Tafanu, a fabulous young lady and a great athlete. Another one here as well, Georgia Hulls.
Well, Simone was so emotional after winning that medal. So emotional, that wonderful mix of joy.
And here we go.
There it is, national championship and New Zealand record, now the joint holder.
Getting some well-deserved applause. Look, I'm lucky enough to be outside most days coaching after I finish my working day, and these girls are set up right next to where I coach my group, and they are not only great athletes, they are genuinely fantastic human beings, so supportive and encouraging to the group that I work with, real leaders in our sport. So I can't say enough good things about those three young ladies just there. And can I say, I think I heard you mention relays before, that's the basis of a very good international relay team.
Look, and I'll make this the last time I say it today. The fact is you know, you've been around. They're a turkey shoot. They're a lottery. Anything can happen. I mean, how many times we've seen it? And I come back to the fact that as New Zealanders, I think we just have a predilection to be really good teammates to each other.
Correct.
Whereas I think you look at certain other teams or countries who have developed amazing sprinters, but because they were so individualistic about things, when it came time to actually be part of a team, that penny didn't drop for them until they actually realised you had to put some work in together as a unit. And that's where I think we could have some real fun.
And I'll add one more layer to that, because we've got a guy floating around New Zealand, Kerry Hill, a very famous sprints coach, coached Gus Nketiah, our national record holder, over 100 metres. He's done a lot of research, and he's actually developed a relay exchange technique, or identified what the best technique is. So technically, we're actually very, very good, and we have a system that enables us to get the baton around safely and quickly. So there's a few things falling together, and we just need a little bit of luck, a couple of these girls, if they can run a tenth quicker here and there, and then if they can get over to Aussie and get a bit of competition in, I'm fairly certain we can begin to send teams to major championships.
Was it a bronze medal at the University Games a couple of years back?
Yeah, correct. And I don't know for certain, but I'm fairly sure at least two of those girls were in that team.
I think Georgia and Zoe, I think, were, if memory serves. Yes. So here we go as we continue through. Just finishing setting up the hurdles. And so we'll have some track action coming up, but at the moment we're enjoying some hammer throw at the moment. The men, they will set the scene for the stars of the show, which will be the ladies later on. This is Mike Sholton. He's finally got a throw that he wants out there. You can see the long jumpers warming up as well. Wonderful pit over the far side there. And they will benefit as well from a really good breeze at their backs.
Here we see Helena Dennison, New Zealand's fastest mum, out of the University of Canterbury club. Probably, I'm sure Helena won't mind me saying she brings up the average age of this field by about 6 years. But, you know, again, another one who's actually a chance for a medal, given the right performance that wind is gusting a little bit as well. That brings in an extra factor. So, I'm leaning towards the experience.
You say that to Helena. Are you willing to say that same thing to Sarah Cowley-Ross whenever she rolls out for those sort of events as well?
Now, is Sarah I think she's doing the triple jump.
I saw Sarah's name on the entry list, and generally when she commits to something like that, she does it. She was rather amusing, saying that last year was going to be her last national championship.
Look, yeah.
She's a lifer. She's a lifer.
She is a lifer. Olympic heptathlete, well-performed high jumper as well. I was actually interested to see that she chose to focus on the triple jump coming back, but I think because of its technical aspects, and it's very interesting and intriguing, so it was just enough to kind of bring her out of retirement, get her keen again. Mum of 2, I believe. So, yeah, she's a real shout for the national championship.
Yeah, she enjoys it, but again, so good. And again, having that nice blend of experience with some of the youth as well just benefits everybody.
And what else is going to benefit everybody is Hayden Sherman coming back into the commentary booth. It's been a pleasure.
Thank
Nigel.
you very much.
See you later through the weekend.
Yeah, Hamish has got to go and do some coaching. We greatly appreciate the knowledge that he has dropped for us. And he is going to head away now and get back to the day job. You will hear Hamish meet him right throughout the course of this weekend. Hayden Sherman has been down chatting to the winners, the record equalers, as we now watch Anthony Nobilo, the defending champ, who's now got the lead with his second round throw, 61.46. And the men's senior hammer throw.
Yeah, what an afternoon we're having. Just so exciting getting out, talking to all these athletes who are just having the day of their lives.
Well, it was really great that's a good throw again by Nobilo, who's now really starting to get into his work.
Very strong.
It was just great that temperature, the wind, I should say, just dropped to make that run of Zoe Hobbs within the legal. As we see there, Nobilo. See what that distance comes up at. And his previous throw was 61.46, 61 metres 46, which currently leads the event at the moment by just over 6 metres from Anthony Barnes, who's thrown 55.31 with his second throw. He's extended a little bit there, Anthony Nobilo, 61.83, so now extends that advantage out to 5.5 metres, or 6.5 metres, excuse me. As we have the presentation of the under-20 women's 800 metres. As you say, building up, we've got plenty going. We've got the women's long jump that's due to get underway in around about 20 minutes, as we saw Raya Ruanuri and Lena Dennison warming up for that one. Still to come, the women's hammer throw final. Lauren Bruce, Julia Ratcliffe, resuming their rivalry. Oh, will it what? We've still got shot put to come as well, 4:30. Dame Valerie Adams and Madison Wishy doing battle. We've also got the men's senior shot put final. Tom Walsh, sadly, no Jacko Gill tonight, but watching Tom, some of the distances he was throwing, he was here bright and early this morning, around 9 o'clock, and was really sending out the orb a decent distance.
Yeah, often we see Tom and that Dale Stevenson training group get down to the park early and throw a few bombs to just blow out the cobwebs. So, of course, it's being a power event, you don't want to do too much of it because you can only throw so many bombs in one day. But it looked like Tom was in pretty good form from our naked eye anyway. And talking about in good form was that woman on screen, Portia Bing, who set a New Zealand resident record back at the Pirate Classic there in Hamilton, wearing number 110. So she'll be the far out favourite for the title here, but we'll also be keeping a close eye on the clock as well for Portia.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a bit of give and take because obviously she's got to punch into that headwind, but she will have it at her back. But you just wonder with the breeze, which has been sort of fluctuating, but generally sitting around 2.5 to 3 metres per second, which you will have to run into as Sholton releases. It looks like a better throw for Mike. So is he happy with that one?
Yeah, it's a good little hammer throw competition coming up. Obviously, Anthony Nobilo with that lead, and then have we got? Is it Anthony Barnes? Is he in second?
Anthony Barnes
currently?
in second with 55 metres 31.
And then is it Harpreet Singh?
Yes.
So yeah, it's good really. Those four are the ones to watch when you throw in Todd Bates, but also Liam Nachok Wolf, the young boy stepping up into the senior ranks. High school hammer and shot put title holder.
Yeah, well, we're going to see him later on. He'll be part of that shot put senior competition that we were talking about involving Tom Walsh. So, wonderful multi-dimensional thrower. Speak of the man, there he is.
There he is. Loving the headband, hair tied up. Well, I heard you and Hamish talking about Hamish giving out some fashion advice to some of the athletes.
He's giving out hair advice. I got no right to do that. I'm happy to speak facial hair and moustaches and beards. I've got a little bit of history with that, but gee, I ain't the person to be making any comments about hairstyle.
I'm loving this headband combination anyway. But here he is. He's your New Zealand Secondary Schools champ in the hammer and the shot put. And he's making big inroads now with the senior implements as well.
That's not a
transitions up.
That's not a bad throw. His previous one was 51.58. That'll be there or thereabouts as we have the medal ceremony for the 800 metres women's. So is that there, man, on your screen? That is Todd Bates out of Otago, one of two Otago athletes. There's another Otago athlete in Rebecca Green grabbing the silver medal, but it was a lovely race by Rebecca Green. Catherine Camp, excuse me.
Yeah, impressive to see Catherine back. And she explained in that interview, as you heard, how the start of her season was disrupted. 6 weeks off of running. And so it's taken her this long. And that extra 3 weeks for the Nationals really made the difference. She came round Camille with 200 to go and just sped away. And Camille was sort of joking afterwards, saying she found herself in the lead at 150 metres in, and it was that point that she knew she had lost the race. So.
Well, here we go now with Bates and that one there into the cage. And so that there.
Yeah, Todd Bates,
disappointing.
he's off the back of a recent PB of 56.90, which puts him number 2 in the country. So we've got Anthony Nobilo. He's sort of clear in the mid-60s. And then Todd Bates, Anthony Barnes, Harpreet Singh, they're all in the mid, sort of low 50s. So it's going to be really interesting, that battle for silver, and also see if we can get some good performances on the board. Obviously, they've got a nice little tailwind to blow the hammer along.
There we go, just making the adjustments there is Anthony Nobilo. Of course, we are now into the 4th round, so they reverse the throwing order. So, Harpreet Singh, who had the throw of 54.27. That was his one legal throw, found the other two. So he prepares for his chance to enter into the throwing cage. And you see some of the fans that have been enjoying the embankment over on the far side of Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park. Wonderful facility. Lovely hockey venue out the back as well. There's Harpreet Singh of Waikato Bay of Plenty. Makes his way into the circle. We've still got some 400 metres. Just getting everything set up. That's due to get underway in around 15 minutes' time, which is why we're focusing on the men's hammer. Nice release. That's around at 50, but I don't think he'll advance his 54.27. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, he's only a metre off that second place, currently sitting in 3rd, so it's a good little battle we've got on our hands for those silver and bronze, with 4 men right on the cusp of each other, only a couple of metres separating them.
That 50.82 that you're looking at there, that was the throw of Liam and Wolf earlier. So now just making the adjustments, and here you go. It's below 50, so 49.1 .96 by the looks of it. Just get that confirmed. No, 49 metres 95 centimetres for Harpreet Singh. Here's the very deliberate entry of Anthony Barnes. And has a quick look and then gets about his work. Good speed. Height. It's a throw again, probably of a similar distance to what he's done so far. His best has been 55.31. It's a bit of a wry smile on the face as he steps out there.
And here's the man himself, the king of the hammer in New Zealand at the moment, Anthony Nobilo, preparing to come in for his, what will be his fourth throw. We're into the ordered rounds.
So as happens at track and field meets with the throwing event, you throw in a designated allotment and then you throw in the reverse order, so smallest distance to highest. So Anthony is having the best throw after the first three lots of throw at 61.83. He is the last thrower in this particular rotation. Anthony Barnes 53.37, so his second throw of 55.31 still his best of the day. Nobilo.
Oh, they look good.
Yeah,
wow.
He's got a hold of that
Impressive.
one. Got a hold of that one. So 61.83. He's had two throws in the 60, just the one foul, and that one there he should be feeling pretty good about as we get a chance to have a look at this one more time. Great speed across the circle. Watching those feet. Stays inside, holds the balance. That there will be interesting to see that one. Again, that 63 metres 80. So he tacks on another 2 metres.
And that's a season's best. That's the best since 2019. So he's in hot form. And you saw the momentum he was generating with that hammer. You know, the top to bottom. I don't know the words because I don't coach or involved with the sport. But the amount of momentum that going from the high part of the rotation to the low part, you saw just using that momentum as he skipped across the circle and then really just whipped it out. Beautiful.
Here is Sholton. Only his best, a 37 metre 11 centimetre throw. It was his opening throw. Yeah, Anthony Nobilo, that's a great throw, and he's going a long way to defending his title. He's going to take something pretty special from the likes of an Anthony Barnes or a Harpreet Singh. So here you are, as you see, that's through 4 throws. So Barnes 63.80. And then we go back. Nobilo, and then it's Anthony Barnes, 54, excuse me, 0.88. Sorry, 55.31, excuse me. So a good advantage at the moment as we wait for Liam Wolf to make his way in. There's plenty going on in terms of activity and setting up. Not far away from the start of the senior women's long jump. Also not too far away from the under 20 hurdles. Also the senior men's and women's hurdles. Senior woman featuring Portia Bing. Senior men's featuring Cameron French.
Yeah, both New Zealand record holders there. So definitely great races to watch. And it's for those two, it's sort of them versus the clock. But also some interesting battles going on behind them as well. Here we are, Nachok Wolf.
Oh, clatters that one in.
Yes, it just looked like he just hung on to it for a little bit long. Looked a little bit unsure in the circle.
As you say, and that comes down to the fact that he is an athlete transitioning from those junior grades where you do use slightly less weighted implements. And you know, even though he's had a couple of really nice throws, he's got two out over 50 metres with 51.58 and 50.82. It's his first foul of the day. Be a little bit frustrated, but he gets one last shot. If he wants to try and push himself up into the medals. At the moment, the top 3, Nobilo Barnes and Singh.
Yeah, and for those junior athletes in particular, you're not specialising in the one event, so you spread it like Liam there. He's across all of the rotational throws with discus, hammer, and shot. And in a year or two, he'll decide what his focus is going to be. But it's one of those key athlete development sort of principles, really, for the throws. Not to specialise too young, to just focus on building that athleticism, understanding how to coordinate your body, and then when you realise what you're going to do, then hone in on that. We saw the same with likes of Tom Walsh, also doing discus and then specialising in the shot.
There is Bates.
Yes.
It's a good effort by Todd Bates, because he's been in and around his best throw so far of 52.65, and I'd say he's eclipsed that one. And has he been able to push himself up the pecking order maybe a little bit? Put a bit of pressure on that man on your screen, Harpreet Singh. Waiting for the numbers to come through for Todd Bates out of Otago. By the way, the previous throw by Mike Sholton, also out of Otago, his best of the day with 37.75. Bates goes to 54.72. So he now jumps up into third.
Wow. This is interesting developments. Just nudging Harpreet Singh out of the top three, and let's see how he can respond.
Well, he's got a couple of throws, this Harpreet. As we're watching the New Zealand champion be crowned in the women's senior pole vault. That is Imogen Eris. So, alongside her, Aria Rhodes as well. So there was a little bit of frustration. She wasn't given too much away with regards to what the future plans were, was she? She was playing that very cagey with you.
Yeah, and I think it's been the same with every athlete that I've talked to. I've sort of off camera asked them, what's the plan from here? And there's just so much uncertainty, particularly if you haven't booked your spot in the Olympics. It's kind of like, well, maybe I just do another season at home and get a good sort of base phase, work on those weaknesses maybe over the winter, or do I get my hopes together for a big season over in Europe or the States? There's Harpreet Singh with his response, looking like it's out beyond that 50-metre mark. How much, though? I'm not sure if it's getting into the mid-50s where he needs to be.
Yeah, he needs to push. If he can tack on maybe an extra metre, then he's really starting to put some pressure on Anthony Barnes, who's at 55.31. Harpreet's best 54.27, which is now behind the man we saw throw earlier out of Otago, Todd Bates, who's at 54 metres 72. So we're waiting to see. Well, it's 54. And he has improved 54.68. So just 4 centimetres behind Todd Bates. But that does have him off the podium at the moment in the senior men's hammer throw. So Harpreet Singh will have one last opportunity to try and find himself another 5 centimetres. Problems he's got is that Todd Bates is the same as Barnes. Misfires. He too will have one last chance, and he's going to need to find a lot to try and bridge this gap, which is now out at 8.5 metres to that man on your screen, the defending champ Anthony Nobilo, out of Auckland. He's ready to go. Strides in. So glad you're with us as our coverage of Day one of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships continues.
Loving this combo with the headband and the belt. And look at that speed. You can really see the momentum he generates through that. Just whips it. Incredible. And getting out to that left-hand side of the throwing arc shows that he's spent the absolute max time under tension, getting that hammer moving as quick as he possibly can, and that's out beyond 60 metres again.
It's another very good throw. So all of his legal throws, and he only had the one foul, which is his first attempt. All of his throws to this point have been in the 60-metre range. Started with 61.46, then tacked on another 20-odd centimetres to make it 61.83. That one there, 63.13. Not as good as his previous throw of 60.8, but a very good effort. There you go, another person rocking the bandana. Hayden Sherman will be going out and buying one of those. No doubt he'll headband up for tomorrow.
Just Googling it as we speak.
Here's the last throw for Mike Sholton. That looks like a good throw for Mike. If he could get around that 40-metre mark, he's best so far today, 37.75. There you see the progressions for our 6 athletes competing in the senior men's hammer.
And we saw in the under-20s discus earlier this morning some big changes in the last, it didn't change in the end, but it where the second place move up into the first, and then on the last throw, Max coming back and reclaiming the win. So I wonder if we're going to see some changes in this last round. And I think the first man who will be looking to do that is this man on screen, Liam Narchok-Wolf, the youngster.
There you see the field for the women's senior long jump. Best throw of the day for Mike Sholton. He's got it out to 38.11. So a nice finish for the man from Otago. And here is the long jump senior women's field. Hannah Maloney, Zoe Taylor, Anna Grimaldi, Charlotte Drabble, Lily Zabo, Mariah Ruranui, Leonie Palmer, Ashley Bennett out of Taranaki. See Helena Dennison in there as well. It's quite a big field they have got.
This is going to be an exciting competition, this women's long jump. You can see all these girls are stoked to be there. A big wave to the crowd. And what I'm excited about is just how close a lot of these women have been. And throughout the season, a lot of lead changes. Different people have been changing, being on the top of the podium all throughout the season. So that will be exciting to see how that unfolds.
Here we are, our 2 athletes competing in the under-20 women's 400 metres hurdle. Katie Corbett is in lane 4 on the inside. Outside, it's Ruby Brett from Hawke's Bay, Gisborne, the local.
So Ruby was 3rd in this event last year. Katie was 2nd. Obviously, one of them's going to go better than last time at least. And so let's have a look. They're very evenly matched athletes, both sort of running around the 106, 107 range. But it looks like she's got out pretty hard, has Ruby, on the outside, certainly jumping earlier.
Just a little stutters before getting to the hurdles, but she's got a good lead as they head over the next flight. And she's well over before Katie even hits that flight. So coming round, still got 3 flights to go after that one there. Coming into that top straight. And she's got a nice advantage at the moment here, does Ruby Brett.
Yeah, having to do a lot of work on that one. So that's when the legs get tired and you lose your rhythm and you just have to jump off maybe the unfavoured leg or find a rhythm that you're not used to with those tired legs. But one more jump to go. Here she goes. She's going to be a national under-20 champion on her home turf. And great time too, just a tick under 107. She'll improve on that 3rd place from last year. Move into gold and picking up another silver. It's Katie Corbett.
Nice victory there. Must be special to be able to do it at home. On the home track. There they come down. This event, it's called, they call it the man killer, but let's be honest. It doesn't matter whether you're a man, woman or a child. 400 metres with hurdles thrown in there for good measure. It's just a person destroyer.
Whoever invented that thing. I mean, there's reasons why the 400 hurdles typically have the lowest numbers typically in the national champs, because no one wants to do it. And if your coach suggests
look, have you thought about the 400 hurdles? You find a new coach. That's sort of how it goes.
Generally, the reply is, have you thought about the 400 metres? Yes, it's insane. I don't want to do it. I'm going to go back to doing what I'm doing at the moment, running 200s. Thanks for offering, Coach. What we will get to see, though, next is Portia Bing in action. And Portia has had another very solid season here as Hapret seeing his last chance to try and get himself onto the podium. Puts in a big effort. Has he stayed in? I don't know if he's done enough. He needs to find another 4 centimetres. Here's Anna Grimaldi getting ready for the long jump. So glad you're with us. We will be bouncing around. We've got lots of action on the track. Great action as well on the field. Nice little fist bump there for Harpreet. Has he done enough, though? He needs to get 54.73 to put himself on the podium. Don't know if that's enough from the man out of Waikato Bay of Plenty. It looks like it's a 52. A good throw, but he's just going to fall short. So we know the podium is going to be Bates, Barnes and Nobilo. So now can Anthony put some kind of pressure? Last opportunity. Put some pressure on Anthony Nobilo. Well, he's given it plenty. Going to be short just inside. It's a good throw, though, down that left-hand side of the arc.
This is interesting. It's just inside. They are taking a measurement.
It's just inside. So his best so far is 55.33. It's a chance
that's on the right side of the middle, isn't it? On the left is the 50, on the right is the 60.
Yeah. So it's a little more closer to the 60. So you'd like to think he's probably tacked on maybe another metre or so. Yeah, preparing as well for the 400 metres women's hurdle senior final featuring Portia Bing. Here is your national champion. That throw hasn't gone past his 56.12, so it's an improvement for Anthony Barnes with his last throw. But this, a straight-out swag throw for Anthony Nobilo, 60.8. Cannot be beaten. Does he have something special left in the tank? Generates some massive speed. He is absolutely given it what for. But
yeah, I don't
that
think
one
that
there,
was...
he'll walk out the front. It's well short of the 63.8 that he has won it with. Little frustrated. He shouldn't be. He's the national champion again, Hayden.
Another national title for this young man, and he is still a young man. I'll look up and exactly find out what his age is, but I think he's, where are we? Yeah, 99. He was born, so there we go, 21-year-old. He's still a youngster, and he's already got a 3 senior national titles to his name. So impressive stuff.
That is Lily Szabo on your screen, and she is preparing for her first jump in this women's long jump final. It is a big field, stacked field.
Yeah, Lily won the Capital Classic a few weeks ago. So when we look at the key events throughout the summer, the Potts Classic, which was here, Mariah Ruranui turned up and dropped the best distance so far this season with a 5.93. Then on to Porritt, and it was Brianna Stephenson with Lily, who's on screen now, in second place. And then Tegan Duffy at the ITM in Christchurch. And then it was Lily Szabo at the Capital Classic. So it's been a really interesting dynamic where we've had the lead shared four different ways throughout the season. And like I said before, that's why this Nationals for the senior women's long jump is just so intriguing. You've got five girls at 5.87 or better, but they're all within 6 centimetres of each other. So great stuff. Mariah on screen now. Coaching Development Officer of Athletics New Zealand.
Yeah, Hamish very proud of his work colleague as well. Reach there, looks up, see if she's
I don't know if she
real
quite got
emotional
the height
reaction to that.
To that one, you saw the way she fell. Maybe lost a little bit of that foot plant.
So as we wait for those measurements to start rolling through from the long jump, There are your 4 athletes in this 400 metres senior women's hurdle. Alessandra McDonald out of Waikato Bay of Plenty in lane number 3. Portia Bing, New Zealand record holder, New Zealand resident holder as well. Said that at the Porritt Classic earlier this year. 55.99 on that occasion. And she spoke with Hayden Sherman at the conclusion of that particular run. And there was just that little hesitation over the final flight. And she says, maybe that's what could have cost me. So it'll be interesting to see. The breeze is still there. It'll be behind her as she comes down the home straight, but she's going to have to work really hard down the back straight into it. Although it does seem to be dropping a hair. And she's another one, similar to Zoe Hobbs. She's been there or thereabouts. So
yeah,
we're interested to see what she can do.
Her best is not too far ahead of that 55.86. She has run faster than that in Doha, the World Athletics Champs in 2019. She did beat that and posted I think it was an Olympic qualifier at the time, but later DQ'd for that leading foot just going on the outside of the hurdle. So she's addressed a lot of those technical issues, because at that stage she was a reasonably new 400 hurdler. Of course, she's well-performed heptathlete. So it takes a little while to get those technical things, and now she's learnt she can jump off both feet comfortably. She's aiming for a different rhythm in terms of the number of strides she's taking between each hurdle, and she feels like she's got that down pretty tightly now. And to run, what did she do? 55.99 to run that here in New Zealand with zero competition around her. That's just phenomenal.
Just been handed the relay, some of the relay teams, and the relay is going to be fun later on again for the senior woman. Just looking at Waikato Bay of Plenty with Roper, Ruranui, McDonald, Summerfield, Auckland with Robinson, Tafunai, Wilson and Stevenson. Canterbury, Morrison, Blake, Hayward, Percy.
Epic.
That could be a bucket load of fun. An absolute bucket load of fun.
Now, for the best prep in New Zealand athletics before a jump, I love Brianna Stevenson's preparation that she goes through. And here she goes. She's your reigning national long jump champion. Can she bring her best form to the big stage once more this year? Her first jump gives that a good little look. Not too upset.
Well, here we go with the women's 400 metres. We'll keep an eye on that long jump right throughout our coverage this afternoon. So glad you're with us on Sky Sport Next, the YouTube channel. My name's Nigel Yolden, Hayden Sherman providing the expert analysis. We've got Hamish Meacham popping in as well here and there. Great shots coming for you via the team at the stream shop. And we're underway. Looking for Portia Bing in lane number 4. The breeze just dropping slightly as they get underway. It is Bing in the middle of your screen straight away, and you can see already she is just striding out really nicely.
Yeah, look
nice
at
and consistent in between the hurdles as well, Hayden.
Yeah, big long strides, and you can see how she's just worked so much on that rhythm in the early stages. She loves to get out nice and hard and really attack the hurdles, and now she'll get into more her endurance phase where she'll add in another stride into that pattern as those legs just start to fatigue. But she's looking good. Here we go. We've got, 2 more to go now. Come on, let's go, Portia.
Just a little bit wobbly over that one, and now she's just lost a little bit of the stride. Coming down to the final flight. Up and over she goes. I think she'll be a little disappointed with that. The time is going to be 58. There was just that little stumble going around. She was in good rhythm, but I think she'll be frustrated with the time.
And
but she is a national champion, though, once again. Sorry, Hayden.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say Alessandra McDonald coming through for second, and then Maddie Spence in third. But, yeah, like you say, it was a good first 300 from Portia, but maybe it was too good and it just taxed her a bit. Going into that headwind on the home, not the home straight, the back straight, maybe just paid that difference. You can see the work that she had to do in this part of the race, those big long strides to keep that rhythm, and she's looking very, very strong up until this point, but there you can see the difference add another 150 metres of running, and you can see how that really takes its toll, having to adjust that pattern, and yeah, just high 57s there. So not one for the books for Portia, but it's another national title for her, and she'll be happy to bring her domestic season to a close with that title, and also a good time to her name. And then it's on to a Northern Hemisphere season. Maybe we'll try and catch up with her and see what the plans are for her.
By all means. There's Tegan Duffy. You mentioned that name earlier. That victory down in Christchurch. So really nice. They've got the afternoon sun that they're enjoying. You see Kelsey Berryman behind. This is Tegan Duffy.
So 5.91, her personal best from earlier this season. So her career is heading in the right direction. Just 21 years of age.
We've got none of those distances coming through on our screen, for which we do apologise. And as soon as we get that updated, we will bring that to you. We head back. You see Kaylee Lee Roper just being named in that Waikato Bay of Plenty relay team for the 4x100 later on.
Always great watching the relays at the national champs.
So Roper. First round of jumps. Sit here and heads over. Again, just looking for the coach. Trying to get the update there. Aidan Sherman, by the looks, not too far away from, I think, heading down possibly. Maybe to have another interview. No, just having a wee drink. Fair enough. Don't blame him. Can appreciate doing that. It's been a lot of work to have been done.
I will potentially see if we can get Portia up in the booth. Depending on the rest of her commitments for the weekend, will be good to have a good in-depth conversation about her hopeful road to Tokyo. She's one of those athletes that right on the cusp, and we'll be looking at points, checking them every day, seeing how the points are stacking up, where her standings are.
So as we head back over, this is Hannah Maloney out of Canterbury. So we've got 4 Cantabrians, 2 Aucklanders, 2 from Otago, someone from Taranaki, and Ashley Bennett. Waikato Bay of Plenty represented with 3 athletes, and then Lily Zabo out of Wellington. Another good jump there. So they're working their way through that first round. As we head back to another one of our Auckland competitors, and this will be Zoe Taylor. See them all just in the background there. Anna Grimaldi with the sunglasses on. A wonderful army of officials doing great work there. Get a bit of an insight there. You can see just the way the advertising hoardings fluttering, just how the strength that is currently at the back of these athletes as they work their way through their first round of jumps.
All right, Zoe Taylor, as we let Nigel catch a little break, and Zoe Taylor with the best this year of 5.61. Gets that good speed on the runway. And that looked reasonably promising. Gets the white flag as well. So another one of our young athletes. She was 3rd at the Pirate Classic earlier this season. Just 20 years of age. As these athletes enjoy a nice handy little tailwind blowing them into that long jump runway, as Anna Grimaldi gets composed, finds her mark on the runway. So her personal best, she's been improving all season long. It's really, really promising. One of our premier para athletes, and she's in within a
a very realistic chance of potentially winning this event. Here she goes with the personal best and season's best of 5:91. Can she get close to that? That one looked good. Gets a good clap. The officials having a good look at the plasticine, making sure that that white flag was okay. They're having a good look. And has come in to make sure that she's seeing what they're seeing. They initially got the white flag. You can see that good height there. Just using that hang technique. And so apologies, we're currently not getting any distances fed through to us. We'll try to get that sorted. There's Charlotte Drabble of Waikato Bay of Plenty. Lines up for her second jump. All right, and shortly we will be kicking off with the men's under 20 400 hurdles, and then onto the senior men's 400 hurdles as well. So they're due to go at 3:55. But we'll keep our eyes on the one event that is happening in the stadium. This is a rare occasion, Nigel Yolden, to have just one event running at an athletics competition.
Well, we've just seen
the sunglasses on.
Todd Bates steps up there. Yeah. Clearly, Anthony Barnes never got the memo when it came to the shades. He has got the wonderful haircut.
Yeah, loving the bleached look.
Oh, he's got a silver medal. And then Anthony Nobilo. Here is Lily Szabo as we start the second round of jumps in the women's senior long jump. We saw an outstanding effort earlier today by Shea Veach. Jumped 7 metres 78 with his first effort, and no one could catch him. Wonderful series of jumps. Followed up 7 metres 78 with 7 metres 70, then 771, 778 again, 772, 761, finished with a 760. Wonderful series.
So Mariah Adanui composing herself before she gets things underway.
All the different techniques as people just put themselves in the right mental space to be able to do what they want to do physically. She gets a good extension through there, but again just looks a little frustrated at the end of that. Great look here. Great power on the runway.
Yeah, you saw that just left foot having to just chop the stride a little. And that might be a case of that tailwind just blowing them a little bit. So maybe it's a 5 centimetre adjustment in your mark and just putting that back a little bit, giving yourself a little bit more room on the runway.
Here you see the field for the 400 metres men's. And of course, Cameron French, the New Zealand record holder. He'll be the man that they will be chasing. Justin Menzies, Louis Andrews and Jonathan Maples. Excuse me.
Yeah, so that's to come shortly. Before that, we've got the the under 20s men.
It'll be an Otago Manawatu Whanganui battle between Cameron Moffat and Flynn Johnston.
Yeah, Cameron Moffat is the
the dual hurdles champ from the New Zealand secondary. So the 110 hurdles and the 400 or 300 hurdles for the high school athletes. So very, very impressive to be able to do that sort of a double.
Here is Brianna Stevenson. She'll go through this very expressive build-up.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at all the different steps she goes through. And of course, you do this many, many times in training, going through all the little steps you need, like the conversion kicker in a rugby match.
It's like watching Rafael Nadal serve a tennis ball and Novak Djokovic can only bounce it. It's got to be an odd number of times. And
then you can add the clap to it, which is when you really mean business. But this lady does mean business. She's the reigning champ.
Great speed. She liked that one.
Yeah.
There's the foot on the
Gives it the
board.
Clap. Yeah, I really like the way she attacked the board there, as opposed to Mariah's earlier jump where it looked like she had to
she's happy with that. We don't know what the distance was, but she was happy with it.
Yeah, it looked like Mariah, had to just chop. But you see here, just a bit of an acceleration as she gets up to speed, really marches and attacks each stride. Beautiful jumping.
So, that one there, whatever the distance is, we just can't quite see the marker as it's being turned around. I'm trying to see, is that 598, I think is what is being shown by our...
Wow, yes. Good eyes,
598. I'll take that. As he peers over the top of one set of glasses to be able to get a decent look at it so he can read what's in front of him.
So that's a New Zealand leading jump this year.
Wow.
So getting up close to that 6 metre mark. So Brianna, she has come here to play ball, that's for sure.
Well, that's the reason why you saw that wee clap and a bit of a fist pump after the measurement had been done.
So it took her 6:08 to win last year's title. But that was ahead of Ashley Bennett's 5:75. So she was the clear leader last year. This year, things are a lot tighter with, Mariah with a season's best of 5:93, but she's been a lot better than that into the low sixes before. So this is going to be interesting. Interesting to see how Mariah responds to that 5:98.
So now, here we are. This is the under-20s men's 400 metres hurdles. Cameron Moffat on the inside in the colours of Otago on the outside with the headband on and the green and black. That is Flynn Johnson, Manawatu Wanganui. It is a good start at the moment by Moffat, but reasonably even. Oh, a little clip there. That'll just take a bit of momentum out of Johnston. Cameron Moffat. Nice, puts a big acceleration in, just a little chop there, but he's flowing along nicely. Another clip by Johnston. He's still in this though. He does keep clattering into them. He'll be doing some damage to those shins.
He's got good speed between the hurdles, does Flynn, but yeah, he is clipping a lot of them. Cameron Moffat really showing that great technique that he uses for the 110 hurdles, and here he comes. He's going to be your New Zealand Secondary Schools champ and your New Zealand Under-20 champion. Well done, Cameron Moffat, with Flynn Johnston clipping a good half of the hurdles and coming through to claim that second place with the headband on. We've seen a lot of that this weekend.
Yeah, very different as well, sort of putting the foot up. 56.74 for Cameron Moffat, 58.93 for Flynn Johnston. So we've got Tegan Duffy.
So I think it could be a personal best. It is a personal best for Cameron Moffat. Obviously, he's sort of moving up from the shorter distances and shorter hurdles, but that's a good 1 second PB, about 0.8 of a second PB.
Well, that's pretty good. Running into about, I think the wind speed we had coming over was about 1.5 going up the back straight. Obviously, it helps coming down, but 1.5 going up that back straight to be able to take a second off a PB. That's a really nice effort.
So that puts him number 3 in the country so far, with Lewis Andrews improving all the time. He'll be in the senior race, and he's got a 54.6 to his name this season. But Cameron French is the big name to look for in the senior men's as they get their blocks all set.
Just watching as Cameron actually just runs through his start and takes the first 2 flight of hurdles as he's getting himself set, and he really looked very smooth over those first 2 sets. Here we're watching Katie Lee Roper. She's gone through. This is the second swing through in the senior women's long jump. So we do apologise for not being able to bring you the distances as they come up. As we understand that jump that you did see with Brianna Stevenson, and we were able to note at 5.98, we believe that is the leading jump in the competition to this point. And when you see the screen, you see Hannah Maloney out of Canterbury. So they've got a nice breeze at their back. Always good and helpful for the long jumpers. You see the little markers, they're all laid down. Each one will have their own little marker to say this is where my run-up's going to start. Very calm as she gets focused and gets ready.
So Hannah's been out to mid fives, sort of 5.4, I think is her best this season. And there really is a log jam around those mid fives. And then that sort of leading group is around the high fives, 5.9. But I think to win this title, you've got to be knocking on the door of 6 meters, if not over. Brianna's laid down the gauntlet for the others to follow.
There you see Zoe Taylor, her second jump. This is quite a big field, so there will be some, I would assume, that fall to the wayside. Top 8 to go through to the final 3 set of jumps. We haven't seen that with some of the other competitions we've seen because of the smaller fields. Pretty much everyone has advanced, but this one here with 12 athletes, that's a good leap by Zoe Taylor. So here's Zoe Taylor just looking, seeing what her measurement is. Previous jump was a 5.10. It's a lovely evening. Still some big stars still to come.
Yeah, this afternoon's really gonna heat up with the field events, but also plenty more to come. I know I'm amped about the 5,000 metres, which will go at 6 and 6:30 tonight. Senior women, senior men.
So, as that distance is there. Kia ora koutou, welcome into the Hawke's Bay Regional Sport Park. As this is day 1 of the Jennian Homes New Zealand Track and Field Championship 2021. And you're watching the progression in the women's long jump final. And we have already seen a wonderful array of action over the course of this opening day. This is what we have seen to this particular point. And we've got some wonderful action still to come. There you can see relays not too far away. Senior woman shot put. You know who's in that one, don't you? Likewise, that big showdown in the senior women's hammer. Lauren Bruce and Julia Ratcliffe going heads up again. Hamish Kerr headlining the senior high jump. And of course the 5,000 metres to finish. And one Tom Walsh competing in the senior shot put. So glad you're with us. My name is Nigel Yolden. Here we are preparing for the senior men's 400 metres hurdles final. It is headlined by the New Zealand record holder, Cameron French, out of Waikato Bay of Plenty, a New Zealand record time of 49.33. Justin Menzies, Louis Andrews and Jonathan Maples will be the men trying to upset the apple cart and see if they can get over the top, providing the expert analysis for you and also some post-race interviews and post-event interviews. Hayden Sherman. Hayden.
Thank you.
This is a big, again, Cameron's we spoke to him, we've seen him compete. This will be another interesting challenge for him. He always seems to be racing the clock, and that's no disrespect to the other athletes in this particular field, but what is the marker that he would lay down for himself in an event like this, as we see Lily Szabo preparing to kick off the third go-round of the senior women's long jump final, having already been through 2 sets of jumps.
Yeah, so these long jumpers just trying to cement their place in the last 8. We've got 13 athletes in this competition, so 5 will get dropped, and then we'll sort from the shortest distances to the furthest for the final 3 rounds. But as you say, Cameron French, he's a sub-50 man at his best, New Zealand record holder. He's been high 50 seconds, as we see Lily getting out, attacking the board well. Looks like it might be a red flag, potentially. Just pointing out some marks in the plasticine. So there's a little plasticine just after the board, and there you can see a spike, and she's frustrated with that one. She knew that was a little bit better than her previous jumps and was hoping that foot stayed on the board, but it just crept over, and that means she'll have to rely on her first and second jumps. Now, this competition is going to be a good one. We know that Cameron French is the class athlete. He'll be, in a way, racing the clock, but only 3 seconds back behind him, on paper anyway, is Lewis Andrews, who's been improving this season. He's now 54.67 runner in the 400 hurdles. Cameron Moffat just won the under-20s in convincing fashion. And then we have Justin Menzies and Jonathan Maples from Manawatu Wanganui.
Yeah, that man bouncing, you see, on his toes with the orange boots. Hair tied back into the man bun. That is Cameron French, 4-time New Zealand champion over the distance. Known as they call it the man killer, but let's be honest, it's the 21st century, so why don't we just call it the people destroyer, because if you do this particular event, it is so hard. 400 metres flat tack is pretty tough for anyone to do, but gee, then you throw in a flight of hurdles. Man, it really does challenge you. There you see him slapping himself. So lane number 3, Justin Menzies of Auckland, Cameron French, lane number 4, Louis Andrews of Canterbury in 5, and Jonathan Maples, Manawatu Whanganui, in lane number 6. That's your field for the 400 metres senior men's final at the Jennian Homes New Zealand Track and Field Championships of 2021 in the starters' hands. What Cameron likes to look for is just being nice and smooth and even throughout, and he's made a very good start, and already you can see he's eaten up that stagger.
Yeah, he'll know exactly
away down the back straight.
He'll know exactly every step that he needs to make. It's a real art, and it's a beautiful sport to watch as we see this great hurdling technique. But it is a real art, knowing the fitness that you're in, how many strides you can take per step. Also, just adjusting that a little bit for the conditions and the racing environment. But so far, Cameron looking good. Look at that great technique over this hurdle. Now, this is the tricky one as the legs start to fatigue. He's got 2 more to go from here. Cameron French looking strong.
This is a great run by Cameron French. 1 more flight of hurdles to go.
Beautiful.
Now down to the finish. This is really nice. That's impressive. Stops the clock just under 52. So Cameron French adds a 5th national championship.
Lewis Andrews in 2nd place. Jonathan Maples not too far behind. So it's going to be interesting to see how these times come through. So Cameron French Another national title, as you say, 51.39. That's not as quick as for the season. He's gone about half a second quicker than that. But you'd expect to be a little bit slower in these conditions. But I thought he looked good, and I think he'll be happy with the technical elements of this race.
He looked very smooth in between, and they talk a lot in hurdling with regards to making sure that you get those even number of steps and you are consistent. And I think only once you mentioned, maybe as he was going around the top bend, that there was a slight adjustment in his stride pattern as he was hitting those hurdles.
Yeah, I think it was that second to last hurdle. So this is coming into the back straight. Maybe this one. No, that one looked pretty good. So, yeah, if anything, there was just a slight stutter in that second to last hurdle coming through. Looking good. And it's been great to have him competing. Often we don't see much of these sort of classy athletes who base themselves a lot overseas. I know that him and his partner Camille were based over in Bristol for a while, but with lockdown coming in, they both came home, got engaged, and it's been great having Camille and Cam put on a really great display of running over the summer.
There you go. You just saw the field, by the way, for the under-20 women's javelin and the para javelin. Holly Robinson, of course, multiple Olympic and World Championship medalist. And she'll be one of the stars here as we go back to Kelsey Berryman out of Canterbury in the long jump. We're seeing some good jumping at the moment. 5.82 jumped just prior to that. This is the javelin getting underway. I also saw striding out onto the infield with some serious purpose not too long ago, the Queen of New Zealand shot put. She's only about 23 minutes away from getting underway, Dame Valerie Adams.
Dame Val is in the house.
And of course as well, Madison Wishy too. So Dame Val, who absolutely delivered in spades at the Sir Graham Douglas with a beautiful series of throws. Interesting to see what sort of mood she is in, because she really delivered, I think, all 6 of her throws at that event, all in that 19-metre mark. And
she looked so good, and she was so happy as well. You know, when's the next time we'll see her competing at home in Auckland? She was just absolutely delighted. Is that Helena Dennison there from Christchurch? Yeah, and she had that feeling like things were all heading in the right direction. I think that was her best throw for 5 years. Yeah. Just so good to see post-baby back on form.
Well, that was the thing. She said a couple of weeks previous at the Porritt Classic, when you spoke to her about how nice it was for her to actually be able to have her children, because she had been away from her children just for a little while. And so to actually be back and performing in front of her and husband Gabe as well, and having both the kids there, and you know, she was taking the presentation. She was basically just managing her daughter with one hand, swinging it around like we would maybe a loaf of bread. She's got this human being attached to her, and she just looked so relaxed, so mellow. And then I thought, when she came out at the Sir Graham Douglas, and you were obviously there to be able to witness it in person, it was another level up again of an athlete that's just always confident, but just something even more had clicked again, and we saw it in what was a really great performance by her.
Yeah, since we see Tegan Duffy there on the runway. Yeah, good to see Dame Val back to her best. And you know, when you come back from raising kids, and it's not only the physical stuff and you can see that she's a lot leaner than she was, so adapting to a new body, but also just the life demands on you as a mother, as a coach of Lisa Adams. So you know, things are different. She's now in a new training environment in Christchurch, so she spends part of her time down there. So balancing life, it's not just all about Val Adams and the shot put. It's now also about being a mother, about balancing life around your sport, and that's a significant aspect. And great to see her putting those pieces together and really performing, getting back to vintage Val.
Here we see Katie Lee Roper getting ready for her next jump in the long jump. Here we see Holly Robinson getting ready, and Katie Lee just goes through. Not happy with that. Something just a miss. So there she is. Extraordinary athlete that she is. Not a bad resume. You always know it's a great resume, even when you look at it. I'm looking at it on paper at the moment as we watch. Holly Robinson said about her work, and that's a great start over 40 metres. You know, it's just extraordinary. Olympic gold in 2008, 2012, silver 2016, four-time world champion, four-time world indoor champion, three-time Com Games champion, two-time Commonwealth Games silver medalist, 17-time national champion.
Wow.
Well, what money are you giving me for 18 tonight?
Well, is she going for
odds.
17 tonight? That's what I had on my notes, but maybe she already has 17, because I know that Val Young is the current record holder in terms of shot put titles. So I think she's pursuing her 17th, which would equal Val.
These notes,
but I may be wrong.
Well, the notes that I have got came from Athletics New Zealand.
All right.
So I would like to think that they have got their information about their athletes bang on. But either way, I mean, that resume is just, as an athlete, you'd love to have that. How good would it be?
I'd be happy with one. I'd take that.
I think it's one of those things where it's just like you just once like to experience that feeling of what they experience all of the time, just to feel that once. And she's down there, she's bouncing, she's pumping, she's ready to go, and she's already working. She'll be in action in 18 minutes' time. You're on day one of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships, coming to you from this wonderful facility, the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park.
Incidentally, Holly Robinson with a 42 to open up, 42.15. So it's a good opener from Holly.
You also just saw the little windsock there, just giving you an indication of what the javelin throwers are throwing into at the moment. This is Brianna Tirado of Auckland, who opened with a 35.17. This is the under-20 women's final. And that one there should be a little bit longer, nearing the 40-metre mark, but probably just under. She's looking quite expectantly. You see our one member of our great team of volunteers. They do a lot of work, and you see Holly just stepping in, just having a wee chat and maybe offering some advice. She's got a lot of it to give. There you see Maddie Wilson, who's already claimed a bronze medal in the under-20 high jump earlier this morning. Very good multidisciplined athlete. Sitting there waiting for the measurement to be completed. Just continue to wait for these to come through and for the update on our own form. Just a little bit of an issue at the moment with regards to the measuring apparatus. So hence the slight delay that we have got. So the women's shot put, which will be combined with the women's under-20s, that is going to get underway at 4:30 this evening. And of course, 6:15, that'll be the senior men's shot put. So running through this long jump on the far side, and the senior men's high jump, that'll get underway at 5:25. And that will feature Hamish Kerr. Hamish has been in such great form, and the hope for Hamish of an automatic qualifier. Maybe he's sitting ranked 16th in the world Hamish Kerr having now holds the New Zealand record on his own with a high jump leap of 2 metres 31. As we just get some of the medal ceremonies that are taking place throughout the course of the afternoon. There you see Dame Valerie just in behind there, wandering around, stalking, just getting herself into the state she wants to perform at her best. And we finally get that distance there, so 39.94. 924, 39.24 for Rihanna Tirado. Here is Sophie Andrews to throw around the 30-metre mark, having fouled off on her first throw. Sophie?
Yeah, so that throw of Holly Robinson of 42.15, that's ahead of her silver medal at Doha and her silver in Rio. So 41.60 was her best in Doha, which was good enough for silver, and 41.22 was her throw for Rio, for the silver in Rio. So she's ahead of that already, 42.15, doing great guns. Is Holly right out of the gates?
Well, that's what you expect, isn't it, from those sort of athletes who have been in those situations before. I mean, she's in the status there. We see Maddie Wilson. There you see Holly Robinson. I mean, all her focus is on Tokyo. She's very much of the mindset is what all of these athletes are, is that it's going ahead. We are getting ourselves ready. And that is what is going to be the case. As Dame Valerie Adams has just stepped in for a bit of a warm-up throw, and she punches that one out around the 18-metre mark, as we see just out the side of our commentary position. And straight away looks over to the coach. There's Holly. So another person with an extraordinary resume to her name. All the things that she has done. Say a Paralympic silver medalist, world silver medalist, Com Games silver medalist. Has a personal best of 54.73. Throwing into a little bit of a breeze this evening. That one's going to drift down just around that 40-metre mark once again.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be too upset about a nice little headwind to help with a little bit of lift. But yeah, Holly Robinson, her arch nemesis, Holly Arnold from Great Britain.
I've been trying to remember the name. I knew it was Holly. I knew because I remember they put on an absolute show.
Yeah. So 43.01 was her distance. So she's about 2 metres in advance of Holly Robinson. But with these sorts of throws, getting up 42, getting up nice and close.
Well, she's just backed up the 42.15 she opened with a throw of 39 metres and 18 centimetres. So they're working through another set, the final set of throws. The 4 athletes in the under-20s and Holly competing in the para-senior. At the moment it is Holly. It's the only competitor of that, with the best throw, though, of those 5 athletes with 42.15. So normally they would do seedings if this was the case in terms of maybe a bigger field like we're seeing with the women's long jump, but in this instance they will just reverse the throws with just the 4 athletes. And so Sam McKinder has just had her 3rd throw. As I get handed a piece of paper which will be of great interest to my co-commentator Hayden Sherman. It is the field for the 5,000 metres for men, which will be one of the final events of today, and I'm going to frustrate him by putting a few things on it so he can't move it, otherwise he gets blown away in the breeze. But he'll be happy to get his mitts on that and try and get a little bit in advance. We will try and get him to focus, though, on some of these other events before he dives headlong into his preferred middle distance. There you go. I'll let you have a wee sneaky look at it there. It's a class field.
Looks good.
Coming
18
up.
runners lining up as well, so it'll be a good packed track, as we like to see. I've had a chat to a couple of the athletes. They're rearing to go. A few different tactical approaches, let me put it that way. So it'll be good to see how things unravel in that race. Some will want to take it out hard. Some will want it to be slow and kicking. So 12 and a half laps of fire for the men, but also the women's race is set to be a good one with Camille, obviously the big favourite, and then a bunch of other sort of mid-16, low-16 runners hoping to keep on the heels of Camille as close as possible.
So here is Zoe Taylor. And this is the fourth set of jumps for the athletes who have qualified in the women's senior long jump final.
So he's got good speed on the runway, but just having to just adjust that stride a little bit towards the end. We're getting a little bit too much speed. We've seen a bit of that today on that runway with that good tailwind behind them.
Just trying to keep an eye on the scoreboard from a distance. Unfortunately, the updates not coming through at the moment. This is the 200 metres para. That is Jaden Mulvold. They do a combined, the men and the woman competing. Jaden down. It's a good time for Jaden Mulvold. Now coming through, it's going to be James from Brown from right, I think. That was coming over the line as we head back over to Kelsey Berryman of Canterbury. And the women's long jump final, good determined look on her face. Thinking that last jump was a 5.93 effort that we saw from Zoe Taylor. So that is Kelsey Berryman. So here's a looks, wanders past, and the official will now make the adjustment to the scoreboard. Again, it's a 5 metre effort. Here's Maddie Wilson, the under 20 Javelin. Clearly a very good multi heptathlete based on her performances today, where she's bounced around a few of the different disciplines. Haven't done javelin, haven't done high jump, involved in some of the throwing as well. Or other throwing, I should say. Here is Lily Szabo. 5.69 that previous jump by Kelsey Berryman. Szabo looked a little frustrated there on landing. I don't think she's too pleased with what she saw there. Looks over a little bit by the body language as she has a chat with the coach that maybe it's not what she wanted it to be. Comes over.
Another look at that plasticine, that dreaded plasticine. It hasn't been kind to Lily today.
That's another.
But again, you can see that windsock just giving you an idea of how much assistance they're getting on the runway, and it's important to get it right. So Holly Robinson started off with that 42 metre throw. That won't improve on that one. Yeah, Stares down at it, has a good look at it.
Not happy at all though, but it is below that 40 metre mark. Here is Helena Dennison. So the long jump final continuing over that far side. Here's Dennison. Reached there. You see Robinson down, chatting away with coach. So got a bit of a rematch coming up here on the track at the 200 metres. Earlier today we saw Daniel Atchison and Anna Stephen had a great ding-dong battle in the 100 metres para senior final. It was won by Atchison, but only just. And Stevens, I should say. This is her preferred, the 200. Able to get going. Atchison able to get out of the blocks a little bit quicker, but once Stephen gets up to speed off that blade, they were so well matched.
Yes.
There you see Atchison leading them in. Stephen trying to exact some kind of revenge though. They were so close. It's going to be another cracking race. Stephen coming. Stephen Stephen coming. Atchison holding on. I think she's just going to get there. Gee, these two have put on a show today. That's the second time head-to-head.
And we saw this last year as well. They got very close in the 100 and the 200. Of course, it comes down to the percentage of world record once we hand out the medals. But great to have that company right next to each other. You could see Anna Stephen, she got up to speed, but just couldn't roll over the top. Just that speed endurance, just not quite there to keep that speed acceleration going and get her over the line. But let's see how it all unfolds as we work out the percentages of world record in their classifications. So Danielle in T36 and Anna Stephen in T64.
Well, here's another outstanding athlete, Anna Grimaldi. She'll be back competing tomorrow in the para long jump, but she's just competing in the long jump, made it through to the final. And I know, speaking with Hamish Meacham before, she was a real shot to make some waves in this one, because it is such a closely run thing in terms of the athletes and their distances heading into this.
Yeah, there's really 6 athletes coming into this on paper who you'd say could pull through for the win. We haven't had any marks yet from that we've seen from Anna, but given that she's in second behind Brianna in the order, we imagine she's still in second place, but we'll have to get that confirmed. I'm trying to send someone over to get an update as Brianna goes through that famous routine of getting started, getting set, getting poised.
She wants a bit of support. She gets it as well. Zoe Taylor sitting down and resting gives it some. Boom, and away she goes.
So reigning New Zealand champion, here she goes again, round 5.
Great speed on the runway.
She's had a lot of energy today. She's looked like she's really loving her jumping today, and certainly come to play ball. She's had a tricky old season with one win on the board in terms of the classics, which are your major competitions around New Zealand. But she has sort of added 20 centimetres to her season's best to get that lead in the competition of 5.98.
You see the athletes competing in the women's, both under 20 and senior shot put. Maddie Wilson, Kaya Tupu South, Talia Rankin Chita, and of course in the seniors it is Dame Valerie Adams. Kaya Tupu South is also in that particular event, and Madison Wishy. As we see Mariah Ruranuri getting ready for her next jump. And hopefully we will get some of these details coming through. So we've also got relays coming up. And that's going to be quite interesting as well with some of the teams that have been entered. There she is. What time is it? Winning time, I think you'll find, Dame Valerie. Time to go out and do the job once again.
You got to love that game face. She really knows how to get herself into the zone. She's done it hundreds, potentially thousands of times, getting herself into the competitor's circle. And from the queen of shot putting to one of the future stars of throws in New Zealand, Kaya Tupu South, as we head back to the long jump.
We'll jump for Zoe Taylor.
Now, I said that potentially Brianna was still in the lead, but judging by the fact that Mariah was jumping last, I wonder if she's actually pipped that 5.98 of Brianna's and is actually our competition leader. We've sent Hamish on a mission to find where the standings are. This is on to, we are in round 5, aren't we?
I believe we are. Actually, no, just finishing off, I think it could be the 4th attempt coming through. I said, I know that there was a few issues just with regards to getting scoring over from that side of the venue. I know that they're working very hard on it, and now we will get you up to speed as quickly as we can. There is Gaia Tupu South, who's already been competing and had a victory in the discus today. She's quickly into her work. And she will use the spin. She is underway. So this is the under-20 final, as well as the senior woman. They will compete alongside each other. And you see Natalia Rankin-Chita out of Auckland, just the one non-Auckland competitor, and that is Maddie Wilson, who we've seen in the Javelin. She will just bounce in between the two.
So I've just had a little bit of research, just confirming that the senior women and the under-20s are throwing the same implement, so both throwing the 4 kg. So that means we can see some good comparisons between the current generation and sort of the rising stars of the women's throws. So Kaya Tupu South, she's got a best of 15.79 with the senior implement. That was just shy of that in the 14s. A good way to open up as Lily Zabo comes back in. Can she get a clean? She's not having her happiest day in the long jump pit.
There's no issue translating the body language with Lily Zabo. There is frustration.
It makes it a lot easier to do the commentating. So thanks, Lily, for being very open with that body language. It certainly lets us know when we're not getting the results fed through to us here in the commentary booth. It's good to be able to have it clearly written on the face of the athlete. But for Lily's sake, we do wish that it was more of a positive body language.
As we head back, and now it's Helena Dennison. Here is Maddie Wilson out of Canterbury.
Best of 11.72, but a multi-eventer.
Well, she, as I said, bronze this morning in the high jump, under 20 high jump, which was another Taylor sisters Quinella out of the Waikato Bay of Plenty region. Here is Helena Dennison. Not too far away from Madison Wishy, stepping into the throwing circle. Dennison.
So using that hang technique, almost freezing in the air, as opposed to the hitch kick that you'll see quite often where they continue that running cycle mid-air.
Here's Madison Liwishi.
Yeah, number 2 in New Zealand, and former junior world champion or Olympic junior Olympic champ. Always get confused between the two. That's a good opener, really good.
Nice little opener there.
But fouling on that one, getting the red flag, but it looked out close to the 18-metre mark. So her best this season's 18.12, lifetime best of 18.32.
Well, the next person into the throwing circle is Dame Valerie Adams. There she is. 17-time New Zealand champion. Coming off a great series of throws at the Sir Graham Douglas meeting.
Loving the bib number, 100, giving it 100%, even after all these years. She's come here.
Oh! It's a nice start. Now, is it out to 19? That was the thing she did at the Sir Graham Douglas, is everything was around that 19-metre mark or over that 19-metre mark.
It looked nice and strong. I'm going to call sort of high 18s, if not just low 19s, but good energy for that first throw. Good smile, shrug of the shoulders.
Sitting and we're waiting for this all to come through. She's looking, mouth open, wag of the tongue. I don't know if she's too chuffed with that number that she's seen just flash up on her screen. There you see Maddie Wilson. There you go, 18.35. So 18.35. So solid opening. Grimaldi It's a legal jump as well. White flag raised. They'll put the tape measure on that. Back to Kai Tupu South.
That's good from Kaya. Really good. It looked like getting out close to that 16-metre mark. So again, these juniors who are coming through, just adjusting to the senior implement. Different size, different weight, obviously. And so you can expect the juniors to have sort of a steep improvement curve as they adopt the senior implement. And Brianna Stevenson, who we think is in second place. I just have a text from Hamish Meacham, our co-commentator. Mariah is in first place with a 6:01. Brianna has a 5:98, which we saw. Helena Dennison with a 5:86, and Anna Grimaldi currently in fourth with a 5:85. But you've just pointed out Tegan Duffy with a 5:92 in the sixth round. So this is very interesting. So that means Tegan Duffy currently in third. Brianna Stevenson, the woman on screen, in second, just 3 centimetres behind Mariah Rudanui, who won the event here, the Potts Classic, back in January. Now, can Brianna, in the sixth round, pull back into the gold medal position, which is where she was last year? Gives it a good little fist pump. She's a ball of energy today.
Well, legal. Pretty sure that was a legal jump. Saw the flag up. Let's have a look as we get a great replay here. We're not far away from some relays coming up too.
Today's program is the woman under 20.
So this will be an interesting one because a lady who is currently, she'll be competing in 3. Maddie Wilson's down to run the third leg for Canterbury, and she's out on the track already. So she's competing in the shot put, the javelin, and she's going to do a relay and then come back. Canterbury's getting their money's worth out of her.
Brianna, 5:95 for that jump. So that won't be enough to put her in first place. Remains Mariah Rudanui in the lead with a 6:01.
One mark. What are they doing here? Having a wee look at the mark, possibly. Where are they measuring from?
Yeah,
the
they
officials
are
having a look.
Measure.
So, on the track, we're getting ready for the first of the relays. That features Waikato Bay of Plenty, Canterbury and Auckland. This is the under 20 women's relay. Madison Lee Wishi just waiting for that race to get underway in the background. There is Madison just waiting patiently. There we see the relay as there's a switch for Auckland, the first of the baton changes.
Yeah, Auckland looking like they got the better of that change, but Waikato Bay Plenty looking nice and strong as well, coming through on the inside.
Changeover coming up now. Alan Carter to run the bend for Auckland. Nice baton change, but here comes Waikato Bay Plenty through Annalise Kalmer. It's going to be a foot race between Taylor Brunger and Angelina Zirkit. And there's Taylor Brunger.
Yeah, it's a good lead by Kalmer, and Brunger's just putting her ears back. Here she goes. She's seen that finish line once before today, and that's going to be a comfortable win for Waikato Bay Plenty. Auckland takes second, third, close third for Canterbury.
Yeah, Maya Broughton was flying there, but it's going to be Waikato Bay Plenty, Auckland, Canterbury. And there's the throw from Madison Lee Wishi. Say 47.92 by Waikato Bay Plenty. Very impressive by Taylor Brunger. It's not a bad team when you've got Kirsty Solomon, Hiniwai Knowles, Annalise Kalmer, and then Taylor Brunger to anchor for you.
Yeah, good solid team there from Waikato Bay Plenty.
How about the work of Maddie Wilson, by the way, for Canterbury? So she's run 100-metre leg. She's coming back. I think they've finished up the javelin. Not far away. She's still going in the shot put. They get their money's worth out of these multi-eventers, don't they? The athletes.
They do. They stay busy. They know how to get their money's worth when they come to a national champs. That's for sure.
And if you are wondering why they're bouncing around, why there's not a decathlon or a heptathlon, that's because that is a separate event run by Athletics New Zealand, the Combined Events Championships, which are run.
That was held in Christchurch, I think over Waitangi weekend. And the same weekend as the ITM. And here she is, Dame Val, all strapped up, got the chalk on, got the braces on the elbows. Here she is, throw number 2. That didn't quite have the height that she was after. It'll be out around the mid-18s, I imagine.
Yeah, she looked very disappointed as she walked away and turned straight towards Coach Dale Stevenson, asking what he was seeing. You see the awe there of the official just getting to just sit and watch one of the greats close up. Lost a little bit of shape at the end of it. Now, Madison Lee Wishy, by the way, that's a second throw of hers, 17 metres 33. 17 metres 33.
It almost looked like she just popped up a little bit too soon with that one. Just losing a little bit of that drive. So one of the things that you're looking for is that separation between as your hips open up to when your shoulders open up. So it almost looked like those shoulders maybe just opening up a little, but hey, I'm no expert on this. I'm sure Dale Stevenson has guided her through it, and I'm sure Val will know exactly what needs to be tweaked and what little pieces of the puzzle need to be put in the right place.
18 metres 9 centimetres that throw by Dame Valerie Adams. So she does have the lead at the moment by just over a metre 2. 1 metre 2 centimetres over Madison Lee Wishy. Back to Zoe Taylor. This will be her final attempt for all our athletes in the women's senior long jump final.
Well, I can tell you now, Mariah Rudanui loves this track because she's just posted another leading mark of 5.99. So just to back up her 6.01 that she's already had to put her in the lead ahead of Brianna, 5.98. So that's round 5. Mariah Rudanui is in the lead of the long jump ahead of Brianna Stevenson.
Not much covering them. I think, what are we talking, 10, 15 centimetres tops over the top 4?
Yeah, you're right. Anna Grimaldi with a 5.85, so 16 centimetres. And I imagine all the others, we don't have the results for.
I was going to say
maybe
top 5 because we've got Tegan's as well with the 5.92.
So Tegan's in third place. She's nudged out Helena Dennison.
Kelsey Berryman. Her last jump of the competition. The jump of Zoe Taylor's, by the way, 5.39. That's what we're seeing, 5.39. That's Kelsey Berryman.
It's a great little competition with the long jump, and then this shot put competition going as well. There's a lot happening in the field events, and we've got these relays kicking off now as well.
There's Lily Szabo preparing.
So we can.
She's got to get her head in the right spot. She's looked a wee bit frustrated with some of the efforts. She's got one last chance, and that's all it takes at a national championship. White flag up, so it's a legal throw this time, but you can just see the disappointment that is etched on that young lady's face. Hasn't been the sort of day you want when you come to a national championship. Just trudges past, not really showing any interest in what the final mark will be put up on the board.
So what I can see, she's got a best from round 1 of 5.80, which equals her season's best. But of course, when you come to this event, you want to be in absolute peak form. And she has beaten a lot of these girls. She's beaten Brianna, Mariah, and Anna this season before, so she knows she can do it, but not to be on this occasion. As Madison gets out beyond 18 metres, was that? Oh no,
just shy.
Just my angle was deceptive.
Yeah. It's always hard when you've got to imagine the arc of course within the area they are throwing. So you've got to sort of, as opposed to just draw a straight line, got to try and imagine what that arc is. Got to say, loving the bucket hat look there from Madison Lee Wishy. That is outstanding. Here comes Valerie speaking to herself. You saw her chatting with Coach Stevenson. Let's see what this holds for her. 2 throws over 18, 18 metres 35 and 18 metres 09. There you go, 17 metres 22 for Madison Liwishi. So that's her third throw. Dame Valerie Adams. That one there.
Well, the scream was better. I like the scream, and gives a little bit of a nod out to Dale.
Again, though, still it'll be just in that 18 range. It's down. Drives again. As you pointed out earlier, Hayden maybe just coming up a little quickish. See what the mark is. As they turn this around, let's have a look here. 18.07 again, so consistent. But again, with what we saw at the Sir Graham Douglas, where she was consistently in the 19s, I'm sure a little disappointed. Here you go, the results of the under-20 women's and the para javelin. You can see there, Brianna Tirado taking out the gold medal for Auckland, 41.67. Then we go back to Sam McKinder. Oh, actually, no, excuse me, it was Maddie Wilson throwing 36.55. Back over to Anna Grimaldi, her last jump in the women's long jump final. So we now move on to the fourth round. There'll just be a very short break in the shot put, both the under-20s and the seniors. They're having a real close look at this one. Grimaldi.
I think that one was a foul. Getting fed info from Hamish, who's doing a great job out there on the long jump runway, keeping an eye on things for us.
Trying to do a multitude of jobs as Hamish Meacham, bit of coaching, doing his work for Athletics New Zealand. He'll be joining us every once in a while up here in the commentary box.
So
Brianna Stevenson
had 5.95. Protest asked for a remeasure with that previous jump. It got confirmed at 5.95, but she needs to get past 6.01. So that 6 metre marker is where she wants to head to, and she wants the crowd to help her along the way. Come on, give me some help here.
It's odd because it doesn't look like she needs any energy. She's got bucket loads to boot, but she's wanting a little bit more.
She's the reigning champ. What can she do here?
Yeah, not the same enthusiasm or verve that we saw from her last time. She's looking. Where have they marked it?
She's sticking around to look at it, having a close look.
Where are you marking it, she says.
She wants to make sure they get this right.
The white flag is up, so it's a legal jump.
Here we go, head down.
Great speed on the runway.
Standing tall at this stage, using that speed to just elevate her into the air.
There is Maddie Wilson. So she's had throws so far, Maddie, of 10.7 metres, 11 metres 19, and then 11.9, so just nice and consistent. Again, competing with the
Brianna Stevenson, 5.97, so that won't improve on her best of a 5.98, but she's been consistent. It's a good solid performance from her, but as far as we know, it is Mariah Riranui who will be your national champion. Here she is on screen.
Can't you tell by the smile? She knows.
And it's good to have her back as well. She was one of the prominent performers a few years back, but we didn't see her last year. So it's good to have her back on the runway. Here she is. She's going to be your national champ with a 6.01. Can she improve on that? She doesn't need to.
It's a foul throw. The red flag has gone up. But she'll be all right because she's a national champion.
She will be very happy with that.
This is Natalia Rankinchita out of Auckland, competing in the under-20 final. She's using the heavier implement. And she's been putting in some reasonable throws all around that 13 metre mark. She found that one out. Here is Kaya Tupu South. Best so far of 15 metres 24. That's right around where her best is.
Yeah,
that's another good
close.
throw. That's actually a really good throw. So
Very
that
good.
looks like that should be around that 15 metre mark as well. As I say, it's always hard to get the angle right, but that would appear.
Yeah, I want to say maybe high 15. So her best was back at the Sir Graham Douglas meets, 15.79 with the senior implement.
I think this could be interesting.
Yeah.
In and around it, maybe we'll see, but she's going really nicely here. Kaya Tupu South. So Dame Valerie Adams is the leader at the moment with 18.35. That's 15.53. So Madison Wishy steps in, wraps the right arm. There you see Holly Robinson getting her gold medal as she adds another national championship to her very impressive resume. Checking that one out. Again, it'll be around in that 17 metre zone for Madison Wishy, but just looking a little frustrated. Valerie to have her next throw. So at the moment it is Dame Valerie Adams, 18 metres 35 centimetres. Madison Wishy, her best is a second round throw of 17.33. Kaya Tupu South with 15.53. Words to herself. She doesn't muck around. Does Adams into her work. There's frustration there. Not feeling it the way she was at Sir Graham Douglas. It's not bad, but I guess after what we saw from her in Waitakere on that particular evening, that's a slight drop. And I mean, we've got to remember as well, this is an event which was pushed back, and different athletes, it impacts them in different ways.
Yeah,
still a good throw.
It will be interesting to have a chat to her afterwards and see sort of where she is with her training. Like we talked to Catherine Camp earlier, the winner of the 800 metres senior women's title, and for her, she was injured earlier in the season, so it worked really well to push it out 3 weeks. I imagine if Val was 1 week straight after Sir Graham Douglas 3 weeks ago, there we go, 18.12. She would have been very happy and then kind of get back into her work to get ready for Tokyo. But this sort of means, what do? Do you go into a heavy block of training in the gym, or do you sort of keep it lighter and focus on putting out a good performance at Nationals? So be interesting to have a chat to her about the way that you attack it. She's obviously in the lead right now, but I can tell you that sort of distance, that's still within cooey of Madison. You know, Madison's best is 18.32. So that sets up a good little competition. So let's not say the medals are done and dusted. There's still a lot to be ridden in this competition, so to go.
Well, then you see Dame Valerie talking to herself, having spoken with her coach. I can tell you too, we're not too far away from another great throwing battle. And that will be the ongoing battle that we have seen throughout this track and field summer in Aotearoa of Lauren Bruce and Julia Ratcliffe. They have been going hammer and tongs. Well, going hammer. It wasn't meant to be a dad joke, okay? It just came out.
The pun of the day.
That was a terrible pun. That'll be a terrible pun. They'll dock my paycheck for that one there. There she is, Lauren Bruce. And right beside her, Julia Ratcliffe. That's my one. There we are.
So Natalia Rankin-Cheetah was just on screen before with the shot. So she was a foul in that round, but she's sitting in second place in the under-20s competition. Behind this woman, Kaya Tupu South, who's good 2 metres ahead, and Going through Kaya's progression, she started off with a 14.5, then added 40 centimetres to that, added another 32 centimetres to that one for round 3, and then added another 31 centimetres to that one. So she's definitely heading things in the right direction. So
it's going to be another consistent mark she's just put out there. It should be easily in that 15 range, whether it's up to that 15.53 that you allude to. Not sure, but you're right. We're thinking this is an under-20 athlete using the senior implement, and she's got great technique, and as I said, diversifies, does discus as well as the shot put. There's Julia Radcliffe getting a practice throw in, and that's a significant distance just for a little warm-up chuck. It's having a bit of fun there. She's got a nice smile on her face. There you go. 15.20. There's a really nice group of throws, a real nice set of throws for Kaya Tupu South. She'll be pretty chuffed with this.
Yeah. So this will most likely be her last domestic competition before she heads over to University of Washington on scholarship.
Innocently wishy. It's a good one. It's again in that 17 range, creeping a bit closer to 18. Legal throw is
good flag.
Goes up. Wanders back. Bucket hat. Sunnies. Striding over for her 5th throw.
So 17.33. So that equals Madison's best.
So you can Dame Valerie Adams put it all together the way she wants to. Just not feeling it. She's going to foul that one off. Stands on the stop board. Frustration coming out of Dame Valerie Adams. So you can also see bouncing around in the background a few of the competitors in the senior men's high jump. That'll be another one of the features tonight on our coverage of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships. This young lady here has had a busy old day. Maddie Wilson, like all good multi-eventers, heptathlete, she's been bouncing around, done multiple events, got a medal in the high jump earlier this morning for the under-20s. Been throwing some discus, doing some shot put, running a leg of a relay. And representing Canterbury with great pride. So she can put her feet up now and sit back, and enjoy an evening.
Viewers at home, what are you doing this weekend? It's quite a weekend, isn't it? These multi-eventers, they really get themselves in for, and then they'll most likely do the 4x4 at the end of it just to put the icing on the cake.
Well, it's fascinating because there is a way, and inquired about this with regards to the local athletics club in my neck of the woods. There are obviously events as well where they are tailored, because one thing that always intrigued me about the decathlon side of things is the pole vault, which petrifies me. But it would be only one thing that would really sort of scare me, because it's one of those things that just looks like fun. You get to do everything.
Yeah.
And for someone like me that hates missing out on, I want to do everything, that looks like the perfect thing. So I understand that there are sort of ways where you can do those sort of things and not do those, or have a modified version of it. So if it is something that you're interested in and you just, I want to try everything, there is ways to be able to do it. So give your local athletics club a call, and trust me, there'll be bucket loads of people there who'll be able to help you and point you in the right direction. Because, we're looking at obviously under 20 and elites, but look, masters, seniors, all manners of athletes. One of these great sports, you can just do it for as long as you want to.
So Kaya Tupu South, getting out, I'd say, again, another sort of mid, maybe low 15s. So nice consistency continues there from Kaya. But I absolutely agree, and I need to affirm this statement to find your local club and give it a go. We are at the end of the season this year, but now's actually a good time. If you want to learn an event, there'll be a coach or an official that could open up the gates of your local track and show you how attack the long jump pit or
there you go.
show you the shot put. Or, it's a great sport to give it a go, and you don't need to be at this highest level.
That's a really nice set of throws by Kaya Tupu South. She should be pretty pleased with her night's work, going 14.5 to 14.92 to 15.24, then the 15.53, and then finishing off with 2 throws in the 15.20s. That's
Solid.
a nice, solid block of work by that young lady. That's a better effort there by Madison Lee Wishy. She needed something spectacular.
I like to see that get further out towards the left as well. Means that she's just got a little bit more time to put some purchase on that shot, give it a bit more momentum.
Yeah, a bit more pop, a bit more zip in that one there. Be interesting to see whether it's reflected in the distance. It is hard, of course, obviously trying to work out the arc of the grid, where that would land.
It won't challenge Dame Val, who has been secured as the national champ.
It's her best throw, though. It's a 17.38, so she finishes with her best throw. Title 18.
In the books, title 17. So I've just had a text from the Athletics New Zealand team. It is title 17. So here she is. This is the victory lap. Dame Val, take a bow. She's still not super happy with it, but she's going to finish up a great domestic season where she's shown the form that she's taken her to the heights of her career. And what is this woman going to do in this Northern Hemisphere season to come?
Well, she's gone with a nice line drive down the left-hand side there. Her best was her opening throw of 18.35. What does she finish with? Does she finish with her best? Yes, she does.
Wow.
She finishes with 18.43.
There we go.
She's not happy with the performance, but she is now a 17-time national champion. More of that coming up as our coverage of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships continues.
Jennian Homes have been proudly building the homes New Zealanders love for over 35 years and encouraging youth to achieve their hopes and dreams. Jennian Homes is proud to partner with the New Zealand Olympic Games team.
We know a country that will refresh you and recharge you and just make you feel a whole lot better about things. This country is food and wine country, but you probably know it as Hawke's Bay.
From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance with expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Coverage of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships of 2021 continuing. We've just seen Dame Valerie Adams claim title number 17. Saved her best to last, 18 metres 43. So all 5 of her legal throws inside that 18-metre range. But you could just tell by the body language and the discussions that we saw her having with Coach Dale Stevenson, she wasn't quite feeling it. Good second place for Madison Lee Wishy. Again, she also left her best until last, but still 1 metre and 5 centimetres behind Dame Valerie Adams. And congratulations to Kaya Tupu South as well, taking out the under-20 contest. So, as you see some of our athletes preparing, that is Caitlin Shepperson of Auckland as we get ready for the women's senior hammer throw. And there is the field for this particular event. And, of course, the 2 names in the middle, bib number 438, Julia Ratcliffe, and 223, Lauren Bruce, Waikato Bay of Plenty versus Canterbury. Been a great battle right throughout the summer track and field season around Aotearoa. And you see Julia Ratcliffe in and preparing. Earlier on today we saw Anthony Nobilo defend his senior men's title with a throw of 63 metres 80. He defeated Anthony Barnes. He had a best throw of 56 metres 12. And Todd Bates with a fifth round effort, just putting him 4 centimetres ahead of Harpreet Singh to claim the bronze. High jump to come. There is Lauren Bruce, who really has emerged as a world-class hammer thrower. I'm talking with Hamish Meacham before about her background, which was in gymnastics and wasn't part of track and field, but one of those real all-rounders. And so she has just really got focused and working. There's Max Atwell. So another one of the multi-sporters who's bouncing around doing many things throughout the course of these 2 days. Already had a busy day. So high jump, not too far away. And as I said, that will feature Hamish Kerr out of Canterbury, who's had a great season where he's had the 2:31, 2 metres 31 to claim the national record on his own. And if he could jump 2:33, he would be an automatic qualifier for the Olympic Games. He's in a very good position at the moment to do that. Getting themselves ready. Won't have it all his own way, will Hamish Kerr, but I know all eyes are on him, and it appears as though since he cleared that 2 metres 40, he just seems to be in a 2:31, I should say. Once going through the 2:30 barrier, he just seems to be in such a good space. So we've got some relays not too far away in terms of the senior women. That's the high jump field there for the senior men. Oliver Miller, Jared Neighbours, Jaden Williamson. He'll keep Hamish honest, a good young up-and-comer. Marcus Walton, Quinn Hartley, Hamish Kerr, Tom Maloney, Josh Inger and Max Atwell out of Canterbury. As well, he is a decathlon champion. And actually, I think we might find that Hayden Sherman has made his way down to get us another post-event interview.
Yes, I'm here with Dame Val, and another national title in the bag. How does that feel? 17 of them.
Yeah, I guess it shows a little bit what my age is, but yeah, it's pretty awesome to win number 17 tonight. I'm really gutted with how I performed tonight. It's been a very, very long season, so I am pretty pissed off as an athlete right now at myself. But that's the name of the game, and you just have to come out and perform the very best you can. So sorry I couldn't have performed better tonight, but we have to celebrate the small wins, and tonight is winning another national title.
Yeah, a good attitude, and I'm loving the hunger as well that's there, because obviously Sir Graham Douglas, end of February. Everything was heading in the right direction, but of course it's another 4 weeks, and we're sort of in the commentary booth working out, how does someone like you, whose focus is on Tokyo, think about this sort of little speed bump on the way in your training?
It's one of those things there are a lot of events that have been planned and also cancelled, so we just have to change with whatever's going on in the world. And it was very unfortunate that Auckland went into lockdown and that Nationals was postponed, but that did mean a longer season for someone like myself. I think my brain was already on holiday when we had to come back to training, and that kind of sucked, but that's the way the cookie crumples. You have to turn up with a good attitude and trying to take it the best you can, so that's just the way it is.
Yeah, cool. And where to here? Is it sort of back into the gym and a little rest?
Yes, definitely. I'm going to take a week off with my family, which will be great, which means I'll go home. Tomorrow we're going to have a little party for my 2-year-old boy, which I missed his birthday this week. So, you know, for me it'll be time just to switch off for about 10 days, just to kind of recharge. And definitely I know my body needs it, and definitely my mind. And then I'll be ready to rock and roll again come 10 days' time after Easter.
Yeah, awesome. And well-deserved break. And we all know the sacrifices that you've had to make. So I imagine that birthday party would be pretty special.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's been a massive 2 years for my son, a massive 2 years for myself. So to be able to be standing here today doing what we do on this journey together as a family is pretty extraordinary. I've had massive support from the likes of my mother-in-law and my husband, who's enabled me to do what I do right now by holding it down at home, but also to Dale, who's been fantastic with making changes to this old girl, and also just having the faith in me to push me to my limits on a daily basis. So I welcome that with open arms. I have a very open mind, and I'm looking forward to what the next few months hold, and then Tokyo.
Awesome. And any idea of first competition?
No.
Nothing planned? Yeah.
Your guess is as good as mine. Just waiting for the wheel to kind of suddenly go back to normal. But what does that look like? I don't know.
Yeah, awesome. Well done for a good season. Sorry that it didn't quite end the way you wanted, but hey, 17 titles. That's an inspiration to us all, so well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. I must say, we're very lucky as a sport that the national championships are going ahead. Other sports have had to cancel it outright. So big ups to the LOC down here in Hawke's Bay, and also to Athletics New Zealand for making it happen for us athletes. We appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, Dame Val. Back to you guys.
Dame Valerie Adams. She says she's going to have a break. Once she's eaten all that birthday cake and fairy bread, she's going to be pinging and ready to hit the gym on Monday morning. She will be ready to go. There you see the athletes who make up the field in the women's hammer throw. So as you see there, 2-2-3, that is Lauren Bruce. Right beside her, 4-3-8, that is Julia Ratcliffe. And they are about to get underway in their first of 3 throws. The top 8 will then advance through and get 3 more throws. So this will be a really wonderful battle. We've also got a relay not too far away from getting started. So this is going to be a really interesting contest between these two athletes that just continue to push and push and push each other so hard. And they really have benefited from this, and it's a great challenge, and one that I know that Julia really enjoys, and Lauren, who's just going from strength to strength. Centane Nom Duckworth will get us underway. We've got the women's 4x100 metre senior relay. Sadly, the Waikato Bay of Plenty team has been withdrawn, but they've got 3 very good teams from Auckland, Tasman and Canterbury. The Auckland team, Amy Robertson, Simone Tafunai, Livy Wilson and Brianna Stevenson. The Tasman team of Michaela Fitty, Lucy Sheet, Hayley Bond and Celia Ward. Canterbury will have Fiona Morrison, Jordan Blake, Anna Haywood and Anna Percy. So the team's just getting themselves set. That's our first throw for Centane Nom Duckworth. Frustrating start. She tags in her fellow Auckland thrower, that is Solama Rose via Atalo, I should say, Molitato. So, yes. Solama Rose gets about her work, and she gets that one out, and she is on the board. Saloma Rose via Mulatalo gets the first counting throw. Nice little smile. I guess that just is a few nerves, and already you're seeing the wonderful camaraderie between. There's one of our officials just waits to get the number for him to put up on the scoreboard there for everyone to see here at the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park. Great facility. So just waiting, and here we go. There it is, 38. 38.19, 38 metres 19 centimetres for Vai Mulitalo. And so now Lexi Maples is stepping into the circle as we get the medal ceremony for one of our earlier races. Here is Lexi. Hayden Sherman having had a chat with Dame Valerie Adams. It's Lexi gets into her work, stays inside. That'll be a legal throw.
Well, don't you just love the hunger that Dame Val's still got after all these years, and still not satisfied, has an off night and still not satisfied, wants more from herself. So
what I thought was quite interesting, she said she's having a week off, yet she's going to be having a birthday party, so you know for a fact that there's going to be cake and fairy bread and Fanta, and I reckon she'll be bouncing off the walls and will probably want to get into the gym on Monday morning and not have a week off. So we see our athletes receiving some more medals for the national titles that they have won. That there was in the Para 200 metres. Mixed joint, Joe Smith, Zachary Orbell. So Mace Ballantyne is our next competitor in the women's hammer throw. Lexi Maples, by the way, 51 metres 26. There's Ballantyne. Gets that one out, working down the right-hand side of the sector. And that's a foul throw, so you need to measure that one. So, foul. As we wait for our next athlete to go on, it looks like that's going to be Caitlin Shepperson. Continuing to wait for the 4x100 metre relay to get underway, also keeping an eye as well. I don't think we're too far away from seeing the first of the big guns in the women's hammer throw, that being Julia Ratcliffe, which she's lurking around with intent. As in walks Caitlin Shepperson. We've seen some great performances already today. The highlight, we have seen the equaling of the New Zealand women's 100 metres mark by Zoe Hobbs. She ran 11.32, equaling the mark set in 1993 by Michelle Seymour. We're a bit worried because the wind had been blowing up as much as 3.5 metres per second, and it can't be any more than 2, but it just dropped. The track and field gods were smiling on Zoe Hobbs.
Yeah, finally, all season long. It's been one of those marks we've been waiting for to see Zoe Hobbs tick that one off. So good to see. So equalled the New Zealand record, and I'm sure she will go on to claim it outright. A bit like Hamish Kerr, really, in the men's high jump, having equalled the men's high jump record, and this year taking it outright. But so cool for Zoe, and she looked like a woman with a big old weight off her shoulders, having won the title, but more importantly, also getting that national record as well.
Well, there's a woman with a big old weight in her hands. Julia Ratcliffe looks at her target, goes through her preparation. She gets ready to go. The senior women's 100 metres relay about to get underway. We'll take Julia's throw and then cut to that. We're in the starters blocks and they are underway with that. Here is Ratcliffe's first throw. And she has launched it. That's a cracking start. White flag up. Game on. This is the relay. There's a great run you see coming from.
Simon Tupp and I really clawing back on the Canterbury athlete there, so Auckland's going to change first.
They are absolutely fizzing. That's Livy Wilson running the bend. It's a good response coming as well, though, from Anna Haywood, but Auckland's got their nose in front. They're going to hand it over to Brianna Stevenson. She gone. Forget about it. Auckland, unless they drop the bat, and it's a big final leg coming in from Anna Percy. But Auckland's going to claim the 4x100 metre relay final. Canterbury second. Tasman coming through in third. Julia Ratcliffe Julia Ratcliffe is fizzing. She is fizzing. I want to see the number. That's Coach Dave getting a hug. What has she done? 73.40.
All right.
Okie dokes. Have some of that. PB and buy some.
And
Give us the stats, Hayden.
She's just booked her ticket to Tokyo too. She needed to clear 72.5. She's done that and some. 73.40. That is a new, it's the best this year. It's not quite the New Zealand record, which is owned by Lauren Bruce at 73.47. But I can tell you now, Julia will be pumped.
Well, she went
so pumped.
She went charging over. She's got fist bumps going on there. She's over by the man she refers to as Coach Dave, otherwise known as Dad. Wow, she's ripped that. She has ripped that. Now, here's the thing, is now she's got to try and bring herself down because all of that's going through. That was just the first throw. And here's Lauren Bruce looking to respond.
That go into the cage? I didn't see.
Yeah, I don't think that one's come through. So that's actually got hung up. It's actually hung up in the cage. So it's a foul. Wow. So she's only... That is a absolutely outstanding start to the competition. And as we say, she's only seven off the New Zealand record as well.
Amazing.
There it is. There's
the rescue mission in order here. This is a tricky situation because that's beyond ladder reach. So give the net a good shake and hope it comes down.
Wow. There you go. This is another look at it. 73.40. Julia Ratcliffe, she gives herself a little clap. I think she realises it was all right, but my goodness gracious me, she launched that.
This has just become a very, very exciting competition. I don't know how they're going to get this thing down. Does it stay up there for the competition? Is that safe?
I would assume that you'd be able to drop. I mean, the nets are on a pulley system, so I guess if you wanted to, you could drop the nets, but that is going to take time to do so.
Yeah. I believe these are new nets they've got here. I remember here at the Potts Classic, Dale Stevenson having to get up there and fix them, but it looked nice and brand new, but obviously they are not perfect for not catching the hammer itself.
Well, we've just seen Julia Ratcliffe punch her ticket, automatic qualifier. She can just start booking the accommodation, sorting it out now.
Start ordering her sushi right now.
Here's another gentleman who's going to have an opportunity. This is the field for the men's senior high jump, and it features a guy who is on the cusp. He should qualify automatically for the final in terms qualify for the Olympics because he's on the top 16. He's just generating ranking points left, right and centre. But if Hamish Kerr could clear 2 metres 33, that's an automatic. And he too, like Julia Ratcliffe has just done, would just have to start saying, team, we're on the way, let's start planning.
Yep. Get me the vaccine, book the ticket, let's go. So, yeah, Hamish Kerr in the middle of your screen, red shorts, white T-shirt, black sunnies.
There he is.
He's been the man of the moment this summer. One of the great stories of our summer of athletics, clearing that 2:31 New Zealand record at the Capital Classic. And I love the way he jumps. He looks so smooth, and it almost looks like I often compare him to a skateboarder or a freestyle motocross rider. The coolness and composure that he approaches the bar with. It's like he's doing an extreme sport. And in many ways, the vertical jumps are extreme sports. You're sending yourself multiple meters up into the air. But he's so smooth and such a cool competitor. Getting the New Zealand record outright's given him a new lease on life and certainly puts him right up there in the world standings.
Well, after that minor delay, after the excitement of an Olympic qualifier, after the surprise of a hammer getting hung up in the cage, it's now an opportunity to get back to work in the women's hammer throw, and well, Tegan Ashley's been sitting there waiting patiently.
Hasn't even thrown her first throw yet. And while we do this, it could be a good time to do a bit of a shout out to some of the sponsors. Of course, Jennian Homes, the naming partner for the event, but also a big shout out to the local council here. We're getting underway. Just flipping the bar with his calves there.
Yep, that is Jared Neighbour getting us underway. He's in at a starting height, by the way, of 1.82 m. Tom Maloney will start at that height as well. In terms of Hamish Kerr, we won't actually see Hamish enter until 2.16 m. So 2.16 is what he has put down as his entry height. So it'll be a wee while before we see Hamish in action. But still some very good
and that could
high
be
jumpers in play, though.
That could be a situation where we have Hamish entering the competition after everyone else has bowed out. So we've got a handful of sub 2 metre plus 2 metre jumpers in New Zealand currently. I'll look up my stats and give you the exact number. So we've got 9 jumpers over 2 metres, which is really solid. Well, at 10 if we include Alfie Baker there as well. So a lot of those guys lining up. Quinn Hartley and Jaden Williamson have sort of been the next in line, but also Max Atwell, the decathlete. He's got a 2:05 to his name this season. So look to see if we can get any of these guys into the potentially 2:10s. Nice clearance there that time. And finally, we're underway in the hammer throw.
Yeah, back into it. This is Tegan Ashley out of Southland, who's had to wait for quite a while. And she, in turn, fouls one off, but unlike the Lauren Bruce effort, that one does come back down safely. So, wow, goodness gracious me. Zoe Hobbs equaling the 100 metres record, which has stood since 93, and now we've seen Julia Ratcliffe. She's only 7 centimetres off the New Zealand record, held by her rival, good friend though, Lauren Bruce. 73 metres 40, automatic qualifier for the Olympic Games. Here is Jared Neighbour again. Neighbour has put the bar up now to 1.87 m. So Tom Maloney has cleared that. We'll see Tom. We'll see another couple of athletes come in here as well, including Marcus Walton and Max Atwell, both out of Canterbury too. First throw stays inside the arc for Orana Tofofo Tafili out of Wellington. Yorana, excuse me, my apologies. Yorana Tofofo Tafili. And that's her first throw. See our officials, white flag means, yep, done so legally. Red flag means that it would have been a foul. Here we see Maloney. Oh, gave it a bit of a shake, bit of a shimmy, but it stayed on.
That's the most important thing. Doesn't matter how far over the bar you are, just get over it. So I was in the midst of doing a bit of a shout out to our sponsors. So of course Jennian Homes, but also Hawke's Bay Regional Council, Hastings Council and Napier City Council. Big props to them for particularly the flexibility in the region, making sure this event happened even though it's 3 weeks late. Hawke's Bay Gisborne Athletics, Pub Charity, Aon, NZME, The Hits, Hawke's Bay Today. So a whole host of sponsors that have all contributed to make this event happen. Thank you to all of you. Nice clearance there.
Made that look incredibly easy. That was the first attempt by Marcus Walton. And Max Atwell will be the next athlete. So we've completed our first run through the women's hammer throw. Remember, the top 8 will advance to get 3 more throws after the 3. There you see Max Atwell.
Yeah, so Max Atwell is the reigning New Zealand decathlon champion. Jared Neighbours, who we had on just before, he got second in that competition. So one of our multi-eventers, and it often happens in the vertical jumps. You start off with the decathletes, and then we work our way in and introduce the specialists in the high jump.
So Here we see the next lot of the hammer, and that is Centane Nom Duckworth. Frustration there on Centane's face as it's a second consecutive foul. Just take a bit of a breath, just calm down. She gets a nice little reminder there from Salua Mai Rose Vale Mulitalo. Just it's all right, mate. We got you. Nice little camaraderie there between the teammates. Here's Atwell bounding in, beautiful. It's a sport of elegance.
It is.
High jumping. It just looks delightful. There's a throw. It's a illegal throw for Vaio Mulitalo.
It's a funny.
Looks happy with it.
It is a funny sport, the high jump. I was talking to Terry Lomax, coach of Max Atwell, and
were you? Can we just start that? Were you talking to, or were you listening to Terry?
Yeah, I was listening. I was taking notes. In fact, it was actually a coaching session where he was guiding me through a few events, so he was very generous with his time. But he was explaining the high jump that often you look at it and it seems like it's all about that technique, arching the back over the bar, but he said, it's just about getting that height. It's how high you can hop and then think about getting over the bar. So really it does come down to that ability to get yourself up into space and then manipulate your body over the bar once that happens.
So Lexi Maples is back in the circle. By the way, there was a nice little extension of her first round throw for Salua Mai Rose Vaio Mulitalo. She extended from 38.19 to 38.37. We've also got the men's 4x100 metre relay not too far away. Auckland, Canterbury, Waikato Bay of Plenty, Wellington, Otago and Manawatu Wanganui all involved. Here we see a nice clearance.
Yeah, Jaden Williamson coming in from North Harbour. So he's the reigning New Zealand secondary schools champ. Him and Quinn Hartley had a fantastic battle. They both posted personal bests. I believe Jaden went 2:11 and Quinn went 2:07 in that competition. And so it'd be great to see them get back to that form. So Quinn got 2:08 and Jaden 2:11. So they're both lining up in the senior men's high jump competition. As we see the 100 metre under 20s team pick up their medals.
There was Mace Ballantyne. She had a foul on her first. That's a fair throw, so that'll be her first counting throw. As we head back over. It's the great thing if you are just joining and watching track and field for the first time. If you haven't been to a meet, everything happens. There'll be plenty of bouncing around as we get ready to head back over to the senior hammer throw.
Quinn Hartley, here he is, your second place getter from the New Zealand secondary schools champ, and he's one of those guys who, like Jaden Williamson, will be looking to that man, the absolute leader, Hamish Kerr, and just saying, mate, can we let some of that greatness just rub off? And it's so cool to have a genuinely world-class jumper showing these young guys how it's done.
Caitlin Shepperson. And that there is down the left-hand side of the arc. So we are getting set now for the 4x100 metre senior relay. I wonder whether Julia Radcliffe, who is next in the throwing circle, will just hold before she steps into the cage there. Knowing that, standing there right now. Olympics, she's going, 73.40. We are underway. Auckland 1, Canterbury 2. Waikato Bay of Plenty, Wellington, Auckland, Otago. Also got the under-20s on the inside as well. Bat and change, and it's Wellington. Some good pace, though, coming here from Otago. Don't understand why. That's your 100-metre national champion, Shay Veach. He hands that over to John Gerber. Otago going nicely. Here come Wellington, though. Auckland, they've got Tommy Tapunik. And Tapuni's going to hand it over. This is going to be a great lead for Auckland if they can maintain it coming down. That is Matthew Wyatt. Wyatt pinning the ears back. Here comes Felix McDonald down the outside for Otago. It's Auckland. It is Otago. It's Wellington.
Wow, exciting stuff there from the 4x1s. Also saw Cameron French bringing it home for Waikato Bay Plenty in 4th place. But Auckland, we sort of lost track of them in the middle of the race as Max Atwell goes clear.
We've got to get back over to the throwing circle because Julia Ratcliffe is back in there.
And that one just slipped out of their hand straight into the net. But she's already posted the second best throw ever by a New Zealander, just 7 centimetres off the New Zealand record by Lauren Bruce.
But if you know Coach, aka Dad, your father, Dave Ratcliffe, what he'll be saying, okay, that's fine. If you do that in an Olympic Games, you then need to follow it up and try and follow it up with something better. So let's do that. He was excited and he will know it, but that coach mentality is, all right, come on, now you've still got 5 more throws. You want to win the title. You know what this lady on your screen, Lauren Bruce, the New Zealand record holder, is capable of. Let's just get focused with regards to that. So coaches always coaches, even fathers.
Yes.
And so Dave, even though I know he'll be incredibly proud, he'll be just making sure that mind on the job, young lady, let's finish it. You've started now, let's finish this job before we worry about the other one. And here's Lauren Bruce, who had her first throw, rattle into the cage and then have the hammer hold up. So she's got to work on that mental side of it. Gee, that's a nice clearance as well.
Tom Maloney. Great work. So clear at 192. Over he goes.
So here is Lauren Bruce. She is the New Zealand record holder stepping into the throwing circle. Into the cage, and she hasn't had the start she wanted. So she would have seen her good rival and friend. And she'll be chuffed for her as well, but also the competitor in her will be absolutely kicking in. So now she needs to get a throw in the arc and get her innings underway. That's a second one she's rattled in. Let's just remind you, it's the top 8 that advance. So if you have 3 no throws, you will not advance and get 3 more throws.
This is an interesting situation because it was the exact reverse at the Potts Classic at this venue back in January, where Lauren Bruce came out of the gates just roaring with a big throw, put it to Julia, and Julia fouled out of the competition. So very interesting scenes that Julia's the one this time to lay it down, and has it unsettled Lauren? I don't know. She's a pretty good competitor, but it certainly throws the cat amongst the pigeons when you come out with a throw like that straight off. Here is Jaden Williamson. So clean. So beautiful.
That's what
Great
it is.
to watch.
It is. It's just one of those sports that are just so elegant. The athletes primarily, they are long and lean and lithe, unless you name Stefan Holm from Sweden, in which case you can just be short and bouncy and lean and lithe. But it is. There's an elegance, there's a beauty, there's an art to watching and enjoying high jump. Yes. You see all of them using the Crosby flop technique, which is very much in vogue. No one has sort of looked to innovate and bring some other form. It's the best way to get up over the top. So this is the 400 metres hurdles. There is Portia Bing with another national title, but disappointed with the performance. Not as fluid as we have seen from Portia. Here's another one of these great young talents. This is out of Southland in the men's high jump.
Yeah, so that was Quinn Hartley.
Sorry, name just eluded me. I do apologise. We're looking at multiple screens, multiple directions. We love it. That's why we're here. Yorana Tofafo Tafili out of Wellington. She had 36.74 with her first throw. There are the medalists in the 400 metres hurdles for women.
Yeah, and keep an eye out for Portia Bing over the Northern Hemisphere summer and into Tokyo. She should make it on points to Tokyo. Oh, yeah, beautiful there.
It's Josh Inga.
Yeah, nice clearance from Josh. I think Josh is currently sitting number, I was going to say he's number 2 in the country right now, but no, he's back in about 8th place because we've got that real log jam in the low 2s this season. But Quinn Hartley was the bronze medalist from last year at these national champs.
So the bar, by the way, just so if you're keeping track, the bar is currently set at 1.97 metre on the high jump. And just the one athlete who is no longer taking part in this competition, that is Jared Neighbours, had 3 misses at 1.92 metre, having cleared metre 87. And just as we continue to work our way through, and there's a very nice clearance as well. It was Marcus Walton. So as they wait now for the distance for Dana Shepherd-Oates from Otago, the previous thrower, to come through. We head on to our final throw. And this is Centane Nom Duckworth to get the final rotation of this set of 3 throws. And, of course, the top 8 will advance to have 3 more throws. Centane yet to post a mark, so she would want to get this one done as we head back to Quinn Hartley.
You can see the distance that he jumped out. He was leaving the ground about a metre before he was even at the mat. So not only is he jumping high, he's jumping far as well. So Centane, she's your reigning New Zealand secondary school champ. She's got a best this year with the senior implement of 48.63. And
well, she's got that one out and down the middle, so she's got a marker on the board now. We'll see whether she advances. Oh, just clipping it with the buttocks going over the top. So, very good effort. That was Maloney again. So 50.1 for Centane. So having got one out of the cage, that's a good reward. 50.1, so that should earn her another 3 throws in this competition. As we head back now to Salomai Rose via Molitalo. She's had 2 throws of 38, but that one there is clattered into the right side of the cage. So she heads out. Grabs it. No doubt there'll be a little exchange probably with Lexi Maples. Lexi having fouled on her second throw, but having had a good throw of 50.26 to start. So still to come. We've got the men's shot put. And I can tell you right now, some big gentlemen are just gathering underneath the Jennian Homes tent. And they are just working their way through, getting themselves set and organised.
There's a good clearance from Tom Maloney. There, as we have Lexi Maples coming.
So just a reminder, if you're wondering why we are not saying the name of Hamish Kerr with regards to the high jump, Hamish will come in with the bar set at 2.16 metres. Here is Maples. Gets that out. It's outside of the arc. Didn't stay in. Driving nicely up the left-hand side, which when you see that for a right-handed thrower, they like to see that. Trying to get maximum distance, but that one there just overdone by Lexi. She should advance, though, with 51.26. Here is Jaden Williamson.
Yeah, we've just got those handful of athletes still with no mark on the board. So as Jaden comes in, National Secondary Schools champ, just folds his body over the bar. Like
clearing 202. That's 2.02 metres.
Wow.
That is cleared and made it look so easy.
Incredible.
Here is Mace Ballantyne. That one there rattles off the left-hand side of the cage. Another foul throw. 47.73 her second throw. Likewise, that should be enough to sneak her in. No problems at all.
So we've got 6 athletes left in this competition, moving up into the twos, 2:02. And over safely is our man. Who was that?
It was Marcus Walton, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, yeah.
So back now to Caitlin Shepperson. So they continue to work our way through. Caitlin gets that out. She's had 3 throws, all counting. She's done well, all around the 38. So Hartley just gets that one a little bit wrong. So at the moment, Caitlin's sort of like, oh, I've taken the wrap off. I don't know if she'll be thinking that she could probably have another few throws. There's Julia Ratcliffe looking really relaxed, and you can understand why. Automatic Olympic qualifier of 73.40, so a personal best. And a personal best, she's tacked on 90 centimetres, 72.50 to 73.40.
Something like that, yeah.
That was the first throw.
So 105 to be precise.
Thank you.
105 centimetres. Wow.
So she fouled with her next attempt. Takes that big deep breath and tries to get the focus back. Medal ceremony taking place at the moment for the women's senior shot put. Dame Valerie Adams climbing to the top step as Julia Ratcliffe.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's another biggie. That's another biggie.
That is another big one. So there's 2 lines of cones. We may be able to see it. They've laid out some tennis balls along 2 markers. Now, I believe maybe I can see an O on one of them. So I believe that's the Olympic qualifier. And then the other one is the N, which must be national record.
Got to be the national record. Has to be.
So I think this was just shy of the O, but it means it's another 72 odd. Could be another second best throw ever in my life situation.
It's 71.13. 71 metres, 13 seconds. There is Dame Valerie Adams having received national title gold medal number 17. Now she's having a lovely wee chat with that little person. Going to sign the shirt too.
And so that 17 equals the number of shot put titles by the great Val Young, who had a similar career in terms of coming back from having kids, and Quinn Hartley going through the threshold, so he will have another X to his name on that one.
Here's a big pressure moment. Lauren Bruce doesn't have a throw. She doesn't have a throw at the moment. So she's got to get one, because otherwise she could find herself eliminated, as you pointed out, Hayden Sherman, akin to what Julia went through at the same venue for the Pots.
And does she back off the gas a little bit and just make sure she gets one out there and carries on in the competition? Let's see.
Well, she's got it out.
Oh, yeah.
And in.
That's good.
Long.
That's real
long.
good.
That's a good response.
It's right out to that first line. So this is the Olympic qualifier line. She puts the tongue out and says, yes, game on.
Does she button off? No, that's the answer. Emphatic no, Hayden Sherman. Wow. Gee, we are getting to see. This is world-class hammer throwing. This is brilliant.
So these
two girls is world-class mental fortitude as well to respond.
Yeah. These 2 girls are in the top 10 in the world. So you are seeing genuine world-class competition here. And like you say, I love that game face. No, like, oh, let's just get through to the next part of the competition, but let's throw it out beyond 70 metres.
70.54. Here's the thing, though. She's still just under 3 metres behind the current competition leader, is Inga.
Josh Inga knocks it down. That's second miss at 2:02. We've already got Williamson and Marcus Walton, who have cleared. Of course, Hamish Kerr still to enter, but we've had 4 athletes who have missed.
Still, Max Atwell needs to come through for his second attempt at 2:02.
So not too far away from the women's 5,000 metres as well.
Here's Max, takes it down. That's getting up around close to his best. He's got a best this season of 2:05. But of course, got a busy weekend this weekend, so it's hard to pull out your best when you're doing everything out, every other event available to you.
But that's what decathletes do.
That's what they do.
I'm going to make the argument here, Hayden Sherman, providing the expert analysis. My name's Nigel. I'm so glad you're with us. This is coverage of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championship of 2021, coming to you from the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park on what has been a delightful day. I would have thought wouldn't it be easier? Or are they such creatures of habit, decathletes, that they have to be at this point to do this, to do this, to do this, to do this? I thought this would have been a mellow day for them.
Well, you'll probably find that they'll be doing 4, maybe 5 events in one day anyway, so kind of similar-ish. But yeah, like you say, if you're doing three events, it's like, oh, that's a light day.
I suppose though you're getting, let's say you might get say 6 attempts as opposed to maybe the 3 you get for the decathlon. Might be the argument I might get from multi-eventers throwing back at me.
Tom Maloney takes it down, so he's out of the competition. Quinn Hartley bows out as well. So we're down to our final 5 athletes, with one of those still to come into the competition. 2 of those who need to clear in the next 2 jumps. So Jaden Williamson, Marcus Walton are through, but Josh Inga and Max Atwell have one more attempt. Here is Inga. Oh, he was over. Just didn't bring those legs up, those calves up in time. It was the back of the calves that just took it down. That was a shame for Josh. He's going to bow out of the competition, but I think at the moment as it stands, he is in 3rd place on countback. We'll wait to see. Surely Hamish will get a notch on the board and knock him out of that medal position, but we'll wait and see.
Well,
Max Atwell, here he goes.
Oh, that was a good attempt. So he just drops down a little bit. I think he knew he might have had a real good opportunity there.
He's going to finish in 5th or 6th.
So here is Dani Shepherd-Oates. Now, she's got to get one like Lauren Bruce. She's got to actually get one out of the cage to advance. So she gets herself set. Saw her working through. Now the bar goes up to 2:06. Shepherd-Oates. Rattles that one in. And that's 3 foul shows for Dani. That's very disappointing. You can see the frustration etched on her face. And understandable. So now we will reset and we will see who gets advanced. But after 3 throws in the women's hammer throw, it is Julia Ratcliffe with an Olympic qualifying mark, 73 metres 40, second biggest throw in New Zealand history. She leads. She also has the second longest throw in the competition, but next after her is Lauren Bruce with 70.54.
There's Jaden Williamson.
Here we go.
Knocks the bar off with his head at 2:06.
There you see some of the progressions for the first half of our competitors. Remember, 8 athletes will advance. And there is Lauren Bruce, who had 2 fouls and then delivers 70.54.
Wow.
Great mental strength
Awesome.
shown by that young lady, which is the reason why she too is on her way to Tokyo. We are preparing ourselves. So we're preparing, they're going through and getting ready for the men's shot put.
Marcus Walton bars at 2:06. Again, knocking it down on the way up almost.
So just a short break now as we turn around in the women's hammer throw. We're also preparing not too far away from the men's shot put.
That man on screen, Mr. Space for Rent.
That's a big space for Rent. And he looked very good this morning. And we'd have to say, when we say this morning, we're talking around 9 o'clock this morning. He and Dale Stevenson and a couple of the other members of Team Stevenson were out there warming up. Here is Williamson. We've also got some middle distance races still to come. The 5,000 metres for both the men and the women. The women you would suspect will be a bit of a Camille Buscombe time trial and a battle for second and third.
Jaden, here he goes, takes it down again with his head. So he's obviously just not getting that height. He's jumped to 11 back in December. So he just needs to get that psychology in the right place. When the bar's at 206, it's a long way above your head, and that's where those even as a tall man, it's still higher than his head.
That's the thing I think people have got to remember. We're looking at athletes here who are around the 2 metre mark or the 1 metre 96, 1 metre 97. So they're tall human beings as it is, and to generate the amount of lift and then to contort your body, even though they make it look so beautifully smooth, there's a lot to it. Here comes Walton.
Oh, better that time.
Yeah, he knows it too.
He knows he's got it.
This is the medal ceremony for the 400 metres hurdles for men. As we continue to see here is the five-time national champion, Cameron French. And ran the final leg, as you pointed out as well, on the 4x100. Always wanting to know about the
sneaky 4x1,
the province or the club. So we're now heading into the next stage of the women's hammer throw. There you see Jaden Williamson getting himself set. We're not too far away from. Say, Kerr will be entering, you suspect, once this bar hits 116. So after these athletes are done.
Last attempt for Jaden. Knocks it down. He's out of the competition, but will he be in second or will he be in third? If both Jaden and Marcus bow out at 206, it will go to Jaden because he's got the clean sheet up until now, whereas Marcus had a miss at 197.
So there is the women's 5,000 metres. And it will be Camille Buscombe, who's already got a bronze medal today in the 800, decided to have a crack, see if she could do the treble of the 8, 1,500 and 5,000. This is her specialist event, one of her specialist events, and I'm sure there'll be some other people who will be looking to try and maybe hang with her a little bit, but you see her in the distinctive Waikato colours, blonde hair pulled back into the ponytail. And Camille Buscombe, you suspect, will probably canter away with this.
Yeah, best under 15 minutes, and most of these other women will be 16-minute, 17-minute runners. So you're definitely in a different class, but it'll be interesting to see how she plays it out. That was a much better attempt from Tom, but he's going to bow out in second place currently, but assuming Hamish Kerr can get a mark on the board, then he will be bumped into that bronze medal position. But that's a good weekend for Marcus. He'll go away with at least a medal of some colour, and that will add to his silver from last year.
Just watch the warm-up throw by Tom Walsh, and you know how they've got the tennis balls laid down in the women's hammer throw area. Well, they've got tennis balls laid down in the men's shot put area, and he was jolly close to those tennis balls. So there you see them underway, and
Camille's just happy to run in lane 2 and just settle into this place. Is Laura Nagel, who we haven't seen for about 3 years. She's been out with some injury issues, but been training with Paul Hamblin on the North Shore. She's a local girl from the Hawke's Bay, but currently based in Auckland, and good to see her back racing. So let's see what sort of pace. 42. So that's nothing crazy for the likes of Camille, who will be used to going through 200 metres in sort of 36 seconds for the 5K. So this is well within her range of ability. So she'll be more than happy to just step on the gas, and the pack will be more than happy to see the back of her as they set about fighting it out for the minor places. And it's crazy to talk about that in the first lap of a 12.5 lap race.
Well, we just know the form. We know the form difference, and this is a lady who's been at Olympics and World Championships, so Commonwealth Games. So this is a lady who understands what she is doing, and is a clear difference. And so we will see her really clear out. It will be a very interesting race, though, between the other ladies for the silver and bronze.
It will be, and I really can't pick a favourite amongst them all. They're well matched. I want to say maybe I'll give it to the experience of Laura Nagel, but we'll have to wait and see. Hamish Kerr, clean as you like, over he goes, 2:16. He is your winner, national champion, just like that. There we go.
So that sorts that out. But the big thing for Hamish Kerr is looking at other heights. The number that everyone is looking for is 2 metres 33. That would be an automatic qualifier. Just a wee break at the moment over in the women's hammer throw. That's getting back underway now with Centane Nom Duckworth, who put a throw of 50.01 to qualify for the next series of throws. And now there's an interesting wee shift, because it'll be Lauren Bruce who will have the opportunity to try and maybe catch up. I mean, goodness gracious me, she's chasing 73.4. We know she can throw that because she's throwing 73.47. She is the New Zealand holder. There is Camille Buscombe, who's nicely into her work in the 5,000 metres.
Yeah, this will be much like a tempo run here, but I know she'll want to give herself a bit of confidence before going into the international season. And just having a look, she's definitely accelerated after that slower first 200. Here she comes through the first K in 3:11. So nice acceleration, and that puts her on track for around about a 15:50, that sort of range. Her best, of course, 14:58, set at the Doha World Champs in 2019.
There is Maples with her fourth round throw. Christiani, Nagel, Grogan leading the chasing pack in the 5,000 metres.
And they went through in about 3:30 for that K.
High jump bar is now set at 2:19 for Hamish Kerr. There is Lauren Bruce. Recovered nicely. 2 foul throws, had to get one out there, and she threw 70.54. Now, we've seen Julia Radcliffe deliver a big strike, and we see Lauren Bruce respond. And we've still got Tom Walsh to go. We've got a stacked 5K men's race. So glad you're with us watching the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championship 2021. Lauren Bruce into the cage for her fourth round throw in the senior women's hammer throw. After 2 fouls, through 70.54 with her third throw. Great speed generated. That has gone a massive way.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, we could have a New Zealand. Look at the little grin. You're allowed to smile. Yeah, she knows she's bombed that. Oh, that's right in amongst the tennis balls.
It's right out amongst them, maybe beyond them. Of course, they're just a guide. That was impressive. We have a competition on our hands.
This is great. This is great. So 73.4 is what Julia Ratcliffe threw. The New Zealand record is 73.47. And what is Lauren Bruce throwing?
What's it going to be?
72.76.
Wow. So those tennis balls, therefore, slightly deceptive, but it's an improvement for Lauren, but it won't change the standings. We see Julia into the circle, and I can tell you on the track it continues to be Camille just pulling away, and then Laura Nagel has taken over pace-making duties for the pack ahead of Anika Grogan of Auckland, closely followed by Maya Christini. But here she is, Julia Ratcliffe, the competition leader. Look at that speed. Wow.
Oh, that's past. Oh, hello. Hello. Oh, my goodness gracious me. This is
wow.
Well,
Julia Ratcliffe has, it looks from the naked eye, another 80 centimetres on top of.
That could be the national record. It could be the national record we're staring at here.
Oh, I mean, the speed that she had in that circle, the momentum that she generated, and then just absolutely released a bomb. She just
on the edge of limits as well, and she stayed in 73.55. That is a new national record.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the woman who just qualified for the Tokyo Games, booked her ticket, but wasn't satisfied to leave it at that. She's just extended on that, and she has set a new Zealand record.
Over there, pat on the back.
Take a bow, Julia.
Pat on the back from Coach Dave.
And this is only round 4. We've still got 2 more rounds of this. How are we going to handle it?
Just confirming that mark, which was set by Lauren Bruce 20 September last year in Hastings at this venue. 73.47. Well, now the new national record is 73.55. Here is Hamish Kerr.
One national record holder to another.
Oh, and he just glides comfortably over.
The athletics we are seeing on display right now is second to none. This is absolutely stunning watching. Great to have your company. Those at home, you are in for a treat tonight, and I hope you're enjoying this coverage.
I'm waiting to hear.
Look at that.
I'm just looking down at the hammer throw as we see Camille Buskin reel off another lap.
Yeah, she's got 6 laps to go on this 12.5 lap event, so past the halfway mark now. It's always good in the 5K when you know there's less ground ahead of you than what's behind you.
So, see the big smile on the face of Julia Ratcliffe. Goodness gracious me. This is absolutely outstanding.
So Camille here looking nice and comfy. So she will come up to 3K shortly, and it'll be interesting to get a split at that 3K mark. She has a lead of around about 130 metres, so really can't see that being eaten into. Behind her, I can tell you Maya Christini and Anika Grogan are working well together, and I believe Laura Nagel is just sandwiched between the 2 of them. So those 3 are going to be battling out for 2 remaining medals, but it is Camille Buscombe, 9:41 at the 3K mark. She's doing the triple this weekend, set herself the task of a lot of miles to cover, but that's great preparation for what should be a good Northern Hemisphere summer.
Just a wee delay down in the hammer throw area. There's wait for confirmation. The next round to advance, there's been a pause here. But there is Camille Buscombe just nicely going about her work.
And I can tell you, behind Camille, Laura Nagel just slipping off the back of Maya Christini and Anika Grogan. So the 2 Aucklanders just pulling away. So is that a break that's going to be decisive when it gets to the stage that we get to hand out some medals? As the shadows start to stretch across the ground, light easing off a little bit, really shows the autumnalness of the close of the summer season, having stretched out into late March. But here, Camille Buscombe, number 2 all-time in New Zealand, behind none other than the legendary Kim Smith for the 5,000 metres. She's one of our true great distance runners that this country has produced, and just turned 30 years of age.
So just as I say, there's a delay at the moment down in the hammer throw area, and of course Hamish Kerr now just making his way back out. He has now got the bar set, and that is set at 2 metres 24. His New Zealand record, that there is 2:31. So looking for the crowd, and there's a good little crowd that's assembled over there as well. It's a confident athlete looking very loose. As he goes in. Oh, first looks at the bar. Says, I probably owe you one there, fella, but that's another great clearance at 2:24. So we're waiting as Camille Buscombe reels off another lap.
Yeah, she's only got 3 laps to go now, so she'll see the end of this work. I'm calling it a workout because she would have done tempo runs, not too dissimilar to this sort of pace, but having done the 800 only a couple of hours ago, there'll be some sting in her legs that she'll be fighting, some fatigue that she'll have to work through. But it's still going to be a solid time. She'll be well inside the 15s. We'll get a good split at the 4K and then see what she can throw down for that final kilometre. You can also tell Laura Nagel just inching her way back up into contention as well for that 3rd place. So going through 13 minutes flat is Camille.
So she's just working her way around, and she's got that lovely rhythm. So she is always was the class of this particular field, and as it is eventuated, she's basically got a full half lap advantage over the chasers. And we're just getting ready for the 5th round of throws in the final of the women's hammer throw. There's been a little bit of a delay. So just confirming that a new national mark. Julia Ratcliffe, 73 metres 55, and that's her 2nd throw over 73 metres. She put a metre 5 on her previous personal best, and then she has now added again another 15 centimetres to that.
The exciting thing about this for Julia is that she it's been a summer of Lauren Bruce, really. We haven't seen the Julia. She had a couple of good performances at Porritt, but to finish the summer in the way she's doing at the moment is just so exciting for her.
Well, what we've seen at times Julia make a really good throw. We go, wow, that's a great throw. What's Lauren going to do? And Lauren just comes straight in on top of it.
Yeah.
And so this one here now, it's Julia's laid down the marker, and now it's Lauren's suit. She's got to try and respond. Which, to be fair, look, Lauren Bruce has had 2 legal throws. 70.5, 70 metres, 54 centimetres, and then she's responded with 72.76. So it's not like she's throwing chopped liver out there.
Yeah.
I mean, those are really good throws. But this is just, she's having a night, Julia.
She really is having an absolute night to remember. But this is great as Camille comes through to get the bell. 1 lap to go, and she'll have her hands on the national title. And I can tell you the gap back to 2nd is a good 200 metres or so. Back to Maya Christini, who has pulled away from the other 2. But there's a good little battle for bronze between Laura Nagel and Anika Grogan there.
Well, here comes Nagel now making a bit of a move round the outside as we watch Camille Buscombe power down the back straight one last time.
Yeah, Camille is just such a talented runner, hard-working runner. She does every week on the track. She'll do some sort of workout that involves 25 laps of this thing. So she's used to running around in circles, and she's the best in New Zealand at doing lots of laps around the track. So here she comes, Camille Buscombe, her second event for today. Took the bronze in the 800 metres, and here she comes. The time doesn't mean a thing really with this one. She started nice and solid, and then slowed up a little with some 330Ks in there, but she's going to finish in just a tick over 16 minutes. Camille Buscombe is your senior women's 5,000 metre champion. Adds a gold to that collection for the weekend, and let's look back and see who's in second place, how that's unfolding. Laura Nagel, like you said, Nigel, is closing very well, but I don't think she's going to be able to chase down Maya Christini.
Well, no, she's given it a really good crack coming around the turn. She is absolutely bombing this, Lauren Nagel. This is some finish.
Is she going to run out of runway? There you can see on your screen Maya Christini just turning it up a gear just to make sure Laura doesn't run over her. But that's your medalist, Maya Christini, putting that break in the last K to go, just pulling away from the other two. But Laura securing her hands on a bronze. Good to see her back running domestically. So welcome back to the competitive scene, Laura Nagel.
Now we're underway as well, by the way, in the men's shot put. So we'll be bouncing around there because obviously Tom Walsh competing. Here is Centane Nom Duckworth. Best throw so far of 50.1, 50 metres, 10 centimetres. Now we can settle back down a little bit. Tell you what, just watching Julia Radcliffe doing a little bit of high stepping. There is your your list, I should say, for the senior men's shot put. Neighbours, of course, having just competed in the high jump, multi-eventer, cutting across. Here is Liam and Chuck Wolf. So, again, just moving his way up into that senior class, and I think you'll find we've got Tom Walsh not too far away from his first throw. How good is this? You've got Lauren Bruce and Julia Ratcliffe at one end. You've got Tom Walsh at another. You've got Hamish Kerr jumping over the high jump. World-class athletes.
And we're about to have the 5,000 metre boys join the track as well, and that is set to be an electric race. So
let's see what Big Tom's got
where
in
else
store.
would you be?
So Tom Walsh's first of 6 throws. We hope 6 throws. Getting everything all set. Oh, that's a good start.
Oh.
That's a really nice start. Again, still just, never happy. Just always looking, searching, wanting. Tom Walsh. And now Hamish Kerr's on the runway for the high jump. Lauren Bruce getting ready to go into the hammer throw cage. First miss. Miss of the day. This is at 2 metres 29 for Hamish Kerr. Gee, I tell you what, Canterbury, you've got some athletes, haven't you? We go from Walsh to Kerr. Now we're going to Lauren Bruce. So,
don't talk the Cantabs up too much, Nigel. They like it a bit too much.
Well, there you go. Well, that's 21 metres for
wow, good opener.
Tom Walsh. Good opener.
Good opener there from Tom. So,
well, they've got every right to talk up their athletes.
Their athletes
are really good. There's this young lady who responded. She's gone with 2 fouls, and then she went 70 metres 54. Followed that up with 72.76. But now she's watched her national record get broken. Her turn to respond again.
Winding up,
great
releasing.
Speed. This is down that left-hand side as well.
Oh,
a little bit shorter, though.
So that won't change the picture.
So as a hammer thrower, as left-handed as she is, if the hammer comes down that right-hand side of the arc, that's a really good sign. Likewise for Julia, who's right-handed, if it goes down the left-hand side, that is a good sign for her. So that there won't improve on that 72.76. It'll be Julia Ratcliffe in the circle again. The 5,000 metres for men, not too far away. That's a good field too. Here is Julia Ratcliffe.
Yeah, just composing herself. And it is one of those things. You've just done the greatest athletic achievement of your entire life. How do you bring yourself back to, okay, come on, let's get back in the zone. Lauren could still come out and beat that distance.
Well, and I think that's the thing, is that Lauren Bruce is there now. That will be the thing that will help her focus, because we know Lauren Bruce is capable of beating it. And so maybe a couple of years ago, there would have been that little avenue where she could have let the foot off. Now she can't. She's got to go full bore. And Lauren's in the same situation. And that's why they're delivering these world-class performances.
Yeah, it's like the Tom and Jacko effect.
Absolutely.
When you've got two head-to-head world-class athletes, you can't let up even though you're at home. Here she goes.
Doesn't like that one. She just walks straight out the front. She's like, it's less than 70. Don't bother measuring it. Here's Hamish Kerr. Second attempt. Bar sitting at 2 metres 29.
Now, I believe this is attempt number 3. I can see 3 on the
two.
board, so we may have missed one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, disappointment there, but, you know,
it's a national title. It's still a national title.
And look, before 229 before this summer would have been astronomical, but what he's absolutely, I don't want to use the pun of all puns, raised the bar for his own jumping, and so fair enough to bow out, but look forward to seeing more from this boy in the Northern Hemisphere summer. Surely he'll be able to book his ticket to Tokyo, and we'll see him compete with the best in the world.
6th national title for Hamish Kerr. Here is Tom Walsh. So Tom opening with a 21. So we're still trying to figure out what the tennis balls are. I'd assume that it's, as you point out, an Olympic, maybe national. Let's see what Tom's got second time up. That one's actually less, and he's going to say, don't even bother. Don't even bother.
I do wonder if those far row of tennis balls are the Ryan Krauser row. Who knows? Who may be tuned in. So if you're listening, if you're watching this, Ryan, welcome to the coverage. Good to have you listening and watching.
Well, as you say, I think you're fine. One's got the O, one's got the N. I think it's right to assume one is the Olympic qualifier, one is the national record. And, of course, Tom's national record is 22.9, so it's a big distance as that throw there goes outside of the arc. So we're into the final round of throws in the women's hammer throw. The men's high jump is complete. Title number 6 for Hamish Kerr. We're currently in the second round of throws in the men's shot put. There's also, at the moment, it is Tom Walsh leading from Nick Palmer and Liam Nachok-Wolf. Here comes the throw that looked like it was Caitlin Shepperson with her 6th and final throw. Her best so far today was a 38.59, her second throw. There's Jared Neighbours, a multi-eventer decathlete, competing as well, bouncing around. The 5,000 metre field for men is getting warmed up, and this is a big field, 17 athletes in total. So we will be getting plenty of that in addition to the men's shot put as we wind down and come towards an end of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships for 2021. Day 1 action, plenty more to come tomorrow. There is Nick Palmer with the opportunity to perform.
He's getting up close to his best, so his best was set back at Sir Graham Douglas of 18:41, and what did he do in the previous round? 18:20 something, so this looks like it could be challenging that again. So he's coming into a good little vein of form. Oh, yeah, 18:36, so only 6 centimetres, or 8 centimetres off his best. 5 centimetres off his best. I can do maths occasionally.
As we move now to the throw in the hammer throw, excuse me. It was Mace Ballantyne, just waiting for numbers to update there. Just waiting for a few things to roll through. Now Nachok Wolf. There's a wee look. I don't know if he's too happy with the way that one came out of the fingers. It's over at the coach. Tom Walsh continues to stand there. Just trying to get his head round things as Centane Nom Duckworth moves into the throwing cage. Tom Walsh getting ready to step into the throwing circle. So Tom so far, one throw on the board. That was 21 metres. Disappointed with his second effort, just stepped over the front.
So season's best of 21.6 set 4 weeks ago.
That's better. That's a better one.
So that's out well beyond that 21 metre row of tennis balls there, you can see. So this could get up close to his season's best of 21.6. Solid.
Let's have a look at the reaction on the face as he comes out of it, because that'll tell a little bit. His body language, yeah, likes that. There you see it.
Haha, the punch of the sky. Look at that.
21 metres 77.
Nice. Season's best for Tom Walsh. Stepping it up when it counts. His season has been heading in the right direction. Took a while to kind of get rolling, but it's been consistently on an upwards trajectory, which is good signs as we head towards Tokyo.
Well, we have heard that conversation right the way through. The fact that he had been doing throughout the core of the season quite a big block of heavy lifting. And so now he wants to start seeing some of the fruition. Of course, he was an athlete who knew exactly what his path to Tokyo took. And so really sort of set on that. And yeah, we took a couple of losses to Jacko Gill, which he found a bit frustrating. But
yeah, 4-1 this season, that rivalry. And if you're wondering where Jacko is, he has decided to call it quits on the season. And so, yeah, for various reasons, potentially just looking after the body, but also, you know, the big one's Tokyo. So it's been a long season, like Val mentioned in her earlier interview. So deciding to get back into the gym and start doing that work and prep for the season to come.
So there you go. There's actually 18 athletes in this particular field. Do apologise for that there, but it's a stacked field. That is the men's 5,000 metres senior. So features some quality. Eric Speckman going for a run. He'd love one here in his home track. Hayden Wild, of course, who's just an extraordinarily talented athlete, be it on the track, be it as a triathlete. He's got a massive engine. Had a crack at one of the great records in New Zealand track and field earlier this year, Bill Bailey's hour mark. The weather conditions really sort of hampered him a little bit, but you do wonder if he just had a nice, calm hour to lap a track, he would give that wonderful mark of Bill Bailey's a bit of a nudge. Here is Lauren Bruce. This is her last throw. If she wants to be the New Zealand champion of 2021, she's going to have to throw a new New Zealand record to do it, because that's what Julia Ratcliffe did earlier. 73.55 is the new national mark for the new national record holder, who was the former national record holder. Here's another former national record holder.
Here she is, last chance.
It's down.
Can she get that national title? She won't. It's short. It's short of those markers, so it will be Julia Ratcliffe who walks home with the gold medal. And shortly we'll skip over to the 5,000 metres, which has just started with electricity from Hayden Wild. He's just opened this race right up. He's decided to take it out very, very fast. So we have really 5 names that I've sort of circled on my page. Matthew Taylor, who won the 3,000 metre title here 1 year ago. in 2020. Eric Speakman, who you can see there in second place, he's another hometown hero. Ollie Chignall in third place there, recent sub 4 minute miler. Julian Oakley, who is, I wonder if he's a scratching. I'm trying to see him. Maybe he is a scratching. And then Hayden Wild, who's leading out these three boys. So these three taking it out so fast, right from the gun. I talked to Hayden beforehand, and he said, my tactics are to run fast. I'm here to run fast.
Well, last throw of the hammer for the 2021 Jennian Holmes New Zealand track and field champion. She has broken the New Zealand record. That was after throwing an automatic qualifier straight out of the gate. 73.40 to begin. 73.55, new national record. She is the national champion. She defends. Rattles the cage on the right side, and she won't care because it has been some night for Julia Ratcliffe. Automatic qualifier for the Tokyo Olympics of 2021, national champion, and she will be feeling very, very good about herself, and rightfully so.
What a night for her. Absolutely incredible, Julia Ratcliffe. And it's been just an amazing season from these hammer girls. So both Lauren and Julia have to applaud both their efforts, because it started way back in September when Lauren, or was it October, at this venue where Lauren set it all alight and broke the New Zealand record. And now, almost 6 months later, we have that New Zealand record nudged up a little by Julia Ratcliffe. Now, so we've had a bit of drama on the track as they come through 1K. So in 2:45, so after that blistering start from Hayden Wild, 500 metres into it, Hayden went wide into about lane 5 and said, come on guys, you come through. We've sorted out the medals now. Now let's share the lead. Now I'm not sure if the man in front right now, Eric Speakman, wants that, because we know that he's got the kick. He can turn it on when it counts. So interesting dynamics. I'm loving these tactics that Hayden's come to play with. Back to Nick Palmer.
Sort of fouls that one out, just lost his balance and just stumbles out by the stop board. Just walks away, very disappointed. Here's Tom Walsh, who's throwing 21.77, a season's best with his third throw. We're into our fourth round of throws. And can he improve even more? It's another good throw, but it's not a great throw.
Around about 21 metres, and luckily he stopped there, because it would be the runners who would come off second best with that little deal.
Oh, I don't know. Hayden Wild's a tough cookie. I'm sure he'd bounce off, but I don't think there's too many runners who'd want to pound into Tom Walsh. And speaking of, Hayden Wild's just upped it a little bit. Tom Walsh, by the way, the reason, Hayden, just before you continue, the reason why he was stepping off, just wanted to go and have a chat with Coach Dale Stevens about that last throw. Even though it's come out at 21 metres 28, that's not too bad. There's confirmation of the results of the senior women's hammer. Julia Ratcliffe, that is 2 Olympic qualifiers, but more importantly, it's a new New Zealand record.
Wow.
And another national title.
Amazing. And Hayden is really playing with these guys. It's just fascinating. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, because he surged at the start. The first 500 or 600 was very quick. Then it slowed up. Now he's thrown in another surge, really mixing it up. Little 20-metre gap opening up now.
Well, what's interesting too, I just noticed as they pulled back, Eric Speakman and Ollie Chignall, they're chatting.
Yeah.
They're chatting away here. So clearly they're like, well, hang on, what's going on? They look like they're trying to work a few things out at the moment, and Wild's just said, okay, well, look, I'll put a little spurt and see what damage I can do.
I wonder if Eric and Ollie have decided, look, let's take a lap each and let this guy, let the triathlete get out there and battle the wind himself. Speaking of the wind, it's pretty negligible right now. It's pretty calm. So good distance running conditions. It's not hot. It's nice and cool. But it will have to be Hayden, you'd think, would want to stick to this plan right now. You wouldn't want to let those guys catch up after putting on a good 30-metre lead now.
So there is Hayden Wild leading, coming down. He's got 7 more laps to complete and very comfortable. And then you move back and you'll see the chasing pack there. They're on the far side, actually, just going down the back straight at the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park.
So they go through just a tick over 6 minutes for the 2K. So a lot of those guys will be knocking on the door of a sub-15. But this man will definitely go well under 15 minutes. His best was set back at the Porritt Classic in Hamilton in February in hot sun, running 13:29. Looked good too. He's going to be racing the North Island Sprint Triathlon Champs on Sunday as well. So busy weekend for him.
He's a bit of a weapon, it's fair to say, Hayden Wild. And he's actually split them here a little bit and gapped them quite nicely. So he's probably got around about a 30-metre break, 35-metre break as he comes around that top bend and down the home straight.
If anything, he's accelerating. I missed the 2K split, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of splits he's doing, because his turnover looks quicker than the other two boys. And speaking of, I just saw Eric Speakman go wide at the same point a lap earlier where Ollie Chignall went wide to let Eric through on that occasion. So they're obviously working together. So can the team tactics win over the sheer guts and determination of Hayden Wild?
Well, let's cut back to the men's shot put, because Tom Walsh is about to have his 5th throw. At the moment, his leads with a competition best 21.77. So his 3 legal throws so far, all of them over 21 metres, just the one foul. So as he gets set about his work. Great speed. Again, it's around. Goes whirling out the back.
Yeah, was it the release? I'm not sure. It looked to my eye like there was a little slip of the fingers on the shot and the release, but so 8:16 for 3K for Hayden Wild, and let's get the split for the chasing too. 8:25 at 3K. So Hayden Wild happy to tick off sort of 2:45 per K, which will put him well under 14 minutes for the 5K. And these other two behind him happy to let him go at the moment. Looking about 70 metres at the moment. It just continues to stretch out. So it's getting to that stage with 2K to go, with Hayden looking nice and strong. That are these two settling for the silver or the bronze?
Well, they just got their tactics maybe wrong. We're going to find out, but he is such a strong athlete, not only physically. Hayden Wild also has got a very strong mental aptitude as well. So he's aware of what's going to be going on around him. And so he'll be checking every once in a while. But right now he has just got himself a lovely rhythm, a lovely tempo, to use one of your favourite terms. And he's just cruising along very nicely at the moment as he starts to get into a bit of lap traffic.
He's looking very good. And shout out to training buddy Sam Tanner, who's halfway around the world, and I'm sure will be watching this one live, cheering on his training mate as Hayden Wild comes through. He's got 4.5 laps left to run.
Well, I don't see the lead getting any less. It appears to be extending to me.
I think you're right. Yeah, I'd say it's getting pretty close to 100 metres now, 90 metres now. So we talked a lap ago that it was probably 70 metres. So it just continues to pull away. And then behind Eric and Ollie, it's probably 260 metres back to the chasing pack. So they may get lapped by Ollie and Eric yet. Let's wait and see.
So there is Hayden Wild Final couple of throws coming up in the men's senior shot put final. It'll be Nick Palmer and Tom Walsh. Palmer about to step into the circle for his final throw. It'll be a silver medal for Nick. And he finish off with a bit of style. He's throwing 18 metres 36 twice. 18.36. And can he get that one out a little further? And he steps out, fouls the throw. He will claim the silver medal.
And he'll be stoked with that as well. When you think of spending the season stuck behind Jacko, Tom, Ryan, and so to go away with a silver, he'll be very happy, and finishing his season heading well up into, consistently now up into the 18s. As I can see off camera, just Hayden Wild working through that traffic. Here is the man.
Let's go to Tom Walsh's final throw. Really being very fastidious. Oh, it's another one again. He's happy with that. Acknowledges the crowd. It's a grimaced smile. It's not bad. I think again it'll be over the 21. So the throws that he's had, which are legal, just had the 2 fouls. Everything else is in the 21 metre zone. Started off 21 dead. Followed it up with 21.77. Then had 21.28. And that's the best of the lot. 21.79. So another season's best for Tom Walsh as he takes out the National Championships of 2021.
Impressive stuff. Well done, Tom Walsh. That's a great way to finish off the season. I'm sure Jacko will be watching on and seeing how his New Zealand teammate gets on and domestic competitor. So good to see Tom finishing on a high. Last throw of the season is the furthest throw of the season. So as I can see, Hayden Wild sort of just coming around the pack, and you can see him just tucked in there behind Matthew Taylor. And so he's probably just thinking, hey, I could get a little toe here and give myself a little rest. I know I've got 130 metres odd on second and third place.
And then as soon as you say that, he pops out and just faces the breeze and charges forward.
So he's into his final lap, is it? Yes, it is his final lap. So last 200 metres, here he comes.
It's been an extraordinary performance. He is an extraordinary athlete, whether as a triathlete or in this situation. Hey, this guy's a special one.
Yeah, he's a genuine runner who can also swim and bike really well. But here he comes, 100 metres to go to claim his national title. He's had a few disappointments on the track this summer, missing that 60-minute record, but here he is. He's going to be your national champion, 13:42. The time really doesn't matter, but the national title does. What a win there from Hayden Wild. And in second place, Eric Speakman is pulled away from Ollie Chignell. Eric Speakman on his home turf, he's going to take second place and a well-deserved silver medal. Ollie Chignell, who did a lot of that work with Eric, will jog through for third place. And he's had a hell of a season as well, with a new mile PB going sub-4, and also looking very hot in the 5K. So exciting stuff.
So Hayden Wild is going through and congratulating Ollie Chignell and having a few words with him as the rest of the athletes come on through. Oh, goodness gracious me. And this is bringing down the curtain on our events. Ollie with a wave. Yeah, why not? Grabbing a bronze medal at the National Championships. You take that.
Yeah, so why don't we wrap up some of those highlights as we watch the last finish off their 5,000 metre national champs.
We've had a really impressive day in terms of we've seen national records, and I guess a name that may not get much headlines, but Nikau Pope with a national mark earlier on in the day. And look, then we've just seen some really brilliant performances, haven't we? We know Zoe Hobbs is going to get credence because she's equal to mark set by one of our great female sprinters in Michelle Seymour. We have seen, we have to have a look at some of these highlights here right now.
And look at the start. Let's take a look at it. Nice and clean. Keeps those feet low for those first few strides. Stays low in that acceleration phase. And then just powers away. This is a New Zealand record equaling performance. And you can see Georgia Hulls there, hometown hero, also picking up a PB, I believe. So just great running in that 100 metres. And then the senior men 100 metres. That fantastic performance by Shay Veach, just an hour or two after taking the gold in the long jump, comes back and look at this. Picks up a senior title in the 100 metres, and who would have thought Shay Veach would be claiming that title, and did it in a fantastic time of 10:34 off the top of my head, with a good strong tailwind behind him that makes it a non-binding time in terms of his best, but what that translates to is still a very good, solid time. So Shay Veach, one of the big highlights, and then this hammer competition.
Well, this was two great throws. That's the first. That's 73 metres 40, and that was an automatic qualifier for the Olympic Games. So she was pretty pumped, but she was able to calm herself down and gather herself. And then what she went and did was she went and broke the national mark set by competitor and good mate Lauren Bruce, and it now sits at 73.55. And that young man there, Tom Walsh, 12th national title. He's still 5 behind the great Dame Valerie Adams, who equalled the equally great Val Young with winning her 17th title. That was the last throw, and that one there was the best of the day. 21 metres 79, that's the best of the season for Tom Walsh.
And just so cool to see him finishing the season on a high. And we saw Val Adams in the winner's circle again, like you say, and not exactly the performance that she was after, but got the win and onto a little break and preparing for big things to come this Northern Hemisphere summer.
Preparing for her boy's birthday party. That's the next job for Dame Valerie Adams. Well, we really have had a wonderful day, opening day. A reminder that we are back again tomorrow for day 2. Here is Dame Valerie securing title number 17 in what is an absolute Hall of Fame sporting career. As the sun sets on the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park. A very enjoyable opening day of the Jennian Homes New Zealand Track and Field Championships of 2021. More to come tomorrow. We look forward to your company. Have yourself a lovely evening from everybody here in Hawke's Bay. We wish you well. See you tomorrow.
Jennian Homes have been proudly building the homes New Zealanders love for over 35 years and encouraging youth to achieve their hopes and dreams. Jennian Homes is proud to partner with the New Zealand Olympic Games team.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
We know a country where the skies are big because the horizons are wide, so the warm, gentle landscape stretches out forever. This country is food and wine country, but you probably know it as Hawke's Bay.